Good morning, Chatty House.
Hi, everyone. The show's about to start.
Hello, everyone. Rustock got the belt.
Got the belt today. Nice job, Rustock. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, Adam, Loki,
Hello.
Marcus,
Hello.
Rustock, PQ,
Okay.
Jason,
Here
Will, Scooter, Cousin Pete.
we go. Yeah. Happy Monday, everybody. James Ham's over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. And we are hanging out with you until noon on a Monday. And we get to do something we've not gotten to do together yet this season. I'm really excited to do this. We get to talk about a Sacramento Kings victory. Look at that.
What?
I said on Friday that I thought Saturday's game against the Milwaukee Bucks or today's game against the Denver Nuggets, which we will also talk about.
Yep.
I thought that they needed to win one of those two.
Yeah, they had to make up for the damage they had done already.
You couldn't come back home off an 0-4 road trip at 1-6 and feel good about your chances to make the play-in, much less make the playoffs. Right.
Or avoid complete disaster at game 30 or something.
It felt like 1-6 would have led to meltdown mode.
Mm-hmm.
And we might still get there. I have some nits to pick about the Kings win, but they figured out a way against a healthy Milwaukee squad. Giannis did play.
Mm-hmm.
They figured out a way to escape with a win. And we're at the point of the season where I'm not going to I'm going to try not to my instinct on this. Just to give everybody some insight into my thinking. My instinct on this is to go, "Oh my God. The Kings didn't look great. They look great offensively.
Mm-hmm.
They scored the heck out of the ball, but they gave 47 points in the first quarter. Milwaukee shot 60% from the field. It wasn't
for the game. They shot 60%.
Yes, they shot 59.8% from the field. I think 40+% from three.
46.9 from three.
Right. So I need to. I don't want to pretend like the Kings figured everything out and everything's going to be hunky dory and they finally got off the schneid and they're now 2-4 and hey, now they can go beat Denver. Now the world is their oyster. I'm not going that far.
Okay.
But that is a game where they got punched in the mouth early. They gave up 47 in the first quarter. The fact that they battled back, the fact that they kept fighting, the fact that down the stretch of that game, because again, down the stretch of these games against Phoenix, against the Lakers, against who is the other one that OKC,
yep,
the Bulls, in all of those games down the stretch, the Kings just didn't have enough. And they did against Milwaukee. And whether I thought the win over Milwaukee turned their season around or not doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
They figured out a way to win a game that they had been losing all season. And that gets a 2 thumbs up from me.
Yeah, so I spent a couple of days this weekend in Truckee hanging out with friends.
As you are wont to do.
Yeah, it does happen. They were down 15-2. And the ladies were out doing something, but the guys were hanging out watching the game, and they're like, okay, we're going to go play pickleball. And I sat there thinking, I want to go play pickleball.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
I don't want to sit here and watch this game unfold. I don't at all. And then to watch them punch back was, to me, like stunning to see a team that looked like they were shot, looked like it was over, and like things could unwind quickly from there if you lose by, say, 40 and Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Which was on the table.
Yeah.
I mean, you give up 47 in the first quarter. It's on the table that you're going to lose by 40 or 50.
And give up 47 in the first quarter. Let's see. 6 players for Milwaukee had 6 or more points in the quarter. It's not like one guy got hot. They were 17 of 24 from the floor and 8 of 13 from 3.
Yeah.
So they were, what is that? 9 of 11 from 2.
11 from 2.
It was every 3 was wide open. Every shot at the rim was uncontested.
Yeah.
It looked like a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact, and again, what we can talk about their defense. We can talk about the rotations if you want. If you want to nitpick things, we can. But this was that second game that Doug Christie keeps talking about, or that Doug Christie has talked about, and we keep talking about.
Yeah,
that was that on Saturday was that second game. That was the Kings winning that second game. The effort, the hustle. The Bucks very clearly scored 47 in the first quarter, and the rest of the way, to me, kind of threw their jerseys on the floor and went, okay, they're going to fold eventually. And the Kings never did.
Yeah.
And at this point of the year, that's something you can take. Again, how much it matters, TBD. But I think what we saw Sunday was the Kings avoiding the wheels completely falling off of this thing before November is over.
Yeah, and the way I looked at this game too, it's kind of like a heavyweight fight you got into, and you got to sit there and figure out a way to like field the punches until you have your opening, right? And I thought the Bobby Portis thing, I think, helped galvanize the Kings. The Bobby Portis thing was weird,
really strange, dude.
I watched it unfold though, and it caught me because I watched Sabonis like try to track down a rebound, try to steal it from Bobby Portis, but then he fell and kind of flailed a little bit.
Yep.
And his legs got close to Bobby Portis's the back of his legs, right? And I don't know what set Bobby Portis off, because I did not think that Domas like leg whipped him or anything. He didn't. He didn't make a bunch of contact with him. But then to see Bobby Portis lose his cool and then go to Bobby Portis eyes bugging out of his head, about to kill you mode, which was weird. But what happened in that moment is, first of all, a bunch of people on X were like, oh my gosh, Sabonis got punked. No, Sabonis was confused like everybody else. Who wasn't confused was Russell Westbrook, who stepped in and said, no.
Right.
Homie, don't play that. Like, what are we doing? And got all physical and like in the mix and like, no, we are not doing this.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a moment where, number one, Russell Westbrook again showed his leadership qualities for this team. And Russell Westbrook might be a lot of things, but on the court, he is a dog and he has no problem mixing it up.
Is the reason they brought him in.
Yeah. So to see this, it reminded me of a couple of years ago when Trey Lyles, against the same exact Bucks team, like went full like Greco-Roman wrestler on Brook Lopez and grabbed him by the throat, and we had this whole weird situation. But it's like there's this moment where you fight. And a couple of years ago, I think the biggest, we talk about how beautiful the offense was of the first Beam team, right? And how amazing offensively they were. The biggest thing for me that season was how resilient they were. Every single time they would lose 2 in a row, you would and then they have like 2 tough games coming up. You're like, oh boy, here we go. Here it comes. The moment where they let go.
Yeah.
And they start punching back. And you're like, oh, look at that. They beat it like Denver in Denver or Minnesota in Minnesota. And you watch them fight back. To me, this was a fight back game. And it was a moment where you may have found something. Now, I don't know that it's going to carry over to Denver. Last game of a road trip, all kinds of injury issues and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I saw the fight, and that's what Doug has been asking for the entire time.
Yeah. Can they carry that over now? And that's kind of what the tonight is going to be about for me when they finish up their road trip in Denver. Now that the vibes are up and we feel good about the Kings winning, I'm going to bring them down real quick.
Okay.
Milwaukee went 49 of 82 from the floor. The Kings went 45 of 87, 51.7%. That's very respectable. But Milwaukee made 4 more field goals And Milwaukee made 5 more threes
Yeah.
than the Kings did. The Kings ran a defensive rating of 135.1. That's not great.
No.
The difference was the Kings got to the free throw line 40 times and made 35 of their free throws, which had been a problem all year.
Of course.
They finally made their free throws, 35 out of 40, while Milwaukee went 20 of 31, including Giannis going just 9 of 14. That was the difference.
Yeah, they did a really good job of walling off Giannis.
Yes. And I think there were a couple times they very smartly fouled him, put him at the line, like make Giannis earn those 2 points.
Oh yeah,
I don't
Russell Westbrook hold.
Yes,
yeah, spectacular.
Right. Just making sure that he's not going to get a shot, because he will. If you half-ass your foul attempt on Giannis, he's still going to get a shot on the rim.
He's just going to dunk it on you while you're hanging around his.
Yeah. I know it's not new. Just every time, because I don't spend a lot of time watching Milwaukee Bucks basketball. I'll tune in here and there.
Yeah,
but I don't lock in to Giannis except for the 2 times a year they play the Kings. I'm still floored. Every time he does on the court, it's like, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be able to do that.
There was a play on a break where there were 3 Kings and they had like tried to wall him off going to the basket, and he fully just space jammed right over the top of him. Just go gadget arm and dunked all over them. And you're like, what in the world was that?
What do you do about it?
There's nothing you can do.
Nothing you do.
Yeah.
So that's the it's a mix of the 2 takeaways we're talking about here. I don't think the Kings played great. At least specifically defensively. Offensively, they were very good. But defensively, it was still kind of a mess. But I think they are good enough offensively, and we've talked about this. I think they have enough talent offensively that if they're going to do a thing where they get 30 assists and they get Zach LaVine going, they get DeMar DeRozan going, they get the ball in Domantas Sabonis' hands and let him run the offense here and there. You get Dennis Schroeder going. Dennis Schroeder, 8 of 13 from the field, 3 of 5 from 3. Zach LaVine, 6 of 13 from beyond the arc. When you do those things and you're playing hard, it at least allows you to stick around in these games. What has been happening is they give up 47 and a quarter, and then they individually start going, okay, I'm going to be the guy to bring us back, or I'm going to be the guy to get my numbers in this game.
Yeah.
And they just didn't do that. They did the things that they needed to do to win this game. And again, was it pretty? Was it perfect? I don't think so. In fact, I think if they played defensively tonight against Denver like they did against Milwaukee, I think they probably get boat raced.
Yeah.
But figuring out a way to be Domas 24, Dennis Schroeder 24, DeMar DeRozan 29, Zach LaVine 31. That is, and then Russell Westbrook only 12 points, but he dished out 10 assists and had 5 boards. Only 1 turnover.
Yeah.
Like that's going to be the formula. You're just going to have to play your ass off for 48 minutes, because I don't think it's going to necessarily turn around defensively.
No, it's going to take, I mean, once you get Keegan Murray back, it does change the dynamic, and you might be a little bit better defensively, but until then, I mean, you should be better defensively, but one player can't fix everything. It's just, can you get to that point? And that's going to be the problem. You've got to hold on until reinforcements come in, and reinforcements are in the form of Keegan Murray, but also potentially in the form of others.
Yeah. Speaking of that, that's a great transition by you, radio professional James Ham here on the Insiders, ESPN 1320 Sacramento sports leader. Jake Fisher from the Mark Stein Substack is where he is officially now.
Yeah, that, and he does some work for...
Is he still with Yahoo?
Bleacher Report.
Bleacher Report?
Yeah, I think he does some...
He does like a podcast thing for Bleacher Report.
Yeah, that, and what's he's called...
The People's Insider,
the
Jake
People's
Fisher.
Insider, yeah.
Is reporting that the Kings have interest in bringing in Precious Achiuwa. So James Ham of thekingsbeat.com and the Kings Beat podcast available wherever you get your podcast. Please fill us in on this.
Yeah, so I really like Precious, to be honest with you. I've been a fan. He plays hard. He's a physical type of player, you know, sort of like a mixture of like Dylan Cardwell and Drew Eubanks, like all packaged in one. A little bit better defensive version of Drew Eubanks, a little more offensive version of what you've seen from Dylan Cardwell. But a guy who's only 26 years old and for some reason has found himself on the outside looking in. The problem is that the Kings have this issue that they're at 15 rostered players.
Mm.
And when I reached out today, that's exactly the answer I got from within the walls. Like, we have a full roster. It stands at 15. The Kings have very few ways to move off of that roster, that roster number. You're allowed 15 regular roster players, 3 two-way contracts. The Kings have a full 18. They do have non-guaranteed deals on Isaac Jones, and they have a non-guaranteed deal on Russell Westbrook. So one of those two could not Russell Westbrook will not be a casualty the way he's playing, the way he's part of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to move off of Isaac Jones and bring in Precious Achiuwa, to be honest with you, I would not be completely floored if something like that happened. Although the Kings do like Isaac Jones, and they seem to be ready to be a little bit patient with him, and maybe even send him to the G League to get him going once the G League kicks off. But outside of that, the Kings could just bite the bullet and eat the contract of Doug McDermott or Drew Eubanks, or they could waive Dario Saric and his $5 million contract. They'd have to pay him out in full. At this point, we've passed the point where you can stretch provision a player. That ended, I think, at the end of August. So if you're going to waive somebody, it would be, you'd have to bite the bullet on salary. They're not going to do that on Drew Eubanks. I mean, on Dario Saric, just so people, at least I don't think they will. Sure. Because Dario Saric's $5 million contract could be packaged with someone else as an expiring at the deadline.
Trade chip, for sure.
Yeah, so not as in a trade, it's salary matching trade chip.
Yes.
Right. That's what he would be. So the Kings are in a bit of a weird spot, but to be honest, he's the type of player that the Kings should be looking at. He can pass the ball a little bit, he can rebound, he can score, and he's super, super physical.
He's also, this would be his 6th NBA season. He is less than a year older than Isaac Jones.
Yeah.
Isaac Jones was July of 2000. Precious was September of 99.
Yeah. I do think not only is this a team that he would look for, because he's going to be able to play himself into a spot.
And he was with the Heat this offseason. It's not like he's been sitting on his rear end.
Well, that, and I think the other things that I would point to real quick is he's played for the Heat, he's played for Toronto, and he's played for the Knicks. All 3 defensive-minded teams. That's what he's been brought in to do in the past. He's not an outstanding, otherworldly defender or to already be on an NBA roster, but 6'8", 225-pound power forward center that can really mix it up.
Yeah, for sure. That's not the only player the Kings might be interested in, allegedly, because we could see a star on the move in the NBA, and I think the Kings might look into taking a swing. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Yeah, Frank, you can't stretch provision Dario anymore. That's a problem. Boy. Yeah, Spencer, you bring up the Kings and the Sharks. I don't watch a lot of hockey. It was on actually for a few minutes this weekend. But yeah, there is a huge difference because the Sharks are super young. The Kings just aren't.
Shout out to Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, he's been good.
We'll get to this. Honestly, I'm really enjoying the Victor Wembanyama leap.
Oh, yeah.
Getting just nightly insane highlights is great.
Well, that, and there's like 15 players averaging over 30. I don't know what's going on with the league as far as like scoring, and I don't know. Yeah.
Also, the Bulls are fun. Chicago now 5-1.
Hey, people, we're going to bring this up in a little bit, but just so people understand here on the chat, Monk is out for personal reasons. It's nothing bad. He has stuff going on off the court that he should be away for. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
What are your thoughts, Steven? Would you rather them go for the tie there?
I absolutely loved that.
Yeah, you have to go for the win.
Yeah.
If you line up and kick an extra point there, you're going back to the locker room like, hey, we threw away our chance to win.
Well, that and you had like a minute and 30 left on the clock. You still could have got beat by a field goal.
Was it that much time?
Yeah, it was like...
Oh, I thought...
I don't think it was at the very end. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think there was a very, very minuscule amount of time left. I can confirm real quick.
Yeah, I don't divulge players' personal reasons, but it's legit. There's nothing,
There were 16 seconds left.
Oh, okay.
On the clock. Yeah,
I thought there was a little more.
You got to go for the win there.
Yeah, you do. And look, going for the win means that you might be able to somehow string together some wins and get to 8 or 10. Going for the loss there, it puts you in a better position anyways.
Yeah, if you're in the playoff race and like the difference between a tie and a loss is you making or missing, then yeah, go for the tie.
Yeah.
But you're the Raiders, dog. Like you're not.
Well, that and like if you go for the win right there and you get it, maybe you've got a shot. If you go for the tie,
you're done.
Whatever. Yeah.
1 minute.
Steven Castaneda, I agree with this. I think he has just been horrific.
And he just looks so like he doesn't want to be there.
Even the throw, like, bro, really? You're gonna let that happen in that situation?
I kept seeing people be like, "Oh, the pass was tipped." Like, no, it got batted down. It wasn't like tipped in the air. Like, oh, what's gonna happen? Like, no, that got spiked.
And it wasn't
even, the earth.
And it wasn't even like a 6'8" guy leaping in the air and spiking it. No. Yeah.
Shout out to Brock Bowers though. What a machine.
Yeah, that team is a completely different roster with Brock Bowers.
Oh man. Anybody looking for the tie is 2 thumbs down for
me. Yeah.
Here we go. Hang on, coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm so excited to do this. I'm so excited to talk about this. That's James. I'm Kyle. If you listen to the Insiders regularly, particularly during the NBA offseason, you'll be aware that we are big fans of a fake trade.
Oh, hell yeah.
You throw me a fake trade, and I'm going to talk about it. Well, if you've not been following along with what's happening in Memphis, it appears the Grizzlies and Ja Morant are headed for a messy divorce.
Oh, yeah, this looks like...
He has been openly calling out the coaching staff and the media. He has been dogging it on the court, where Blake Griffin on Amazon, which, by the way, Amazon has done a really nice job, I think, with NBA coverage. Blake Griffin did a really, really nice breakdown of all the ways that Ja Morant is lacking for his team right now. And not, oh, he needs to score more. Oh, he's being too passive. It's like having a favorable matchup, getting the ball, and then immediately passing it back to the person who passed it to him. And then when he is cutting, like not cutting with force and that leading to turnovers and all of these ways that Ja Morant is negatively impacting his team. And then you've got Draymond Green on the Draymond Green Show on Odyssey podcast talking about it. It is a mess, for lack of a better term. He got suspended for conduct detrimental to the team. Got suspended for a game.
You saw his post-game press conference, right? At his locker.
Which one?
The one where he said, you're going to have to ask the coaching staff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's not a question for me. Ask the coaching staff.
Right.
Oh, you're
We're
asking
at this
that.
stage.
Go ahead and ask the coaching staff about that.
We're at this stage.
Are we done? Oh no. How about you ask the coaching staff?
Right.
Yeah.
So naturally, and I think this is going to happen with every star player who may or may not become available for the next until the Kings pick a direction.
Yeah.
I think we have to have the discussion about whether the Kings should be calling Memphis about Ja Morant. And I know that for a lot of people, the knee-jerk reaction is no, because look at how it's going in Memphis. Look at all of his off-court stuff. Look at the injury stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the fact that I don't believe Memphis has ever been past the first round with Ja Morant.
Wow.
Is that right? I think that's right. I'm 85% sure that's right.
That might be the case. I mean, wow.
They have oh no, I'm sorry. They went to the Western Conference semis in the 21-22 season.
Okay.
So they've been past the first round once with Ja Morant. Oh, that's right. They played Golden State. They lost in 6 in the 21-22 season. That was the only time they got past the first round. So I understand that reaction. But for me, the reason it's worth a conversation is because at some point in my eyes, the Kings are going to have to take a huge swing. And it's probably not going to be a perfect situation. It's very unlikely that a Luka Doncic situation is going to happen.
Yeah, if there's a perfect player, the team would just hold on to them.
Right.
A perfect situation for the team, a perfect everything, they would just hold on to him.
Yes.
I do think, look, we learned something this summer about Scott Perry and sort of the direction that he's looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
When there were definitely potential trade possibilities with Trae Young.
Mm-hmm.
And the Kings were like, nope, we're okay.
Didn't really even explore it.
No, because there was an option there, a definitive option that they could have landed Trae Young. And their thinking on it was, no, we'll pass, because the second he lands here, he's going to want a contract extension that hits like the $250 to $300 million range, and we're not in.
Right.
Maybe even more. So they're like, yeah, we're good. When it comes to Ja, he is under contract for another 3 years. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, what the back end of that deal looks like. What is year 3? But he is a big time money player, and like, if you're interested in making that type of move, it's going to cost you. I do have major concerns. I have major concerns about just about everything about Ja. Like, the injury history is not good at all. The 3-point shooting is not good at all for a guy who is a bulk scorer. And then the personality, the off the court stuff is it's not just like, hey, what are you doing? But to go and do what he's done multiple times with, whether it's waving guns around or it's, going on Instagram after getting suspended for waving guns around, doing gun motions. Like, there is a lack of
doing the grenade.
Yeah. He thinks that's funny. Maybe he's going to start using like an RPG and start doing, like, his inability to grasp that you're part of something much bigger and you need to actually grow the hell up has been a huge problem for me. Would I take the risk? Maybe. But I'm also not sure that I see a structure in place yet in Sacramento that could support him in the right way.
Sure.
Now, I'm going to make one of the most ridiculous statements I think I've ever made in my life.
Hell yes. I'm so happy you just said that. I can't wait.
Having Russell Westbrook to mentor Ja Morant may actually be something that makes sense. Although I don't know how. But I look at this and I go, you know what? Like, whatever they've done there in Memphis, like, the whole time you're waiting for someone to put their arm around the guy and lead him down the right path.
Yeah.
And they never did it. And I'm not sure that the Kings have the infrastructure to do that. But if they do, it is probably because Russell Westbrook might be able to put his arm around somebody and say, hey, look, I've done this, this, and this in the league, and I haven't always been viewed the right way. But if you follow and you listen and you respect the game, because to me, that's the biggest thing. When you go out there and you play against the Golden State Warriors and you walk away from that game and Draymond Green goes on a podcast and tells everybody how him and Steph Curry had a discussion in postgame about how you're not playing hard enough and you clearly are checked out and want to leave, bro, that's a problem.
That's tough.
That is a tough, tough thing. And if you're going to quit on one team, you will quit on another. And so now it's not just that he has an obsession with guns and does stupid stuff on Instagram and that he has an injury history and that he's making $40+ million a year. There's also this thing that you are quitting 5 or 6 games into the season on the team that you're playing for.
Yeah, he's playing 28.5 minutes a night right now.
Yeah.
Down from 30.4 last year.
Down from 30.4?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
30 minutes a night last year.
This is a 35-minute per game point guard.
It should be. His career high, 33.1 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, that's wild.
I am going to... I think everything that you just talked about matters, for sure, and factors into the Kings' calculations in this. I am very much in the Kings need to take a swing camp. It's why, despite my misgivings about Jonathan Kuminga, I thought that the Kings should very much push in. I went as far as an unprotected first, if that's what it was going to take to go get Jonathan Kuminga. R.I.P.
Kuminga watch.
We had a great run, and
we may have another one.
We may have another one. Jonathan Kuminga playing well to start the year, up in that trade value. But I'm going to say issues. The reason I don't think Ja Morant is the player to take a swing on is because of the style of player he is. He just turned 26. He is a year older than Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Almost to the day. It might be to the day. What's Keegan? August 11th? And Ja is August 10th of 99. Keegan is August 11th of 2000. But I am out on this style of guard. Ja is explosive as hell and does some ridiculous things with the basketball, especially when he gets in the paint. He does things in the air that not that many players on the planet can do. And I would understand the argument for somebody saying just get that talent in the building and you figure the rest out. But this is a player who for his career is averaging 22.6 points. He peaked at 27.4. That was in the 21-22 season. He averages 7 assists a game for his career, 7.4. His career high was 8.1, which he did in back-to-back years in 22-23 and then 23-24. But I think when you are an undersized guard like this who doesn't play awesome defense, I think you have to be able to shoot it. I think if you're going to exist in a space where you are the lead guard on a title contender, which if you're getting Ja Morant, that's what you're hoping he's doing. You're not getting Ja Morant to be your second or third option. You're getting Ja Morant to be the guy. And I think if you're going to be the style of guard that he is, I don't think you can be a career 31.3% three-point shooter who hasn't shot better than 30% since 21-22.
Well, and on top of that, who shot more than 5 threes a game since then every year.
Yes.
More than 5. You know,
so
that's a problem.
I'm out on this type of player. If you're going to be an undersized guard who doesn't play defense, who doesn't play great defense, and you're not going to shoot it from 3, I just think that your value offensively plummets in relation to how talented you are with the basketball in your hands. And I don't want to build a team around that.
Okay, so I would play devil's advocate.
Please.
I would say, like, look, I think there was a point where the 2 up-and-coming guards in the league were De'Aaron Fox and Ja Morant.
Sure.
And Ja Morant and De'Aaron Fox, like, they aren't, like, fully similar. Like, Ja is the high-flying version of De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox
Same
can dunk.
bucket of player, it feels like.
Yeah. So De'Aaron is a high flyer, but only when he wants to. Ja, like, he chooses that path all the time. He likes to put on a show. Like, I think there is a way to get him in a structured offense and and a design, build something around him. And, again, you're talking about a reclamation project here. You're talking about somebody who has a path to get back to being one of the top players in the league. I mean, this is a guy who could be an all-NBA player without any question for another 5 years.
Sure.
But at the same time, there is so much risk because it's not just the play on the court. Again, the injury history is brutal, right? And a lot of the injury issues is because of the way he plays.
Yeah, it makes you wonder how well his game's going to age.
Exactly. And De'Aaron Fox learned very quickly, I can't be that guy. I can't get to the free throw line 8 to 10 times a game and get thrown to the floor again and again and again,
right,
and expect to have the career that I want to have.
Right.
So he toned it back. He toned down the big dunks. He toned down a lot of that stuff, a lot of fall away jumpers, a lot of other stuff. And so for me, I look at who Ja is as a player, and I am concerned about how well his game will age. But I also, there is a way for players to find the right spot and to grow and to become something better somewhere else. And I think his time in Memphis has clearly run its course. And I just, there are enough red flags here. But you're talking about, we're not talking about Jonathan Kuminga, who is nothing but maybe he can become this player.
We've seen Ja Morant be a top 10 MVP candidate.
Yeah, he finished 7 at one point. He finished 12 at one point.
And that was the year he averaged 27 points, 6.7 assists, and 5.7 boards.
Yeah. And the Kings, just so people understand, they do have 3 different ways in which they could do this. They could package Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan to match salaries and bring back Ja Morant. I know the Kings also, from what I've heard, they really like Jalen Wells. So there's always a possibility that you're working on something bigger, right? A bigger player movement.
Memphis wants to give you Jalen Wells. Great.
Yeah, there's also there has been a little bit of would Domantas Sabonis be a fit for the Memphis Grizzlies? That's a possibility. Or there's also Zach LaVine. Could you swap Zach LaVine and Ja Morant straight up for each other? I think the Kings, in a perfect world, would love to build a team around Ja Morant, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray, and then kind of figure it out from there.
That's the kind of team, just to follow your path here on that. That's, to me, the way this would have to work.
Yeah.
Is you're spamming Domantas Sabonis, Ja Morant pick and rolls, and you've got Keegan Murray in one corner, and you have another shooter in the other corner. We'll say Keon Ellis for now, just because he's on the team. Yeah, Keon Ellis in the other corner, and Zach LaVine is your secondary playmaker who can create on his own when the offense bogs down.
Yeah, and you still have a guy like Nick Clifford might be able to step up.
Sure.
If you're able to somehow get a Jalen Wells in that trade, now you got a small forward that you can help build around as well. Sure. I think there are ways in which this works. It really does depend on how desperate is Memphis right now to dump, to get away from the Ja Morant experience. And again, I don't even think you're throwing in a bunch of picks or anything else at this point. It's a mess.
That's what's going to be interesting is, okay, Ja Morant publicly asks out. Miami get involved? Miami want to deal with it?
Yeah.
Does Milwaukee
or Dallas?
Does Dallas want to get involved?
Yeah. I mean, they're lacking the true point guard with Kyrie hurt. Maybe?
Yeah, but to your point, all those teams might be like, no thanks. We don't want to deal with that. And the Kings wind up getting him for salary matching in a heavily protected first.
Yeah.
Or the Spurs that the Kings have a pick swap with. They're picked that the Spurs have a swap with the Kings.
2030, 2031.
Throwing that in.
Yeah.
And in that case, man, for all of the things we just said, and for all of the misgivings I have, if that's the deal that's on the table, because my no is in a world where it's all right, you're giving up multiple picks. You got to go salary matching. They want a young player back, and you're stacking this. This is not my all-in move.
No.
But if the big swing you can take is salary matching with one of your big contracts, i.e. Zach LaVine, or if you're packaging DeRozan and Monk, and you're not including anything other than that Spurs pick swap or a heavily protected first, that's where
the why not factor.
The risk reward starts to level out.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm so interested to see is if Ja does become available, what do those trade packages look like? How many teams are interested? Because that to me is ultimately going to decide whether I personally, not that Scott Perry's calling me for advice, but whether I personally would thumbs up or thumbs down that move.
Yeah.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We'd love to hear from you. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Thumbs up or thumbs down on a Ja Morant trade. What would you be willing to give up for the Grizzlies point guard? We'll talk about that. We also got a Kings game tonight to talk about in Denver. Can the Kings stay in the win column? We'll discuss that next on the Insiders. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Kill the mics for a sec.
Sorry, we're producing on the fly here, guys, and it's...
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, we're back. Well, we're not back. We're on. Our microphones are now on. Bonnie.
Hey, Leezy, you should probably go look at Jalen Wells' stats. That's all.
He was good last year, though. Coming up, breaking his face.
He was solid, but not, oh my gosh.
Sure. My view of players gets warped a lot by how they play against the Kings.
That's probably a bad thing.
Like a guy will hit a huge three against the Kings, and I'll be like, wow, that guy can really shoot it.
Yeah. I mean, Jalen Wells right now is averaging 10 points, 1.4 rebound, 3.7. 3.7 rebounds, 1.4 assists. He doesn't have a block. He's got 0.6 steals. He's shooting 25.6% from three. He's shooting 35.2% from the field. Like he is not having a good start.
Hey, something that I didn't want to spend time talking about on the radio side, but we can talk about it here. Not Jalen Wells related.
Yep.
Did you see what Precious Achua's nickname is on Basketball Reference?
I did not.
The Big Sneeze.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's really good.
I would love to ask Precious Achua about being the Big Sneeze. We did not see the Brett report. I can only imagine what that is. Ooh, wow. Alex Bregman opted out of his contract. Oh, boy. Windhorse is saying Ja Morant is not expected to have a robust trade market.
Oh, that's TC.
Isn't that what we just said?
Yeah. Is this what you just read? The Brett Siegel thing?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
What report is this, Stephanie?
I'm guessing it's Brett Siegel.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, here we go. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Kings facing the Nuggets tonight as they wrap up a 4-game road trip. The Kings, man, if they come away from this road trip with a split, I would have taken, if you had said, hey, on this 4-game road trip, you can get a split. Remember before in their first 5 games, I said, would you take 2 and 3? And you're like, no, because there's a chance they go 3 and 2, 4 and 1 might be on the table if they get off. If they're playing well, like, okay, cool. If I had said you get 2 and 2 on this road trip to Oklahoma City, Chicago, Milwaukee, and Denver, I think everybody would have taken it.
Oh, I would have taken that in a heartbeat.
Taken 2 and 2.
Yep.
But then you drop the first 2, and you're thinking, can you just get 1?
That was my concern.
And then they get 1 against Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And now, okay, all right. Has this thing stabilized enough that you can go into Denver and get a W? I don't think that's what I would bet on. But after seeing how well they played, particularly offensively against Milwaukee, you go, all right. I squint and see the outline. This team has enough talent. I mean, every NBA team can win any game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the Brooklyn Nets are eventually going to win a game. The Brooklyn Nets might beat, I don't know, a team significantly better than them. I was going to say Oklahoma City, but I don't think they'll do that. But it is now more, had the Kings lost to Milwaukee, I'd be going into tonight like no chance.
Mm-hmm.
But now at least you see the outline of, okay, that's how they can win a game. And I think that's how they'll have to win games. We've talked about that a lot. Man, if this team's going to win, it's going to have to be like a 140, 135 type of game. And sure enough, 135, 133 is the final.
Yeah, for right now, I mean, that's the team they are.
Yes.
It's going to take, you're going to have to be grinders until you figure everything out. And again, I'm not convinced this team will figure everything out, but the talent level is a bunch of scorers. You know, like we've had this discussion. Are they a good offensive team? And I would make the argument that no, they're not a good offensive team. They have a lot of good offensive players. And those are two totally different things. Like you can have a good offensive team that has a bunch of good offensive players, but it requires them to play in some sort of system.
Right.
If you can get to the 30 assist mark, which is what we saw in the win over the Bucks on Saturday, then I think you've got a shot to win games that maybe you shouldn't win. And the problem that we have with the Kings is that the first 19 games of the season is filled with games that you probably aren't going to be favored in. Like very few games that, if any, that you're going to be favored in from here until game like 20.
Yeah.
That's really difficult. And I'm not saying like the line in Vegas matters. I'm not saying that.
No.
But when you're not projected to beat anybody, then when you do get a win like you did in Milwaukee, it's grit, it's grind. It's like, how did you win that game? And can you bottle that and bring it to the next game? I don't know if that's possible against a team like Denver, especially Denver has monsters. Not only do they have Jokic, but you're the team that gave them Jonas Valanciunas. You know, and not only that, but they've got Aaron Gordon, who you don't have anyone to match up against and who just dropped 50 on somebody. Like, this is a tough matchup for the Kings, especially if you let some of their other players get hot. And that's something the Kings have done in the past.
Tough matchup for the Kings, regardless. And then Denver is coming off a loss to Portland.
Oh, yeah.
Denver's going to be pissed. And to your point on and we say the Kings aren't going to be favored. Again, not because Las Vegas knows everything, although they know a lot. But this is just to show that's saying a team is favored in a game is just an easier way to say who's the better team going in.
Yep.
Who's the better team on paper? Who do people who stand to make money off of this believe is the better team on paper? To that point, you're right, by the way. Complex's sweatshirt is insane.
Yeah.
Sorry, off-air conversation we had earlier. That was wild. He just walked by. So I don't think the Kings are going to be favored, a.k.a. considered the quote-unquote better team until November 26th.
Yes.
That is their 19th game of the season, and they were at home against the Phoenix Suns.
It's tough, man. This is the schedule does dictate like some of your wins and losses. Now, you have to rise above it, and you have to figure it out. And I'm hoping that Saturday is a moment where the collective realize that the way to escape this and the way to improve as a team is to highlight your strengths and not play individual basketball. Because I think, again, the ball gets sticky with this team quite often. And when that happens, it becomes like a very quick, like it devolves into something that's just ugly to watch and has very little chance of succeeding.
You want to make matters worse real quick?
Sure.
Denver hasn't played since Friday.
Oh, wow.
They've been chilling. Just stewing on their 109-107 defeat to the Portland Trailblazers.
Well, they had a couple of practices, so that's kind of what you do. You have a couple of practices to see if you can figure it out.
I do think this is probably, let's see, this is, Oklahoma City was definitely their toughest game of the year so far. But I think Denver surpasses it, barring something weird with the injury report.
Okay.
Because Oklahoma City didn't have Jalen Williams. They didn't have Chet Holmgren.
Yeah.
They were on the second night of a back-to-back. You're going into Denver to face a fully healthy Denver team, and Denver is a tough place to play because of the altitude. Talk about it all the time. And they haven't played in 2 days.
Yeah.
3 days? 3 days. They haven't played in 3 days.
Yeah,
it's 2 days off. This is so far the Kings' toughest game of the year. And again, I'm going into tonight, for me, the bigger deal is if they lose to Denver, it's not like, oh God, they've erased it's all terrible. But can you just go in and play well? They hung around in Oklahoma City. Can you hang around against Denver?
Yeah.
And if they out execute you down the stretch, well, that's it. That is the number 2 contender in the West right now. And that's what happens. The Kings just very clearly aren't there.
Yeah.
Now, if you go get steamrolled by 40, that's a little tougher.
It is. And then, you always hear this saying about, the first game back after a long road trip. Hey, the Kings don't have any built-in excuses. Again, we talk about their margin for error in the first 20 games of the season went out the window when they dropped 4 of their first 5. Margin of error is gone. Now it's time that you need to steal wins wherever you can. And I don't know if you can steal a win in Denver, but I think there is a possibility of it. My big concern is, before we get to starters, is the injury report for the Kings is not great. So we have Malik Monk and Keegan Murray out. Monk is out due to personal reasons. Levine is questionable with a low back soreness issue. Devin Carter is questionable with a right knee soreness. Dennis Schroeder is questionable with right hip soreness. That's a bad deal, especially when you look at the Nuggets, who Jamal Murray and Cam Johnson are both listed as probable. They're running in with pretty much their entire group of players.
Right.
And you're down at a minimum 2 of your top 6 players in Keegan Murray and Malik Monk. But on top of that, the potential for, again, a Zach LaVine, a Dennis Schroeder, your entire backcourt could be out. And then on top of that, Devin Carter could be out. You have no idea. So
good thing they have depth at guard.
Yeah, they do have lots of cards. Like maybe Keon Ellis gets to play 30-something minutes.
Hey, that would be nice.
There you go.
But yeah, man, you don't get to get steamrolled tonight and then lose to Golden State on Wednesday going, first game back after a long road trip, because then you get Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Denver, Atlanta.
And Atlanta's on the second night of a back-to-back at home.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, you're playing a home back-to-back against Denver.
Brutal spot for the Kings.
Yeah, it's just not good. Denver and Atlanta back-to-back.
You expecting the same 5 starters for Sacramento? Schroeder, Westbrook, LaVine, DeRozan, Sabonis?
No, because they went away from Westbrook. If Schroeder's out, I expect Westbrook to start. If LaVine is out, I expect Keon Ellis to start.
Okay.
Outside of that, I think if Devin Carter is out, and with Malik Monk out, that's where you need Russell Westbrook's energy off the bench. So if you can somehow get away from Russell Westbrook starting, that's a good thing. I think they'll use one of the young bigs to match up against Aaron Gordon to start the game, whether it's Isaac Jones or whether it's Dylan Cardwell. I think you'll get that starting lineup. But I think we'll have to wait and see. Doug's used in 6 games, he's used 5 different lineups.
I would not start Dylan Cardwell tonight. In fact, I wouldn't play Dylan Cardwell tonight.
Okay.
I feel like that is one of those things where he would just he played 5 minutes and was a -12 the other day. I don't think he's there. And I feel like a team like Denver is going to put him in every disadvantageous situation, and the Kings just don't have the horses to help him.
I get that. I do think that there is a way in which he can at least match up physically with Aaron Gordon. Just, like he's not going to get shoved around by Aaron Gordon. And so I think that that's the one place that you might be able to slow him down, because there's a big difference between him having to start against Giannis Antetokounmpo and start against Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon is a very, very talented player, but he's more, even though he just came up with a 50-point game the other night, he's more of a 15 to 18 point per game guy. And so that's where I kind of look at, like, I might play the matchups a little bit more.
I think Dylan Cardwell would get fried by Aaron Gordon.
Well, of course, but so is Isaac Jones, and so is DeMar DeRozan, and so is Russell Westbrook.
You're saying to start Drew Eubanks is what I'm hearing.
I'm not saying start Drew Eubanks. You have not heard me say that once, that I would recommend starting Drew Eubanks, although he did have a really good game against Milwaukee.
Who's your matchup of the game, James Sam?
It's Domas versus Twin Towers. He's going to have to go in there, and you're going to battle Jokic, who's probably still the greatest player in the NBA at this point. It's him,
he's so ridiculous.
He is so ridiculous, and he's having a down year where he's averaging like 20, 12, and 12.
Sure,
like he's averaging a triple double right now, but his points per game are down. Like, that is such a brutal matchup. And then when you think, oh great, he's stepping off the court, no, now you get to get beat up by a mountain man. Like Jonas Valanciunas, we got to see him last year in Sacramento. Like, his minutes are physical and like aggressive, and he's going to rebound and he's going to shove you around. Like, I feel bad for Domas in this game, because when you get done, you're going to be bruised.
Yeah.
Tough.
At some point, the Kings are going to put Russell Westbrook on Aaron Gordon, and I'm fascinated to see those minutes.
Yeah, I do think it's interesting that when Malik Monk is out, they'll use Russell Westbrook in the post, but then that's when Devin Carter gets to play.
Right.
If Malik is there, it allows them to use Russell Westbrook down below. But if Malik is gone, they have been using Russell as that lightning rod off the bench.
Yeah.
I still think that they might do that tonight.
How do the Kings beat the Nuggets? Well, we'll have keys to victory. 3 from each of us. Well, I mean, technically it's only 5.
Yeah, because we have the same
key.
We
have the same key for one of them. But still, I think it's a pretty important key. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
All right, so I saw the Brett Siegel report, and this is, again, friends don't let friends. I just
hang on 1 second, James.
Yeah.
All right, Brett Siegel report.
Yeah, so Brett Siegel is reporting, I don't know what his exact words are, but the Kings may waive Isaac Jones, according to Brett Siegel, in order. So thanks. Brett Siegel reported on X that the Kings are likely waiving Isaac Jones to create a spot for Precious Achiuwa. This could bolster their center depth amid injuries. Blah blah blah. I don't know. Like, what I've heard is we have 15 players under contract. Again, Isaac Jones is one of the players who are not under contract, who is on a non-guarantee deal. But I don't know. Well, let me see. Okay. Here's what Brett said. It is sounding like the Kings will be waiving. Boy, this is got to work on that. Will be waiving Isaac Jones if they can come to an agreement with Precious Achiuwa. Sacramento has been interested in adding more front court depth with Keegan Murray out. Kings interested in Achiuwa was first reported by Jake Fisher. Boy, that's some.
So the Kings will acquire Precious Achiuwa if they can acquire Precious Achiuwa.
Yeah, and they may be, waiving. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, waiving anyone else doesn't make a ton of sense. Although I would continue to say Doug McDermott hasn't played in a game.
How much time do we have? We have about 90 seconds. All right, I'm going to go make a play.
All right.
You might have to bring us back.
All right. Yeah. I don't know if John Poles. I'm not 100% sold on this. Yeah. I mean, and the Kings don't have a ton of cap space. Let's say this, he hasn't been playing, and Doug Christie did not show faith in him last season at all. He's a good kid, but I don't know. Yeah, Kyle, the problem is that those who have guaranteed contracts that could be packaged as part of a trade later in the season. Especially Sarge is 5 point whatever million. That just has it might have value as a toss in to match salary. It's kind of why I didn't understand trading Jalen McDaniels last year. Laravia's been solid. He has. Nothing the Kings could have done there.
Timing. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia helping us out on the ones and twos. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we will hand it off to D'Lo and KC. And those guys will take you up to 4:00. We have not talked at all about the 49ers win over the Giants yesterday. We're going to do that in 20 minutes. Now, mad props to get to. Got to talk about Christian McCaffrey potentially stamping his Hall of Fame case this year. Maybe. Another injury for the 49ers. We got a ton to break into with that coming up in about 15 minutes right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings at Nuggets. As the Kings wrap up their 4-game road trip in the Mile High City against one of the teams that I think if you were power ranking teams in the West going into the year, I think there was a very clear hierarchy of Oklahoma City 1, Denver 2. Going into the year.
Mm-hmm.
And that changes throughout the 82-game schedule. But Denver currently 3-2 behind the Blazers, Lakers, Spurs, and Thunder in the West. But I don't think anybody has any doubts that come April, May, the Nuggets are very much going to be in the mix. It's a steep hill to climb for the Kings to get their second consecutive win tonight.
Yeah, I think with Denver, what you like about their team is that they did a lot of sustainable moves during the offseason. They added depth at crucial positions. They brought in Jonas Valanciunas to back up Jokic. They brought in Cam Johnson, who is a better defender, sort of a better fit player than Michael Porter Jr. They brought in, Hardaway to be sort of a bench lightning rod. They brought back Bruce Brown to give them that defensive player. So they did a really nice job of adding 4 top tier rotational players that have roles. Yes. Like those are all like every single one of them is a role player for sure, but they're role players that support your superstar at center, your star guard and Murray. Like I think they did a really good job of just creating this rotation of 9-10 guys that can get you through almost any situation.
Yeah, man. I was going through their bench today, and every single guy on the bench is like, that guy'd be pretty useful for the Kings. Man, the Kings should get it. Should try and get that. Oh man, that guy doesn't play any minutes. Boy, he'd be a key part of the Kings rotation right now.
Yeah, they got a bunch of those guys.
They do a really nice job of what they've done. As we get to keys to victory here in a moment, but what they've done is they have established a direction for their roster. Built around the gravitational pull of Nikola Jokic, and they have very specific roles for everybody and a very specific idea of how everybody's going to contribute.
Totally. Go out there and do your job tonight. Yep. We're not asking you to do more or less. Just go out there and do your job.
Yep.
And we'll be just fine.
Yep. That's how it's going to go. All right. Keys to victory for the Sacramento Kings tonight at Ball Arena. James Ham. What? Someday I'm going to get this right. James Ham, number
1. Next man up. The Kings are missing Malik Monk. They could be without Levine, Schroeder, and who's the Devin Carter. They could be without, at least 1, 2, 3 extra guys. Like somebody else has to step up and be part of what's happening here and give them a shot to somehow beat this team. And that means more Russell Westbrook. It means more Keon Ellis. Whatever it is, somebody's going to have to step up because this team is undermanned, especially with Keegan Murray still out.
Yeah, I it feels like the Kings' entire philosophy right now needs to be next man up because there's not a set rotation. Some nights you're going to play 13 minutes. Other nights you might start and play 25. And you just kind of have to be ready to produce in whatever way you're being asked to produce. It's not ideal, but it's kind of the reality of what the Kings are dealing with right now, particularly with Keegan Murray out. And once they're fully healthy and they get 25, 30 games into the season and we have a better idea of what everybody is and what this team is and the direction it's going, then you can sort it out then. But right now, like we don't even, their entire starting lineup hinges on who's available, who's not. If one guy's out, it changes who the 5th starter is. If a different guy's out, it changes who the 5th starter is. I think that this is just going to kind of be that next man up mentality is how they're going to have to treat the first quarter of the season.
Yeah, up until Keegan Murray's return, and whether that's, 8 games from now or 12 games from now, whatever it is, you're going to be mixing and matching lineups until that happens. And then when he gets back, he'll help you reestablish who your core group is that is going to play every night.
Number 1 for me, you got to make Nikola Jokic work. And I think Domantas Sabonis specifically does a nice job of this, where, man, that high motor, that going for every rebound, that contesting every time Nikola Jokic is in the paint, guarding him outside of the painted area. I think just he's going to get his points. He's going to get his assists. He's going to get his rebounds. He's going to get his stats. You're not going to stop Nikola Jokic, but can you make him expend maximum effort in doing so is, I think, something the Kings have had success with against him in the past. And I think it's what you have to continue doing.
Yeah. And I would point out he's down, last year he averaged 29.6 points per game, right? Second in MVP balloting. This year he's at 20.4. He's down 9 points per game. He's raised his rebound number up by almost 2. He's still averaging 10.8 assists. Like, this is such an elite player, but
Jeez.
he's not shooting the ball at all from three. He's not shooting well. He's shooting 23.8% versus 41.7% last year. He's kind of done the same exact thing that Domas has done, where the 3-point shot that was so excellent last year has just like disappeared for both of them. And you kind of wonder what's going on there, but I expect him to figure it out because he is one of the best in the game.
Against Golden State in a overtime loss on October 23rd, Jokic went 8 of 23 from the field and 2 of 13 from three.
Oof.
Since then, from three, 0 for 3, 0 for 0, 1 for 2, 2 for 3.
Yeah.
He's just stopped shooting.
Yeah, you're really hoping that he doesn't rediscover his 3-point shot tonight.
Would it shock anybody?
Nope.
No, not even a small amount. Jokic, you're right. Having a quote unquote down year by his standards, and still his points, rebound, assist numbers from his last 5 games: 21, 13, and 10, 14, 14, and 15, 25, 19, and 10, 21, 12, and 10, 21, 14, and 9.
So a triple double almost every single night except for one of those games.
Yes.
Yeah. He's good.
The 21, 12, and 10 was in 28 minutes.
Yeah.
It's against New Orleans.
That's crazy.
Man. Yeah, the analysis, the takeaway here, Nikola Jokic, good player.
He is.
Listen to the Insiders every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 12 on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Number 2.
Find a way. I looked at this game against the Bucks, and it was just scrappy, and it was fighting, and it was getting knocked down, but getting back up off the ground. When you trail 15-2 in a game and you come back and win that game, that tells me something. But you got to do it more than once. You got to show that this is who you're going to be, that you're going to be scrappy, you're going to battle. And, sure, if you lose this game by, 6 points, or you lose a game at the buzzer or whatever, it still counts in the loss column. But I want to see that this team is finding an identity, and that identity right now is scrambling, it's scrappy, it's fighting, it's doing every single little thing, not turning the ball over, and like doing all of the little things that help you win a game, because at this point they have a bunch of talent, but they just don't have enough chemistry. And you're trying to build chemistry. Until you get that chemistry built, you got to just play like your hair's on fire.
Yeah, I think just to add a specific to that, the 30 assists, like that was finding a way offensively.
Yeah.
Keeping the ball moving, not allowing the Bucks to lock in on one player for a stretch of 3 or 4 possessions, not committing turnovers because you're running into traffic and then have nowhere to go with the ball. It was a little bit more what you're hoping to see from this version of the Kings offense. And I think that's something they have to, when you say find a way to keep doing that.
Yeah.
Because the defensive stuff, you're going to have to score a ton of points.
Yeah. And eventually, the schedule is going to shift a little bit, and you might be okay. Sure. But until that happens,
we're talking about tonight.
Until you get Keegan Murray back, you got to find ways to win games.
Number 2 for me, you got to contest Denver's threes.
Okay.
They do not shoot a ton of them, and they don't shoot it great, but they have a guy like Aaron Gordon. You leave Aaron Gordon wide open in the corner, he is going to knock those down. Christian Brown wide open above the break, he's going to knock that down. You let Jamal Murray get his feet set and shoot a 3, he's going to knock that down. You have to get out and contest, and they're going to attack some closeouts, fine. But I would rather run them off the line than let them shoot wide open threes that are undoubtedly going to be generated tonight.
Yeah, I would be worried about it as well. I would say, like right now, Jokic shooting 23.8 from 3. Christian Brown is shooting 18.2% from 3. Cam Johnson, 31.6% from 3. These are all really good 3-point shooters. You don't want to be the team that is the get right game, which I'm kind of concerned that that's what's going to happen, that this is going to be the get right game for a bunch of these good shooters who are having a bad start for Denver. Yeah,
Christian Brown isn't like a 40% 3-point shooter, he's better than 18%. Like at some point there's going to be the ascension to the mean.
Yeah.
You hope it's not tonight. And I think you could do that. Just you have to contest those threes.
Yeah, just so you know, he shot 39.7% from 3 last year, 38.4% the year before.
Well,
he's a 38% career 3-point shooter.
I'm an idiot.
And that's with the 18% this season. Yeah, he can shoot it.
Our next one is the same.
Yeah, we should just say it together. 1, 2, 3.
Everybody rebounds.
Everybody rebound, please.
Yeah, you had some numbers on this.
Yeah, the Kings are 30th in the league in rebounding, 27th in both offensive and defensive rebounds. They are bad at every aspect of rebounding, and I'm gonna part of that is that Domas missed the first game of the season, and he's the best rebounder in the league. He's 3-time rebounding champ in a row. But the other problem is you don't have Keegan Murray, and when you don't have Keegan Murray, that means that you need rebounds from Russell Westbrook, you need rebounds from DeMar DeRozan, you need rebounds from every guard that steps on the floor. Everybody has to help Domas. Because in tonight's game, everyone should be aware, Domas could struggle to get to 10 rebounds. He's going up against the guy who is actually leading the league in rebounds right now in Jokic at 14-4 a game. But then when they go to the bench, Jonas Valanciunas is one of the biggest players in the league and certainly the strongest player in the league. Him and Steven Adams, I'd like to see them arm wrestle. But Domas is going to get shoved around and somebody else has to go get boards. I'm hoping for a little Russell Westbrook revenge game here. That would be fun.
To that point, the Denver Nuggets, Nikola Jokic leads the league at 14.4 rebounds a game. But the Nuggets are 9th in total rebounds, 2nd in defensive rebounding.
Yeah.
And they have a bunch of guys. Aaron Gordon will go and he's getting 5 boards a game. Jamal Murray, 5 boards a game. Jonas Valanciunas, 5 boards a game. Bruce Brown, 4 a game. Christian Brown, 4 a game. Cam Johnson, 3 a game. They have a bunch of dudes who will fly in. They're going to go for rebounds. And if Nikola Jokic isn't cleaning it up, somebody else is going to.
That's right. And they're going to try to shove Domas under the basket and not let him get the rebound.
Correct.
Somebody else has to go get it.
Somebody else has to go get it. Yeah. Russell Westbrook triple-double watch tonight?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm keeping an eye on. If the Kings do all those things, they have a chance to escape Denver with a victory, come up with a split on a road trip. But if they get a split on this road trip, not gonna throw a parade, not gonna hang a banner, not gonna start planning my playoff trip. But it'll make you go, huh.
Maybe a few people show up at the airport just to clap.
Don't do that. Hey, shall we guys won a game on November 3rd. Woo! Little applause. Light applause. Light applause. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings Nuggets tonight. Can't wait. We'll break it all down tomorrow on the Insiders from 10 a.m. to noon right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. My bad.
Do you hear that? Or is it just me?
Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah.
Cool. Let me see. Someone just tweeted something. I need to go back and find. Oh. A's announced new home start times for the 2026 season. This is per Martin Gallegos.
Okay.
Of the 53 night games in Sutter Health Park next year, 47 will be at 6:40. There will be 22 day games at West Sac, including 6 midweek 12:05 starts. That's cool. They really went away from all day games last year. Worried about the heat.
And then had a super mild summer. And now next summer it's going to be hot as hell.
Yep.
Ugh.
Yeah. No, Stevie B. Yeah. So I was going to get to this earlier. Do I think LaRavia being from SoCal was part of this decision to go to the Lakers, or was it just financial? I think Jake LaRavia being super young and the Lakers being interested in him played a huge role. I do. The Kings could only pay him X amount of money, and the Lakers barely overpaid that, and he chose to go to the Lakers. And it was because of how they acquired him from Memphis. Well, it was because Memphis had not picked up his his fourth-year option.
And if Luka Doncic or LeBron James reaches out, sends a text, and says, "Hey, it's LeBron and / or Luka.
Group text.
Would love to have you here." Like, all right, bet.
Well, that and I think
okay,
if
LeBron.
you look at the role he's playing, he's perfect for the role he's playing.
And he's cooking right now?
Yeah, he's shooting the ball great from three. Yeah, I just think, like, look, at the end of the day, it was more appealing for him to go to the Lakers. Like, his style of play, it's just way more appealing.
Averaging 13, 5, and 3 with a steal and a half a game right now.
13, 5, and 3. Yeah. And what's he shooting from three?
It's 12.9, 5.1, and 2.6, actually. He's shooting 50% from three, 60% from the field.
Yeah. Yeah, he's having a good time. There was another one you starred earlier.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to...
Yeah, I'll address if you want. Yeah. This has nothing to do with Doug Christie. He literally has a personal reason. And that's it. Like, I'm not going to divulge players' personal reasons. But it's a legit personal reason, and it has nothing to do with Doug Christie. It has everything to do with a personal reason that he's not there. So
this is not my... I would... Hand up. If I thought there was conspiracy theory here, I would have brought it up on the radio.
Oh, yeah, no. It's not a conspiracy theory.
I did it during the preseason when Malik practiced and talked to media and then didn't play the day they acquired Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
And I was like, uh-oh. If it was something like that, I would very openly talk about it.
Yeah.
It's not what it is.
Yeah, and I just, like, you guys could probably do some research and look around and figure something out. But we'll just let it sit with he's got a personal reason.
Jesse, just a heads up, we're going to do mad props here. Well, in this segment. Didn't go great for us, James.
Uh-oh.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Sports Talk on ESPN 1320 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Use Paramount Plus yesterday to watch the 49ers beat the New York Giants 34-24, the final score in that game. I want to dig into some of the specifics of that contest. Mac Jones played well again. Christian McCaffrey set another record and appears to be on track for setting another record this season. Another huge injury for the 49ers defensive line. But before we get to that, Jesse, if you're ready, it's time for Mad Props.
It's time for Mad Props.
I just said
2
that.
games, 2 props. Which number will he hire? That's for Kyle and James to decide.
And Jesse.
Here's Mad Props.
Yeah, it didn't go great for us this week. If you did not follow along on Friday, James, Jesse, and myself, we take 2 stats. Zach LaVine points or 49ers points was our first stat. And we say, hey, which thing do we think is going to be higher?
Mm-hmm.
And then we revisit it after the games. This is the Kings game Saturday against the Bucks, 49ers game Sunday against the New York Football Giants. And let's get underway. Zach LaVine points or 49ers points. We all thought Zach LaVine would outscore the 49ers. And when Zach LaVine put up 31, I went, we're all set.
Yeah,
and then the 49ers hung up 34.
This is one of those stupid ones. Like, in reality, you know what? We're right. Zach LaVine scored 31. Who expected the 49ers to put up 34 this week?
My goodness. It's cruising offensively the entire game.
Yes.
Save for the fumble right before the half.
A
good offensive showing for the 49ers. We'll talk about it more in a bit. Number 2, it was DeMar DeRozan points, rebounds, assists, or Mac Jones pass attempts. James, you and I were on the Mac Jones train here. We said Mac Jones is going to put the ball in the air. Jesse, you said no. DeMar DeRozan points, rebounds, assists. Mac Jones not going to throw it that many times. Jesse was exactly right on this one. 24 pass attempts for Mac Jones, 36 points, rebounds, and assists for DeMar DeRozan, who just the points, 29 points.
Beat him.
Did it by himself.
Yeah.
There we go. Big win.
Big time W for you. That's going to become a theme you'll notice as we go along here in Mad Props. Domantas Sabonis rebounds or Christian McCaffrey carries was number 3. James, you and I rocked with Domantas Sabonis, more thinking, man, good defensive line for the Giants. Don't know if the Niners are going to be able to block. It's going to be a pass-heavy game. So we both went Sabonis over Christian McCaffrey carries. Jesse, you hit this one on the head. You had Christian McCaffrey carries, 28 carries for Christian McCaffrey, just 13 rebounds for Domantas Sabonis. So not a bad game on the boards for Domas, but a Christian McCaffrey heavy game for San Francisco.
Yeah, we got to get those numbers up after the 8 the week before.
This is looking ugly.
Yeah,
I disagree. It's looking very beautiful right now.
Malik Monk assists for 49ers points. We scrapped this one, guys. Malik Monk did not play, so this is a no-go. We all had 49ers, so technically the Niners punted twice, and Malik Monk didn't have an assist, so technically we won, but we scrap it if the player doesn't play. Next one up, Keon Ellis made threes, or Eddie Pinheiro made field goals. Jesse and I rocked with Eddie Dinero. James, you went with Keon Ellis, who made 1 3. Eddie Pinheiro made 2 field goals. The Kings scored 135 points, and Keon only made 1 3.
That's wild.
Oof.
Only played 16 minutes.
Tough. Blame Mike Brown. The last one, Russell Westbrook made field goals, or George Kittle catches. We all rocked with 49ers tight end, who finished with 4 catches. Russell Westbrook finished with 4 made field goals. We have a push. Great job by me. That's a great number. That's great line setting. So if you were keeping track at home, James Ham, 0-4-1 this week.
Jesus.
Goose egg is tough.
I went 1-3-1.
Where did I go, Kyle?
And Jesse Tapia also played. All right, moving on.
Hey, read my standing. Read my record.
Jesse went 3-1-1 this week, off to a scorching hot start and a new Mad Prop season. It's a great job by Jesse Tapia.
I need a recount.
Yeah. You want a recount?
Recount from, we need to add in the old Mad Props now.
Oh, yeah, I'll say recount. I think you still have 0.
Oh, man. So that's Mad Props. The 49ers yesterday, man, certainly their most dominant win of the year. It was their first win that when they went up 20-7 to start the third quarter, I felt like, oh, okay, they're going to win. Barring something insane like a pick 6 or a fumble 6 or a blocked punt or something weird, I think they're going to win this game. I don't think the Giants have the horses to keep up with the 49ers. And then the Giants go down after the Niners make it 20-7, and they kick a field goal on 4th and 3 or 4th and goal from their own 3. It was a wrap at that point.
Yeah, other than the first drive, the Giants weren't ever really in this game.
No, they go down on their first drive.
Look like monsters, by the way.
12 plays, 10 plays, 65 yards, 64 yards, whatever it was, just were awesome. Only saw 1 third down. They score a touchdown. Their next 5 drives were punt, missed field goal. They went 38 yards on 18 plays.
Ooh. That's good defense, Kyle.
Very good defense.
Yeah.
Defense fell apart a little bit for the 49ers in the second half. I think they took their foot off the gas a little bit because they were up 3 scores. But still, the Giants make it 21-10. Niners make it 27-10. Giants make it 20-17. Niners answer back, make it 34-17. And at that point, the Giants scored a late touchdown and made it look a little bit more respectable. But here's where I'm at with the Niners this year. They shouldn't be 6-3 given their injury situation. And I'm letting this season play out, and we'll see where it goes. Super Bowl is not an expectation for me. Winning playoff games isn't an expectation for me. Can they just make the tournament?
Mm-hmm.
And right now they did what they had to do this week to stay on that track. And that's kind of it.
Yeah, we talked about it last week. It was like, if they can get this win, 11 is like pretty simple without
it's on the table.
Yeah, without winning any like extreme, better than coin flip games.
Yeah, you don't have to go beat the Rams. You don't have to beat the Colts. You don't have to beat the Seahawks.
Yeah. There's definitely a clear path for them to win 11 games without even like like us having 49er colored glasses on.
If they win the games they're favored in, They'll get to 11.
Yeah.
I think.
They're a high floor, low ceiling team right now. I think by
I
the end
agree.
of the season they'll be fighting for the wild card, if not just already in that spot. But when we get to playoff time, it's gonna be all right. Yeah, there's kind of levels to this. I think
Yeah,
Kyle Shannon
that's
said
it.
yesterday after the game that Brock Purdy pretty much said as much that he won't be 100% all season long. So just there's too much for them to overcome, I think.
Yeah,
and he's
man.
still not running the ball necessarily well. Like Christian McCaffrey played well, but I think he was like 3.8 yards per carry, still not over 4. Like there's just a lot of things that overcome still.
They had more explosive plays yesterday in the run game for sure. Brian Robinson looked good for the first time.
He did look really good. He had the big 18-yard touchdown.
Well, it was 5-yard carry, 10-yard carry, then the 18-yard touchdown in consecutive plays.
Yeah, like that was spectacular. For me, the one thing that did frustrate me, I don't understand why you're running Christian McCaffrey to burn the clock out in the late fourth quarter when Brian Robinson had such a good quality game.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm picking up my phone because my buddy Nate, salute to the homie Nate, is the best man in my wedding. He texted me at 12:39, so toward the end of the game.
Yep.
This is on the Giants' last drive. So the Giants have the ball with a couple of minutes left, down 17 points. And he said, "What are the odds Christian McCaffrey takes another gets another touch with the game over?" And I said, he's 100% running 3 times in the A gap to close this one. And then the Giants score. Niners get the onside kick, and I text him, these Christian McCaffrey garbage time runs are going to feed families. And sure enough, first down, run off the left side. Second down, run off the left side. Like, dude. And then 3rd and 1, they give it to Brian Robinson. He plods at the middle. They get the first down. The game's over. Christian McCaffrey does not need those 2 extra touches.
No, he does not at all.
I think they did it to get him over 100 yards. But, hey, in this situation, you cannot be doing that.
Yeah.
You're so beat up. He's had bilateral Achilles tendonitis and a PCL injury last year.
And he's pacing for like 434 touches.
I mean, every touch is going to matter.
Yes.
Pause. And you can't if you don't trust Brian Robinson with a minute and 12 seconds left or whatever it was.
Why is he on the roster?
Right.
At that point, you should trust Isaac Guerrero to go out there and run the ball 3 times.
Now, I understand they think Isaac Guerrero might fumble.
Yeah.
And you need to put the game away. You need a first down. Okay, that's fine. But you traded for Brian Robinson because you don't trust Isaac Guerrero.
Yeah.
So give it to... I don't want to... I'm not going to freak out about it. I was very shocked. The same way I was shocked that Jaden Daniels was in the game last night when he blew up his left elbow.
Yeah.
Down 38-7 with 7 minutes left.
And
what are we
now
doing here?
he's done for most of the year, if not,
I'd be very surprised. It's his non-throwing elbow, but I'd be very surprised if it's not a season ender for him.
And pretty much a season ender for Washington. Like,
oh yeah, get Washington on my face. We'll do Tuesday tiers tomorrow.
Yeah.
Washington State.
I'm with you.
But on the Jesse brought up Brock Purdy and that toe injury, Kyle Shanahan basically said the quiet part out loud because remember, Purdy injured his toe in week 1. The initial prognosis was, he's going to miss like 4 to 6 weeks. And then we heard, it's going to be on the lighter side of that 4 weeks. And then all of a sudden he's back in 2 weeks. And then he gets hurt again. And then there's reporting on Sunday Night Football when in week 7 in the Niners-Falcons game where we see that, this is one of those injuries that he could just take a false step going up the stairs. And it puts him back at square one.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle Shanahan said it yesterday. He's probably not going to be at 100% all season. So I go back to the question. This is not, again, I do not think there's a quarterback controversy. I think what you're seeing with Mac Jones is the 49ers offense just working. At some point, you're going to run into a team a la the Houston Texans who have your offense figured out, and you need a quarterback who's going to make off-schedule plays.
Mm-hmm.
And Brock Purdy does that well enough that it changes the ceiling for the 49ers offense. But when you look at the Carolinas and Chicago's and Cleveland's and all that left on their schedule, you go, all right, Mac Jones can probably beat those teams. But you have to bring Brock Purdy back at some point if he's deemed healthy enough to play, even if he's not 100%. But Mac Jones is also 5-2 as a starter this year.
Maybe they're doing like the reverse of like tanking. Maybe they're trying to build the value of Mac Jones so high that when they get to the offseason, they can trade him for gold. See, it's Mac Jones. I mean, like, look, he went 5-2 as a starter.
But now has Mac Jones proven himself to be so valuable that unless you're getting like a first-round pick back for him, you can't trade him?
Yeah, maybe.
Seriously.
He's playing really well.
So I'm still in the camp. I think the Niners are going to bring Purdy back at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm still in the camp that, hey, if you think, all right, you've got breathing room at 6-3, and you might lose to the Rams, but then you're sitting at 6-4 going into a game. I think it's against Carolina. Like, yeah, start Mac another week. If every week that Mac Jones starts is Brock Purdy being a little bit healthier, I think you have to string the Mac Jones thing out as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, and I mean, this weekend, he could turn into a pumpkin against the Rams.
Sure, in which case, cool. All right, now it's time. Brock's got to come back.
Yeah.
But as long as, again, it hasn't been perfect, I don't think Mac Jones is in the MVP conversation or anything crazy like that. Like I said, I still think the ceiling for the offense is still relatively low, especially when you get into playoff scenarios. But if we talk about with the Kings, keeping your head above water, just figure out a way to win the damn game. Mac Jones is figuring out a way to just win the damn game. Or the 49ers are figuring out a way to win the game with it.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, you're doing this. The one thing that you did see is against the Texans, his inability on that day to sustain drives killed their defense.
Yep.
Like their defense was ragged by the end. And we talked about how, like, you looked at the tackle totals and they had 90 total tackles versus 45 for the other team. You were on the field the whole game.
So much.
Yeah. Bethune, is he just like a collector of tackles? Like, he had 16 combined tackles yesterday.
Over the place, dude.
Yeah, it's great to see a young guy like, hey, just go for it.
Had a nice pass break up in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting better.
A little bit of bad news yesterday. At least we assume it's going to be bad news. Kyle Shanahan said that rookie Mykel Williams, the number 11 overall pick, is feared to have his torn ACL. He just kind of went down awkwardly when he was a weird play. You didn't see the knee like buckle. He just I don't know if he just took an odd step or something, but as he was going to the turf, he landed on his knee and then rolled over and was grabbing at his knee and pounding on his helmet. Like, you, as a player, you know.
Yeah.
It sure seems it. Nick Bosa, when he went down, was immediately like, yeah, I'm toast. Like, this is done.
Yeah, the Williams one was weird because it looked like maybe he could have like hurt his kneecap. That's what I thought right off the bat.
Yeah, that was the McCaffrey and Ricky Pearsall injuries. They hurt their PCLs banging their knees into the ground.
Yeah, yeah.
And I thought that's what it was. But the way he reacted, it was like, oh, something's not right. And then you see him limping off the field. You see him limping off after the game. He's got to get an MRI today. Kyle Shanahan says they did the testing on the sideline. They fear that it's a torn ACL. And it's not that Mykel Williams is the difference in the 49ers going to the playoffs or not.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're as injured as they are, this is where they're at. They're starting defensive ends to start the year were Nick Bosa and Mykel Williams. Both Bosa gone to an ACL. Mykel Williams likely gone to an ACL. The number one rotational defensive end was Bryce Huff, who is out with a hamstring injury. Mm-hmm. The number two rotational defensive end was Yetur Gross-Matos, who just had a setback with his hamstring injury, according to Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area. And he is likely headed to IR, where he'll miss at least 4 more weeks. And he's been out since the Rams game in week, 5? So 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, he's been out 4 weeks already. And he'll miss a minimum of another 4.
Yeah, I don't.
What do you do? What do you do here? The 49ers have missed more games collectively than any team since Kyle Shanahan has taken over. They've already completely overhauled their medical staff and their training staff. They used to have a player like strength and conditioning staff and then a training staff, which was, the stretching, treatments, things like that. They've combined those. They've married those 2 departments. They did that after the 2020 season. But now they're continuing to have the setbacks with knee injuries, setbacks with hamstring injuries, guys tearing ACLs at what seems like an inordinate rate.
Yeah.
Or having, I shouldn't say tearing ACLs. That's the wrong thing to say. Having these major injuries at a crazy rate. And I don't know what to do. you fire everybody again in the medical staff and try again? Do you do that? Do you find a team that is very healthy and go to their medical staff and say, hey, we will double what you're making. Will you come over here? Can you do something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the Knicks tried to do with NBA head coaches? I don't know what to do though, man.
Yeah, I don't think that there is just like a right answer. Certainly you can work to build like the strengthened legs around the ACL, but there's no surefire way to stop it from happening. And, like the Fred Warner injury, it was just a freak accident.
Right.
And so often we see that. And then on top of that, while you have these injured players, you also have Trent Williams playing every game so far. Knock on wood,
man.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey's been
Christian McCaffrey, like every game he's out there. You just don't know. Like the NFL has become that, and I really do believe that the 17 game schedule is a holy nightmare for the players, and not expanding the rosters just does not make sense at all. This isn't chess.
17 games with one bye.
Yeah,
the NFL, and I know we gotta step aside in a second for the handoff, but the NFL has become, it feels like every week, because it's not just the 49ers. The Lions defense was horribly banged up last year. The Commanders went to the NFC title game last year. Terry McLaurin's hurt. And
now Daniels is shot.
Jaden Daniels is hurt. They got a bunch of injuries on defense. They have the injury problem. Puka Nacua has been hurt a couple of times.
Austin Eckler.
Yeah. Joe Burrow is hurt. Like, you start going down the Mike Evans, Chris Godwin for Tampa Bay. The NFL season has become less about who's the best team, and it's just more every week. Like, okay, what major injuries are going to happen this week, and what teams are going to be knocked off because of it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
You don't want your league to become a war of attrition, and that's what it feels like the NFL is becoming.
And my fantasy football team.
And everybody's fantasy football team.
It's brutal.
It is just awful. But we'll continue talking about the 49ers injury situation because I doubt it changes anytime soon. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kenny Caraway and Damian Barling going to join us next. It's D-Lo and KC coming in for the handoff. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings and their big win over the Milwaukee Bucks, and then we'll look ahead to tonight against the Denver Nuggets right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, we are.
What was that? Hello. Victor Conte has passed away. He's the Balco guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
75 years old, pancreatic cancer.
Damn.
R.I.P. Victor Conte.
Wish I knew him.
You're here for the clear or the cream?
Oh, 10 times out of 10. Hey, rub this on your forearm. Sure, guy, whatever you say.
Okay.
You got it.
That's how Barry Bonds became the GOAT.
It is kind of insane that they say the cream and the clear. That is nuts. That's wild.
Let that go back in the day. Not on this show.
R.I.P. Looky.
Never looked at those.
And kill the mics one more time.
Oh.
And we're back. Yeah, Luke McCaffrey out for the season. That looked like a broken collarbone right away.
Bro. Enunciate when you say Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Settle down.
I don't.
I didn't
yeah,
see
I
the.
just
I didn't
heard
see the.
McCaffrey.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lucas, brother of Luke.
do we have a middle name?
Lucas
LMC.
Luke McCaffrey,
Ooh.
the
Don't play like
wide
that.
receiver for the Washington Commanders.
Here's even more difficult. According to Pro Football Reference, Luke McCaffrey doesn't have a middle name.
Oh,
Me and my dad have the same name, except he don't have a middle name.
That doesn't make any sense because Christian McCaffrey is Christian Jackson McCaffrey.
that's too many. No, I don't like
Maybe
that.
just skip the
Christian
nonsense with the second
Jackson.
kid. Like, what's the point of the
Christian
middle name? Anyway?
Jackson.
Jackson, it all makes sense now.
Yeah, right. We should just call him
It
Jackson.
all makes sense.
Mhm.
Hey man, I get these notifications from Apple News. Some of these headlines are so funny. France from National Geographic. France's strangest epidemic wasn't the bubonic plague. It was a dance. Like, nah, man, there's no dance.
All right, man.
No.
Do you, Apple?
Bubonic plague, overrated? We'll talk about it next.
Yeah, I mean, you do know the Ring Around the Rosie song is about
Yes.
the bubonic plague.
Yes.
Did not know that till right now.
Yeah. Now look at the lyrics to it, and you'll be like, "Pocket full of posies." They put flowers in people's pockets because the smell of death was so bad.
Is it the plague or
Bro, the games they used to
The
play
Black
back then
Death?
were so
Leprosy?
weak.
No, it's the plague. It's
okay?
Yeah.
Having fun back then seems miserable.
We
Hey.
don't talk about the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh,
no. Yeah, but I mean, ashes. They burn the bodies.
yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Every kindergartner's favorite
It's
game
like
to
the
play.
movie 1988 or the Brave New World.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Hell of a start to this segment.
What?
I got all dark.
Wrong with it?
Nothing like a little
What is-
death and children's.
What is
Yeah,
your
that's
favorite
what I'm
game about the bubonic plague?
Yeah, let's talk. Is
It's
the
hard to
bubonic
narrow it
plague
down.
overrated?
No.
Some are saying.
So we're
You know,
saying-
we really missed the plot when it comes to the bubonic plague.
I mean, there was a dancing epidemic that was way worse.
Way worse.
Shout out to National Geographic for the headline. I have a Kings question for you guys that I would like to get to, but I would like to, if we can, very quickly. Damian Barling, I'm going to start with you. How was Halloween?
Oh,
Your
it was
costume
terrific.
Yeah, that was a fire
yeah,
costume.
was
by the way.
dynamite.
Stuff.
The makeup
fire.
was A+.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Check it out at Damian's Instagram.
Hell yeah.
That was a blast. That was all Katie. She was like, we're gonna wear a costume, and I said, oh, I'd love to. One condition is it's got to be something related to Michael Jackson. So she found the Thriller get up real quick, and she was like, well, come home and do the makeup. And I was like, okay, so I'm Zombie Mike. Do we have to thrash the costume? And we didn't have time because we had to thrash hers because she was one of the dancers from the setup. So man, it was our neighborhood. I don't know if this was a product of Friday night or what, but our neighborhood was jumping. It was terrific. We had a blast.
Product of where you live.
You think so?
Yeah, my neighborhood was not jumping.
Oh man, like
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
our neighborhood was crazy.
Luna West was going crazy.
And
Luna
Did they
West
steal
was
all your
going
candy?
Crazy.
No, actually, so I will happily accept. Go ahead, right here. I will accept your to bottom screen here. Apology. All $80 gone. All teenagers responsible. And
Do live in a good neighborhood.
we arrived. I felt bad, like we arrived back home because the little ones were kind of petering out a little bit. So we got back, and it was the last group, and it was like, oh, there's only a little bit left. I was like, oh, it's take the rest. Like you know, it was just a couple extra pieces for each of the kids. I was like, oh, take the rest, and it was like, oh, this is it. And then, but it's like 8:30, So at that point, it's just teenagers that are left. So like a big group, I was like, sorry, man. Like we just ran out. Oh, no problem. They just went to the next door. But then I had to cut the lights off and close the window and do the whole, don't come here.
Set up
gimmick.
a perimeter around the house.
Yeah, it was tough. I felt bad, but I felt bad, but I knew at that time of night it had to be just the teenagers that were left. So
we're apologizing.
Yeah,
not apologizing now. Yeah. Whoa, what is this?
Yeah, no, it's for you to make your apology.
Not on there.
No, we can't. This is a new button, dog.
What the hell button was that?
Watch. Okay, I'm gonna add you. See, when you hover over, there's maximize. You can still hear me. Everybody can still hear me.
Oh yeah.
You're just featured front and center in the screen. I'm so sure.
Just say sorry.
I'm not apologizing. $80 worth of candy is still crazy.
And I did. It wasn't even enough.
Kenny.
No. Shout out to those well-behaved.
Yeah.
All right.
No, man, that's a shoot because there were videos on Nextdoor of like kids, dumping things into their backpack. Like you little.
Bro, they stole all the Halloween candy from my house one time, and it was literally just the kids who live like 5 doors down.
Come on, man.
Come on.
One time they stole the bowl, and then I found the bowl.
I told you, they steal the bowl sometimes.
Down the street in the bushes, and I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" I had to go climb in the bushes, and
youths are just
just horrible.
We did.
Thankfully, they didn't steal that dish. It was a pretty nice dish.
Then it would have been $130 worth of candy.
Kids are now pissed. Oh, we should have taken the dish. It was worth something.
Damien, I know this is beneath you, but when you get that dish, man, go to Dollar Tree.
No, I know. You're right.
Hey,
you're right.
Orange Halloween.
You're right. No,
we just use a bucket that we have in the garage. It doesn't currently have anything in it. We're just like, here, the candy goes in there.
So covered candy.
Yeah.
Dame's out there putting a silver bowl out there. Oh, it looks like he might have with that.
With a big silver scoop.
Yeah.
A silver scoop. Solid gold.
We sit out front in chairs and we just kind of listen to music and we hang out this year. And then we just have the bucket. And when kids come up, we just set the bucket up and they come out. We had probably, including teens, we had probably like 15 kids come to our house.
Oh, wow.
It was like nothing.
Oh, that is, yeah.
That's how my
just
block
brutal.
is.
We have so much candy left. And we were telling the kids as they would come up, like, because kids reach in, they're very respectful. Every single person who comes to our, so respectful, so nice.
Yeah.
They reach in and they grab like a piece, and I'm like, y'all, we've been here for 45 minutes. You're the second people who have come by. Grab a handfuls, like do. And people were, and we still have so much candy left. But I did the Modelo's thing this year. I filled up a cooler with water and Modelo's. Yeah. Huge hit.
Mm.
We had a family come back around. The guy goes, first time meeting them, he goes, "Can we get seconds?" Like, yeah, bro, come on. I got a bunch of these. Like, take however many you want. And he goes, "Hey, we're having tequila down at the house later if you want to come by." I'm like, "Whoa, no,
so
absolutely not."
So another thing that was really great
about
about Friday night, every other house, I guess I got to get hip to this. Every other house, they was projecting the game on the
that was crazy.
The garage doors.
Yeah.
Oh,
the game was everywhere.
Like, I didn't miss a
Out.
second of that game because every other house that thing was streaming on the garage.
You're in that rich people neighborhood.
That's facts. Yeah,
I've never once walked down the street. Oh yeah, they got the game on the garage doors here.
Do you know where I had the game?
That,
in my neighborhood, it was on my phone.
Well, there was one poor guy who was. It was
poor guy. That's
the guy
crazy.
watching the game.
He had a small house.
Poor guy.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Damn.
I meant poor guy who was sitting on the step as his kids were walking. He had the phone in his hand and a bottle of scotch like right next to him. And he's just, I was like, "Hey man, you good?" And he looks up and goes, "Dodgers, man. Come on, Dodgers." I was like, "All right, buddy, like you got it." So hang in there, pal. You're all right.
Yeah, that was
the game. The game was last 2 years. It's usually always around World Series time.
Mm-hmm.
At least in my neighborhood, the game always on.
That makes me so happy. Like, I know that people around here feel some type of way about the Dodgers winning and stuff, but just the fact that the World Series mattered that much to people this year was really cool. Well, I like that it caught people's attention.
I think the World Series was really good too.
Right.
And like the next morning, Saturday morning, I took Sprout out for a walk, and this guy who I've never met before, the dogs greet each other. Name? I have no idea.
Oh, okay. You never met the dog either.
But I never met the dogs before. And they're kind of like playing and interacting. And he goes, "Hey, did you happen to watch Game 7 last night?"
That's cool.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, it was
baseball."
He was like, "That's one of the greatest games I've ever seen." And he was like, I don't have a rooting interest, so like I enjoyed it.
Mhm.
I said, yeah, sports without a rooting interest is a beautiful,
The
beautiful
best.
thing.
I had a rooting
wanna-
interest, and it was still great. It was
Yeah,
fantastic. It was I made the tweet. I'm trying to find it.
While you do that, can I shout out Chicago Fire downtown real quick?
Sure.
Am I allowed to do that? The one on Jay.
Want to.
Okay.
No, we went to a bar,
Mhm.
and we had me and my wife and my in-laws. We had some drinks there, and we're watching on my phone. We watched through the ninth on my phone, and we're like, all right, we got to get out of here. Let's go find a TV to watch on. And we walked down. Is a block and a half down. We found Chicago Fire. They're about to close, but we sat in. We go inside and we just sit down on the front bench right there because they got all the TVs. Manager walks up and goes, "Do you guys are you guys here to eat?" And we're like, "No. Is it cool if we sit and watch a game?" He was like, "Absolutely. Can I get you anything? You want anything to eat or drink?" We're like, "No, we're good." Another guy came up about 15 minutes later. "You guys need anything? You happy?" Like whatever. They could not have been more accommodating to 4 people who just wanted to sit and watch a baseball game.
That's what's up.
It was.
This
a
was for
blast.
Game 7.
Yeah, it was for Game
that's
7.
awesome.
Yeah,
That's
so we
what's up.
watched the last couple innings there. It was great.
This is amazing.
Big up
Salute.
to that Chicago Fire.
To your tweet.
on J Street. Twins Braves 91.
Yep.
Yankees Diamondbacks 01. Giants Royals 14.
Great one.
Guardians Cubs 16.
Okay.
Astros Dodgers 17, and now Blue Jays Dodgers 25. These are the best World Series in my lifetime. I'm 42 years old.
Twins
Yeah.
Braves, I'll never forget.
I was a
This
little
might
young
be-
for that one.
This might be one.
This one just had
Man,
so
that
many.
Twins Braves one was
Twins
really
Braves.
good.
This
Astros
one-
Dodgers was crazy too.
This one just had so many moments of like, especially just in that, in all the close games, the 18-inning game,
Mhm.
Game 6, Game 7 was the 18 innings. Game 3
Game 3. Yep.
had so many. Bottom of the ninth in Game 7, excuse me, 1 out, bases jacked. Like they even bottom of the 11th, they got first and third, 1 out with Alejandro Kirk at the plate in a 1-run game. Like it felt like there were so many just drama-filled pitches.
What was it? Kershaw came in with the 18-inning game, I think.
Yeah,
with the
Oh,
bases
yeah.
Kershaw
loaded.
came in with the bases jacked and 2 out. Like just it felt like there were more singular moments in that series than
Yeah, Rustog
Than I remember
and I
recently.
think Kyle, when I tweeted it out, talked about 97 Indians Marlins, and that should be on that list because it was a Game 7. You got Edgar
Mhm.
Renteria, a classic. I don't remember anything outside of that.
Mhm.
That hit,
Yeah.
damn near.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it shouldn't be on there, but that won't be the case with this
Sure.
World Series. This was an iconic
Even
World
the-
Series, man.
even the end of Game 6 with the line drive and the catch and the throw and the pick by Rojas, and then
Yeah.
Rojas being the guy who hits the home run. It's amazing. Anyways,
The 86
Kings.
World Series for me was like
86 was a good one.
Well,
It is in my
incredible.
lifetime, too,
Mhm.
so, yeah.
Red Sox Mets.
it's the handoff. The insiders, James Ham and myself, Kyle Madsen, D'Lo and KC here. Where does it feel to you guys like Sacramento has sort of settled into where they're going to be in the West this year? Because I look around the West, like Portland right now is 4-2. I don't think Portland's going to be hanging out near the top of the West all season. I don't think the Lakers are necessarily going to be hanging out around the top of the West for the rest of the season. I feel like the Kings, though, kind of where they are in that kind of back end of the play-in range, it just feels like they've already kind of settled into where they're going to be. They're going to win some games that they have no business winning, like going into Milwaukee against a fully healthy Bucks team and winning that one. And it feels like they're going to probably lose some games that they shouldn't lose. And they're going to be, where are they right now? Tied for 12? Yeah, tied for 12 with Dallas. Ahead
Yeah.
of Utah, ahead of New Orleans, in the mix with Phoenix, Dallas, and Memphis.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll be anywhere from, just for argument's sake, we could say 12, but 8 to 12 all year long.
Mhm.
That when we get down to the final couple weeks of the season, I see them jockeying for one of those playing spots, and that's a 500 team that's around a 500, give a game or two plus or minus, where those guys usually hang out. So, yeah, I can see that.
The thing that frustrates me is like I think I guess the answer is yes, but they're more talented than Phoenix. I mean, Phoenix at 3-4 now, they were brilliant against Wemby, like to hand San Antonio a loss, but like I don't think that's a particularly great basketball team. Like
No.
Portland, I think is going to come back to earth, and then it'll be very interesting watching how Memphis develops over the course of the next month or so with what's going on with them. But I think Saturday was like kind of a reminder. Hey, man, this team is talented. I feel like we said this. I might have said it last year or the year before. The Sacramento Kings can step on the floor on any given night and beat the team that they're playing.
Sure.
They can absolutely beat anybody, and not the old any given Sunday thing. Like, no, they can outplay just like they did. They can win games. They hit the 30 assist threshold for the first time. They won the rebounding battle by 1, but it's the first game they out rebounded their opponent. Like, there's things that they can do. I think I'm curious to see how tonight goes. I'll say that. I think they're better than a lot of those teams we just mentioned, though, that are in a, even if it's by a game, a better position than them right now.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
Phoenix is a terrible basketball team. They are not good.
I'm waiting for the resiliency moment, and I thought we saw that on Saturday, where they showed a resiliency that we saw like back in the first Beam team. But you got to do it more than once. It can't be like every third game you're desperate for a win, and you somehow find a way to scrape out. You have to start building something, and I do see like the outline, and I'm really intrigued to see what this team looks like when they get Keegan back.
Yeah,
because I do think it helps them like just rebalance everything. I don't know what it's going to mean for Keegan, because he's going to show up and it's going to be like, hey man, the party's been going on for a while here. You're a little late. You probably need to go, find the shot glasses and catch up. But
don't do that, by the way.
You're probably not going to.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that.
He's going to be playing from behind all year because he's missed all this time, and everyone else has kind of like established who they are. But I still think like defensively and versatility wise, he's going to help this team a lot.
You are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. I don't know, man. The Bucks shot 60% from the floor and 47% from 3. Like I think the Kings had a good offensive day.
And they got some
and the Bucks
good
missed
calls.
a bunch of free throws.
They did get some good calls too down the stretch.
Yeah, no, for sure. I didn't see like some like massive turnaround, like, oh, there's the real Kings. Like, nah, man, they're just they happened to win that one.
What I did see though, and I'm still trying to hammer it out, give it a little time, but the toughness. No, there was none there.
Okay,
there's none there. No. Let go.
Okay.
I saw that I was in the vicinity. I let go. Hands up.
Yeah, all right.
Kept it moving. The toughness that this team has. I think I hate to use this word because we throw it around so much in this city, but there are some dogs on this roster. There are some guys that are going to compete. There are some guys that won't back down. We saw that a little bit I go back to that Phoenix game, and as disappointing as that was, I look in that third quarter and I saw Phoenix isn't a good team, but between D-Book, between Dylan Brooks, between Royce O'Neal, the game got really, really physical. Really physical. And the Kings weren't ready for that. They thought it was going to be easy. They thought the Suns, sorry, like, we got this. It got physical. And in that fourth quarter, they answered the physicality. They got just as chippy. They didn't take no steps back. They were right there for that. And it always stands out to me. And we saw that in the Milwaukee game, whether it's the Bobby Portis moment or whatever happened as the game went along. They showed me that they are a competitive, physical team when need be. Are they talented enough? Do they always have the focus where they'll be able to bring that every time? Time will tell. But they're not soft. I know that much. That's one thing I can say about this team after a while. Even the Oklahoma City game was physical. They just didn't get the win.
Yeah.
But this ain't a soft team, and it feels like the one thing that teams don't necessarily want to do, or I would advise against them doing, is like if you have the Kings like down and you're kind of beating them, just kind of keep beating them. Like, just kind of keep going about your business. Because if you start to beat them and you start talking to them, that seems to wake them up. Like, they don't take kindly to that. And then you might be in a dogfight at that point.
It felt like Milwaukee hung up 47 points in the first quarter and then threw their jerseys on the court. Went, oh, okay, cool. They're going to fold.
Mm-hmm.
And then to the Kings' credit, they didn't, which is a thumbs up for sure.
I also thought Bobby Portis's moment was just weird and random.
That was so odd.
And it seemed to snap the Bucks out of the moment that they were in and wake up the Kings. It was like, and I also thought like that to me is one of the true values of Russell Westbrook right there. I thought that's what you need right there. You need somebody like Russ to step in and say, no, we're not doing this.
I need
like,
Russ to do that. And I need Sabonis to stand up a little bit, big dog.
So I want to.
He was confused in that moment. I don't think he knew why Bobby Portis lost his mind.
I get you. I would have been confused and cursing at him too, though.
Yeah.
Sure.
But at the same time, if someone's yelling and screaming, like, what exactly is going on here?
Especially with them eyes, Bobby Portis.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, yo,
crazy eyes.
What is wrong with him?
The Westbrook thing. I thought what we saw from Russell Westbrook on Saturday is why you bring Russell Westbrook in and why you can't look at box scores and go, oh, he did X, Y, or Z. Like, he's the reason that every time the Bucks would score or get ahead, it's Russ taking the ball out of the basket and going, no, we're going to play at this pace. Mm-hmm. This is the pace of physicality that I'm going to play with, and you guys got to follow me. Mm-hmm. And that is why I think he's plus 14 in that game. And I think he was one of like 3 players who had a positive plus minus. And I think that is a direct reflection of what you're talking about, Kenny, where they, I think, brought him in largely for that. Like, he can have the ball in his hands. He's going to score a little bit. He's going to grab his rebounds. He's going to have his assists, all that jazz. But I think if they don't have Russell Westbrook against Milwaukee, like he just disappears. He's not on the Kings. Mm. I think they lose that game by like 30 points.
Real quick, where we at?
He already did that.
He did? Yeah. I wasn't sure. I was just making sure.
Hey, we got a false start.
I wasn't sure. I was like, I think he did, but just in case, I was like, let me
we were about, shot clock was off anyways.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I'm trying to just make sure. Okay, we're good.
No,
Kyle just got his first fine. Great. Yeah, nice first impression, pal.
Hey, we do have good news. Just real quick, we have good news from Jason Anderson. Zach LaVine, Dennis Schroeder, and Devin Carter will all be available tonight.
There we go. Good stuff. No, let them be available. Let's relax. Let them be available. Let them be available. No, you relax. Let them be available.
And we also have confirmation Michael Williams did tear his ACL. According to Jeremy Fowler.
That wouldn't be a trip to MetLife if someone didn't
seriously.
That place.
Launch that place into the sun.
That's awful.
I want to change my matchup of the game from earlier.
Hmm?
Let's see what the Devin Carter, Julian Strother minutes are looking like.
He's available. Let him play.
Good for him.
I love Russell Westbrook, man.
Yeah, he's doing exactly. I think he's doing exactly what they want him to do.
Did you see the quote after the game from Doug Christie, or hear it?
Doug Christie?
Christie, one of the two.
No.
I wish I had it in front of me. It would have been easier. But he just talked about like how much of a joy it has been to coach Russell Westbrook.
Sure.
He said he already loved Russ as it is, but being able to coach him and, hey, I need you to be a power forward. I need you to guard Giannis. No, don't worry about it, coach. I got you. What you need. I need you to do this. Don't worry about it, coach. I got you. What you need. Don't worry about it. I got you. He said, like, this, it's invaluable. That type of mindset, that type of mentality, and bringing that into the locker room. We say this all the time. We have the caveat all the time. Is he a perfect player? Absolutely not. Especially at this point in his career. There's going to be up and down nights. But the mindset that he brings into that locker room is something that I don't know if anybody's doing it. Even Malik. He's got a bounce to him, but he doesn't have a physical.
He's also not a Hall of Famer.
Whereas that too. Yeah.
Which I think matters in that.
Malik will do whatever you want. This isn't a knock on him, but just whatever you want in his lane, right? Like, Malik, need you to bring that energy, dog. Got you, coach, whatever. Yeah. But it's not like
Malik, go guard Giannis.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Or Malik go get me 10 rebounds.
Yeah,
probably not.
Russ is literally a 6'3", 6'4" guard. Like, whatever you need. He had the moment at the end of the game or towards the end of the game on Saturday where he's like, Sabonis, I got Giannis. I don't want you fouling out. Like, I got him. Like, it's
and
just
battling with him in the post.
Yeah, it's just something that is it is very, very valuable to this franchise, whether they win or not. Like Nick Clifford is watching this. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. Yeah.
These guys are watching. This is how you perform, and this is how you approach the game. And I love Russell Westbrook. I love what he's brought to this team.
Got to do it again tonight. And I don't mean win necessarily, because Denver hasn't played since Friday. They're going to be healthy. You're on the last leg of a 4-game road trip. Like, it's just a tough spot, but it's what you're talking about. Can you bring that energy? Can you bring that physicality? And if they just have better players than you and they outscore you 125 to 115, all right. But can you play with that same energy? Can you start building that consistency, that culture, that foundation, which is what I think Scott Perry and Doug Christie have kind of been talking about since their opening presser.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say real quick, and to be fair to them, they've done that most of the time this year. Yeah. Chicago was the only one that didn't look right. And they started off slow, but the second half really didn't look right. Other than that, they've been a competitive team this year.
I feel like energy is a catch-all. It's like what we used to say, oh, they're not playing well. They're like, no, their energy is there. Like they've been in, it's that, the glass half full, the half empty thing. They've been in all of these games. They've been competitive in all of them. They've had leads in, I think, all of them at some point. Like they went toe to toe with Oklahoma City, couldn't find a closer. There was no bad energy there. They just weren't better than Oklahoma City in the final, handful of minutes or so. They've played well. The difference is they played really well, obviously, on Saturday afternoon. But when it came time to close the game, they did. And that's something they haven't been able to do yet. Well, they did it against Utah. That's not fair. They did it against Utah, but it's something that they've struggled to do this year. Is like they were not going to. We're going to scrap, claw, fight, whatever to win this game. Zach LaVine, that was a hell of a play from Zach LaVine at the end of regulation when Giannis got the rebound, and Zach just timed the swipe perfectly. And kept Giannis from going back up. And, like it's a tough play to make because you're giving the officials a chance to do something. You're giving Giannis you're in Milwaukee. Like so many things could have gone wrong there, but he timed it perfectly. And that was a hell of a play by Zach LaVine. They closed. Yeah. They closed the game.
Yeah. I think the only game they haven't looked good was Chicago, which I didn't think they didn't look like they had a shot at all in the whole second half. They just looked out of sorts. Outside of that, I think they've been highly competitive in every game.
So do we think Utah's good then?
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
No, they're still in the same boat with the other teams that we put at the bottom. I don't think Phoenix is good either.
Can we talk about the Michael Williams injury real quick?
No.
Okay. What do you do? Like this is tough because I don't want to. It's the MetLife turf. Like
4 minutes left is so gross.
Just awful.
It's so gross.
But I don't want to, like, the MetLife turf thing is, we've been over it every year. I don't even, and you can't prevent. At least I don't like that play. I don't know that there's a strength and conditioning staff thing that's going to change what happened on that play, right? No. But I go to Gross Matos having a setback with his hamstring injury, and George Kittle with the hamstring injury, and Bryce Huff with the hamstring injury, and all these little things where it's like, man, what is going on here? You had calf injuries in the preseason and hamstring stuff in the preseason. At some point, like, you just have to do something to say you're doing something. Like, hey, we've been one of the 3 most injured teams in the league in 8 out of the last 9 seasons or whatever insane number it is. We're going to change something again, because I feel you just to say you're doing something.
I think the other one you didn't add in there was a Pearsall injury, which it seems like he should have been back by like a lot sooner than this.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I specifically remember watching Juwan Jennings get crushed scoring a touchdown and thought, oh, that probably broke some ribs. So that's one, but like all the other injuries are like crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like the sheer accumulation of injuries. I don't know what you do. It seems like they've got the bad luck gene here with this group where they just can't stay healthy.
There was oh man, I don't know if you guys saw it, but who's the guy? Chase Senior? I don't even know.
Oh, dude, I don't. Go ahead.
know,
I don't
know.
give that guy any country.
I know, but
That dude's been blocked, by the way, for months.
I don't even follow him. But his little tweet was circulating pretty much all week last week about them being next to
Power lines and 5G affecting people's health.
I bring them up as a joke. It's like, I don't know. Is that what's going on? Because I don't know what's going on. This is crazy. Even if they fired another training staff, it'd be like the third one they fired in the Shanahan era.
So it'd be the second.
The second?
Yeah, they overhauled the way, and after 2020,
the third one they bring in, the new one. That's what I meant to say.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. I don't know what you do. You've got the little hamstring ones like that, but then you've got
the Fred Warner injury. There's no training staff in America that's preventing that.
Nick Bosa.
Now, there's a coaching staff. If you had 11 guys on the field, maybe change it. But, I don't know what you do.
You could add 13 guys on the field. The guy just rolls into his leg.
Right. That could happen on any play, for sure.
Like,
but it's just it's the accumulation. Where at some point I feel like as a team you have to just go, all right, we're going to try a different group of people who monitor player health.
Yeah.
And see if it changes the vibes. I have no idea.
I have nothing against that. I don't want to pin it all on the training staff, but you got to do something.
I think
you've got to do something.
We started talking about this a little bit at the end of the last segment, but I think too, this is an NFL wide thing. We're just locked in on what's going on in Northern California. But B, it's kind of been a trend for the 49ers for the last several years. But when you start looking around the league, there are so many teams dealing with either a huge abundance of injuries or just high profile injuries. And I think what we're seeing is maybe a product of wear and tear of a 18-week schedule plus playoffs where only one team gets a bye. And football is just a brutal freaking sport. And I think we're seeing just that catching up. We're 5 seasons, 21, 22, 23, 24. This is our 5th season of the 18-week schedule. I kind of think that we're just seeing all of the games and all of the snaps start to kind of catch up.
We talked about it last week about there's just so many injuries in the NFL this year. They're just so, and I don't know if they're more than in the past or not, but it just really feels, because it gets brought up because of what we saw in the NBA, like, oh, what's going on? Is the season too long or whatever? And people were like really dissecting that situation. And I'm like, man, every week somebody's down in a major way. You look at an injury report for an NFL game and it's filled with players on it. And yeah, I don't know what you do, man. 49ers wise and NFL wise.
It looks even worse right now. Like every 2 minutes, there's a report of a different player that tore their ACL this weekend.
It's insane.
Yeah, Lattimore.
Marshawn Lattimore last night.
Tore
his
the big ACL.
Yeah.
It's just like one after another after another. It's brutal.
It happens any and everywhere. But the MetLife turf is
something's
really
got to be done,
issue.
man.
Yeah.
I don't know what else needs to happen there that they don't put grass in, or
they put grass in at the old Meadowlands.
Yeah.
Like you put grass, you can do it.
Yeah.
I say it all the time. There's teams in the desert that have real grass and they wheel it into their dome.
Yes.
It's 2025.
Yeah.
Nobody should have artificial turf.
And no NFL team is hurting for cash.
Exactly.
There are 0 NFL teams right now who couldn't afford to overhaul their turf and put in grass.
You can
with
keep
whatever
it up.
system you need to keep that grass alive.
You can keep it up.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate that is gonna continue in this league, the field turf situation.
Anyways, Michael Williams, Jeremy Fowler from ESPN reporting, that Michael Williams is in fact done for the season with a torn ACL. And I would guess probably misses part of the start of next season too.
Yeah. I mean, depending on when, how it happened, the time of the year. Yeah, for sure.
There was almost no way that wasn't the case. Like for Kyle Shanahan to say that at the podium it's like, no, they did the test. Like they know.
Yeah. And like he knew when he went.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was brutal.
Has he torn an ACL before?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. He reacted like he knew exactly what just happened. And maybe he did. Like those guys are locked in. But yeah, his reaction was tough.
I'll ask all three of you guys.
Thanks.
If you're the
love to be included.
If you're the 49ers here, trade deadline coming up, you almost have to make a move just in general.
Just to get somebody in the building.
Yeah, just in general.
Yeah.
How aggressive are you with it? One of the things that came out during the Fred Warner fallout is going in before, when you have Fred Warner, you could be ultra aggressive at the trade deadline. Maybe a first, second round or something like that. Once he goes down, you have to start thinking about, all right, well, we don't want to get too aggressive because this might not be a Super Bowl team, and you're going to need those picks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I look at the NFL and I'm like, maybe this is the time to be aggressive. Maybe this is the time to spend a first rounder on a Trey Hendrickson, because if you can just get healthy, and I know that's easier said than done, and you can bring somebody in, you might be able to find your way into the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl.
I don't think Trey's going to cost you that anymore, because he's a free agent at the end of the year with a hip injury.
The Bengals don't like to do trades, though.
Yeah.
The Bengals aren't just going to give somebody away.
Well, the Bengals might want to start figuring out their little problems in their house, because that was both amazing and embarrassing at the same time.
Just that was one of them. I have one of my very best friends is a Bears fan, and his text yesterday really told the story. It was just insane how ridiculous that game was. But you're right. I don't think that like the Bengals should make a trade, but I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to try and kick the can down the road and pay Trey Hendrickson so they can say they paid Trey Hendrickson. But the 49ers aren't. This year was always about 2026 and beyond. They did not believe they were a Super Bowl team this year, and Kyle Shanahan has openly said that. I think they think that even less now. So unless they're not trading a first-round pick, a second-round pick to bring in somebody to try to compete this year, they're going to bring in somebody who might be Kayvon Thibodeau, for example. Maybe bring in Kayvon Thibodeau to help this year, but you know what? He's also under contract for a relatively cheap price next year, and then you can figure out if you're going to pay him or not after a season and a half, basically. I think I'm in on that idea. I think any move they make is either going to be a depth move or something that they believe, and this is what Kyle Shanahan has said, can help them this year and then beyond. The fact that Jalen Phillips, who he's played all 9 games this year, and salute, hoping that he's healthy, played 12 games the previous 2 years and had, since the start of the 2023 season, has 10.5 sacks in 21 games.
He blew out his Achilles and then his ACL.
Blew out his Achilles, then his ACL. Got dealt today for a 3rd-round pick. I do not think the 49ers are going to be super active in the high-level trade market. Arden Key, maybe.
You got a 4th rounder for Bradley Chubb?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Let's talk. Let's talk.
That's not bad.
Let's talk then.
And again, I don't know what Bradley Chubb's contract situation is.
I think he's got another year after that, but you can cut him, I think.
Yeah, so maybe that. But I don't think they're eager to shell out a ton of draft picks, because I think they're still in the midst of whatever this like retooling rebuild thing is. That's what I think.
Yeah. Good luck to him.
What do you mean?
If you're just retooling and not cleaning up your issue, like, it's not going to work. Retooling isn't going to work to me. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
What do you mean?
Retooling for the year or for like your franchise?
Your franchise. Are you talking about right now, or are you talking about?
I'm talking. Maybe we have different definitions of retail. I'd say it's what the Rams did after they won the Super Bowl. They still had their guys. They still had Cooper Kupp. They still had Matthew Stafford.
Yes,
They
but as
still
we
had
all
Aaron
know,
Donald.
they mysteriously received draft pick after draft pick that must have fallen out of the sky.
The cap space is wild.
No,
I don't know how the Rams did what they did. It's
threw-
one of the most fascinating displays of managing a win now, give up everything, F them picks into, hey, no. We're really good again.
right.
That's
Because
Sam Presti level of management.
it is. No, it is. And that's what I think the 49ers are trying to do. The Rams, though, had, I think going into last preseason or the one before, had like 30 rookies on their 90-man roster. Because it was just like, here, we'll take all these 4th through 7th round picks. We'll take a bunch of day 3 picks. We're just going to throw stuff at the wall.
Sure.
And you're going to land a Puka Nacua. You're going to land, a Kyron Williams. You're going to land all these guys, and then you still have Matthew Stafford.
But has nothing
lo-
changed over the last 9 weeks? 9 weeks for them?
For the Rams?
No, for the 49ers. Because you're talking about the 49ers.
Yeah.
Like I get the example of the Rams, but has your philosophy changed? Has that idea, if that's how you entered the season, has that changed at all in the last 9 weeks?
I think it would have, if they were 6-3 right now and they had all their guys, I'd feel different. And I think they might feel different.
Worse.
But
No,
Would you feel
they'd
worse
feel-
if you at 6-3 if you had all of your guys?
No, you might feel better.
yeah,
Because
like
you-
you can play
you got-
better
yeah.
down the stretch.
Here's where I think it might have changed. As you look
Huh.
around you. That's what has changed for me. Because we talked about it all year, right?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
all summer, excuse me. Hey, get these young guys in here, use that Rams model, progress them. Kyle said it. We talked about the quote that he said, progress them as the season goes along. They'll get better as the season goes along. Hopefully we get in the playoffs, and you never know what happens when you get in the playoffs. That was the game plan. But in the summer, we were like, man, Eagles too much. Packers too much. Lions too much. I think the Rams are too much. Man, the Bills, the Chiefs, like it's the Ravens. You can't even begin to see what a Super Bowl championship look. Now, 9 weeks in, we're like, that's Omar. All these teams, like they're not. None of these guys are that good. None of them.
I think all of those teams that you said would boat race the 49ers in the playoffs.
I don't know about that. The Packers can't even boat race the Panthers.
The Packers, you know what? The Packers we'll talk about that.
They don't get
tomorrow
to be
on
involved
Tuesday.
in this
To
conversation.
hell with the
anymore.
Packers.
Yeah,
You were right. I was wrong.
They
The
don't
Packers
get to be
stink.
They don't.
They can't
Okay, they
boat
don't
race the
stink.
Panthers.
They don't stink.
They stink.
They don't
You
belong.
lose to the Browns and the Pitt.
Hey, the Rams had their chance to boat race the 49ers, and what they do? Nothing.
Yeah.
Like all these teams are just like,
Is your quarterback?
they're
gonna
all
be-
right.
You're not,
They're
but
cool.
still nothing. But you're not taking this version of the roster and saying, "Cool, here's multiple first round picks. We're gonna go try and get
Maybe
Max Crosby to
one
win
first
this year."
round pick.
Like, no.
Maybe what
Can't do
I'm
that.
thinking
you might need
is
him to left tackle next year.
maybe what I'm thinking is I don't think 97 is ever going to work out for you.
Sure.
I think maybe that's where I'm more. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with Fred Warner. Certainly not McKelvey. I think I'm just like, if you could get off of Nick Bosa's contract, and
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever going to be what he was that 1 year and what he was talked about coming out of Ohio State for the 7 seconds he played at Ohio State. Could be wrong.
Okay.
Maybe that's just me.
I just don't think that they've put the group around him to put the fear of Jesus in an opposing offense.
And they've had some pretty good guys out there, though.
Yeah. I mean, again, like Bryce Huff.
Do guys like Max
It's
Crosby
okay.
though have that?
No.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe just Nick Bosa isn't that level though.
I think Nick Bosa is a separate conversation for me.
Okay.
Here's Michael Williams out for the year. Alfred Collins had fewer tackles than Trent Williams yesterday. Nick Martin can't get on the field. Upton Stout is clinging to his starting spot for dear life. CJ West is a healthy scratch. Jordan Watkins finally playing, had 1 catch yesterday. Jordan James a healthy scratch. Marquis Siegel was a 7-game starter, now a healthy scratch. Curtis Rourke still hurt. Connor Colby was a starter, but now is out, not starting anymore. And Junior Bergen is on the practice squad. That's their draft class from this year that was supposed to be playing a bunch and getting better and helping them come playoff time. Ugh.
Oh.
Yikes. That's tough.
Is it too early to give up on that draft class, though?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course. But for this year,
Yeah.
in terms of that group helping you this year, you're going backwards.
Yeah. I mean, Nick Martin, I don't think he was ever supposed to play this year, though.
Okay, we have to go. But I think he was. D. Winters just took.
Was
a
the
leap that they weren't
Rams? Was
anticipating.
their first draft class instantaneous?
Yeah.
I don't.
That Jared Verse draft.
Because was it last
crazy.
year or the year
Yeah.
before? It was last year.
It was last year.
Okay.
I'm going to look right now. Last year was when they've had their first round pick back.
I think so. It was Jared Verse. It was.
Oh yeah, you look at the 23 class.
Blake Corum.
23 class is Steve Avila, who I think is starting on the offensive line for them. I think Byron Young, a really good defensive lineman. Kobe Turner on the defensive line. They got Puka Nacua in the 5th round.
So just do that. 49ers will be fine.
Yeah,
Just do
that's
that.
it.
That's
all
all.
right. Deal on Casey next. Until tomorrow, 10 a.m. Drink water, be nice to people. Woo. Hey, did you hit that Baker family wines already? Okay, I'm just making sure, man. I know. Oh, wow. All right.
NFL Network replays.
Oh no, it's great. Let's see Jalen or Jaden Daniels again. This is awesome.
Oh gosh.
I'm glad I missed that. Thank you, Weezy. Appreciate you, brother. Or sister. I don't know. I got in trouble with that earlier.
It smells like smoking.
That's a bad sign.
Can you smell that, or is it just me?
I can't smell. No, I got a bad sense of smell.
God damn it.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey. One more time for the weekend. We welcome you in here to the Monday, November 3rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
Slums of Sacramento.
Alongside EP.
What are you doing with him?
We here, man.
I'm Kenny Caraway. Mom, Dad, I'm black.
I gotta.
Oh,
I
I'll
got
put
it.
that today.
Yeah, I gotta get that on the board. That's so great.
Real quick. More. First of all, well, hold on. The hell's going on here? Hey, what the hell's going on here? There ain't been no game since Saturday. Saturday.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on here? I was about to launch into something else about that game, about Sacramento.
really doesn't
Now
wanna
remember,
play
there
it.
ain't been no game since Saturday.
Why don't you want to play it, man?
Are we really doing this?
Why not? They won.
No, look, I'm gonna tell. No, okay. After you hear this, maybe you'll play it.
Okay.
So Saturday night, my mom comes into town. Flight gets in at
Your mom lives here.
Well,
What?
she's out of town.
Oh, she's back.
Yeah.
Okay, she came home.
Says their flight got in at
Got
about
it, got it.
10:30 or so.
Got it.
I have to go pick her up. We're coming back home. She's talking about her trip and all this other stuff. And she looks up as we get like closer to downtown. She says, "Oh, the Kings won. Light the beam." And my mom is a Kings supporter. She's a Knicks fan. She even probably likes the Warriors more than she likes the Kings. But she's a Kings supporter. And even her in that situation, it was just real simple. There was no conversation. What happened? She looks up, see, oh, Kings won. Light the beam. It stays forever. Just like this, damn it. Let's go!
Yeah. Not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
Damn.
You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam
All right.
now.
James didn't even sing his part.
It isn't. It ain't too verse worthy. We run it.
This is like, it's okay. It's like when Drake bars, like there was a point, it's like, yeah, we're doing this once every month or whatever, but we still gotta celebrate it.
That's the first time we've played the song all season.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
true.
yeah.
That's true. It's because they played a game on Sunday and they lost.
Yeah, and they lost.
Let Austin
yeah.
Reeves score 51.
Man, oh man. But the Sacramento Kings did win on Saturday afternoon, so we get a little young Zell. Of course, they're back at it tonight. Close out their first road trip of the season, 4-game road trip in Denver tonight. So we'll deal with Denver later. But the Kings, man, what a fast. They were down 15 instantly, like immediately. And I was just like, man, you've got to be kidding me. And then they kind of chip away at it, right? Like it's not this big, massive run. It's just like, they get a couple here, get a stop, get a couple here. And I think, was it a 9-point lead or something like that going into the second quarter? Maybe it was 11.
No, it should have been 9. And then they gave up the 3-pointer at the buzzer to make
There it
it
is.
12.
Yeah, there it is. And then, they had a second quarter that brought them within 1. And then, man, what by far, like without question, they're the best second half they've had so far this season. Big third quarter, and they were able to close things out in the fourth when it looked like, this looks like it's going down that familiar path. And you start hitting those things where it's like, well, you were down 15 in the first, whatever, man, you got blown out. Now you're in the fourth quarter, you're up by 2, and now it becomes be really bad if they lost this one. Like don't lose this, because it's just another game with the same story, man. Don't lose this one. And they didn't.
Yeah,
they didn't. They did a hell of a job of holding on to that lead. They did a hell of a job of getting the stops that they needed. They did a hell of a job of getting buckets when they needed, man. That was easily their best complete performance, I should say, so far this season.
That was enjoyable to see, man. That was some good stuff on Saturday afternoon. I know me personally, they get to the third quarter and they're cooking, and they go up by 9, I think go to by 11 or something like that. And it just felt like that third quarter was like a 30-minute quarter, like on the clock, not even in real time. It's like, man, how long we got to keep this lead? How long we got to hold on here? And they're up going into the fourth. I'm like, only the start of the fourth? We got another 12 minutes, got to worry about Giannis and all this other stuff. But yeah, they played really good basketball to close that one out and to find a way to get a victory. We talked earlier about Russell Westbrook and what he was bringing to the table. And we'll continue to talk about Russ, because there were a number of things he did on that game that I just loved. But I thought Dennis Schroeder was really, really good on Saturday. That was his best game as a Sacramento King for sure, when you talk about his numbers and his statistics. But I thought, and he talked about it after the game, maybe it was as simple as what happened with Portis and Sabonis. But when he got subbed out, whenever in his first substitution, he comes back into the game, and I just thought his energy was felt off the TV screen for me. What he was doing defensively, what he was demanding of his teammates. There were at least 3 instances where something didn't happen right, and Schroeder was talking to him, whether it was Sabonis once, might have been Sabonis twice, Keon once. No, I'm sorry. It was Keon twice. It was Sabonis once. And it wasn't like he didn't embarrass him, but it was also not like friendly. It wasn't like, it's okay, big dog. He's like, no, what the hell are we doing? What are you doing? You're supposed to be here. This is what is expected of you. This is what we're trying to do. Free throws happen. Everybody get in here. Get in here. Look, let's talk about this. This is what we can do right now. This is the time. I just thought his leadership and everything that he did after he got subbed out was vital to that team winning on Saturday. And then you talk about his actual production. I thought he was great on Saturday. Maybe it's something that making too much of it or just resonated with me, but I thought Schroeder was great on Saturday.
He was on all fronts. I actually thought the guards were all really good, because Russ was terrific for a variety of different reasons. Like for Russ, like 4 of 14 or something from the field, but to know he had a massive impact on that game shows you can't look at the box score, man. You got to watch what happened. He had 10 assists in that one. Dennis had 7. I think Zach had 2. Of course, Zach's incredible start to the season continues with another 31 from him. 13 3-point attempts, made 6 of those. I don't think there's a Kings fan out there that won't sign up for it. And it's cool in the chat to see, people coming around on Russell Westbrook, maybe people who weren't fans of before him. I'm really anxious to see some of you do the same thing with Zach LaVine. We're talking 50+%. I think in the vicinity of like 37, 38% from three and 90-something% from the free throw line. I don't know what more you want this man to do before you recognize, hey, man, this is a pretty good ball player. Don't worry about his salary. You don't have to pay it. You will never have to pay it. Just appreciate his contributions to the Sacramento Kings so far. You want him to play better defensively? His own coach has said, I appreciate the effort. His coach was asked about what he's doing on the offensive end. And Doug responded with, I appreciate what he's doing on the defensive end. He is being extremely active out there. He's involved in every play. And then I'm not going to say the Sacramento Kings won the game because of what Zach LaVine did defensively, but he doesn't make that stop on. He doesn't take that risk on Giannis at the end of the game. Who knows where we're at? He mistimes it and one going to the free throw line. Maybe the game ends there. He doesn't make a play on it. Giannis puts it back. We're in overtime. Who knows what happens? He saw the opportunity. He saw the ball land with Giannis. He made that play, and it was just another terrific play from Zach LaVine. Dennis was great. I thought the guards overall were really good on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. And that, while we're handing out the flowers, I thought DeMar DeRozan also did a fantastic job of setting the tone and helping get these guys in a position to be able to make that run. His second quarter was fantastic.
Well, let's spend a fortune at the florist because Domantas Sabonis played like we expect him to play. Like he
had a really good game.
He lived at the foul line. He only took 13 shot attempts, which it's life. It's just what we're going to have to deal with. That's what he does. But he had 24 points. I think it was like 13 rebounds, six assists.
Mm-hmm.
But like that 6 assist number is perfectly fine. It doesn't have to. He's not Jokic. It doesn't need to be 13. It doesn't need to be 10. You're still involved in the offense. And what did they shoot in this one? 51%. So they hit at a pretty decent clip. So guys were making their shots. But this is a team that accounted for 30 assists.
Yeah.
Finally, the first time this year, they hit that number. 30 assists for the Kings. And Domas, you go to the Bobby Portis play. There's a number of things that Domas could have done. Once he got over the shock of Bobby Portis's crazy eyes looking at him, he could have bitched and complained to the officials. He didn't do that. In fact, that was minimized. This was a game where the Kings, I'd say the Kings' big men were really needed. They don't really have very many, so that's probably not the best way of putting it, though Drew Eubanks was solid. They needed everybody to play like big men. And Domas sitting around and bitching about missed calls or getting fouled, all that wasn't going to work. It doesn't work against most teams. It really wasn't going to work against Milwaukee. And you go back and you watch this game and you realize he did. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's a big deal for him. He didn't. He got roughed up like he always does. He looked to the official a couple of times, but he didn't do it Luka Doncic style throughout 4 quarters. And that's the thing that I love most about Domas's game. And then he seemed active on virtually every possession that he was in the game.
Yeah. When I watch Domas, maybe it's just a different style of play. Maybe it's, a different situation. There still does seem to be something off with his game. Like it's just something's a little clunky, and maybe it's new system, new guys around him. He's got a little bit of a new role. Maybe that's what it is, but it does seem a little off. But he was really good on Saturday. And one of the biggest plays of the game to me was that play towards the end where Giannis is attacking. I think they're down 2 in the open court.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to hit it. Whoever was in the corner hits the rim. It probably would have got picked off anyway. But Domas, one-man wall in that situation, moving his feet, not looking to flop, being solid. He did as good of a job on Giannis as you can expect someone to do. And that's probably not his best matchup, but he did a really good job guarding him one-on-one a lot of the times. And, he competed. And I think we lay out, what we liked about all these individuals on this Kings team on Saturday afternoon. And it all comes back to one singular word. They competed. All of them competed. They were getting after it. They didn't let the start of the game deter them from what they were trying to do and trying to win that game. They competed their asses off on Saturday.
21-6, I think, was the score.
Man.
And I absolutely thought the game was over.
Me too.
I absolutely
I said, this
thought
one
it was
is
over.
done. This one is done, man. And And they stayed with it. They competed. They didn't back down. And I thought that was good to see from this group on Saturday.
You said it felt like the third quarter went on forever. It's because it did. There were 40 free throws for the Sacramento Kings in this game. That's a story too. One, the 43 free throws. Two, they made 35 of them. That's good for 87.5%.
Love that.
The Bucks shot 31. There were 71 free throws in this game. That's why it went on so damn long. They were living at the foul line, and unlike the Lakers game where the Kings were getting taken out of their offensive flow because the Lakers kept going to the foul line, this one, the Kings were able to get points off of the game slowing down because they had a handful more free throws than Milwaukee did.
Yeah. I mean,
everybody ate at the foul line, by the way.
Yeah, everybody got there. Everybody was even Giannis was getting there. He didn't shoot the free throw that well. That also played a big factor in the game on
9 of 14.
Yeah, I think
King shot 87%. Bucks shot 64. This is a 2-point game. How many times have we come in the day after a Kings game and talked about the discrepancy in free throw percentage and looking at why the Kings lost? You could point to this one as part of the reason, a huge part of the reason the Sacramento Kings won.
Absolutely. I love that number, that 35 or 40. I mean, obviously I love the 40. I love the 40, but man, I'm sure Will Z or somebody can find it. What was the last time they made 30 plus free throws? Like they was making their free throws on Saturday.
Yeah.
And that was one of the differences in the game.
It's 9 of 10 from DeMar, 8 of 10 from Domas, and 9 of 10 from Zach. Those guys took a combined 30 free throws between them.
Yeah. So it was really good to see. It doesn't mean everything's fixed. It doesn't mean like, oh, they're necessarily going to go on a run or anything right now. But what I do feel is it shows you what they are capable of. And I think more importantly, we talked about this with the Thunder game that they lost. And I know I really wanted them to win that game because I thought that was something that Doug can go back and, number one, draw upon and hold them accountable to. Say, look what you're capable of doing. I'm not accepting any less because this is what you're capable of doing. And being able to have that type of performance and get the win sets the tone for Doug to always be able to come back to that. And be like, man, this is a good Bucks team. This is a team that beat Golden State a couple days before without Giannis.
That's right. Yep.
And they brought Giannis back, and you guys were still.
Was that Ryan Rollins that scored like 40 in that game?
Yeah, went crazy. Ryan Rollins was hooping on.
He was playing well on
Saturday, yeah. But draw back on that and be like, man, this is what you guys are capable of. This is what you can do if you apply yourself, if you stay locked in. And I hope that, and I don't really have any doubt, I think they will. I don't think they have the confidence issues that other people outside of that locker room have in them. Like even me, like not sure, like, are they going to compete? Like, are they going to, things get rough? Are they going to, stop competing?
I started wondering some things at 21-6.
Understandable.
I absolutely started thinking, well, is this the one?
Yeah. And they answered those questions right away.
Absolutely.
Right away. And I think
absolutely.
I think they're more sure of that in that locker room than we are outside of the locker room.
I agree. I think you're right. But I was wondering.
Yeah, no.
And
then there was another adjustment by those guys. I think the story goes DeRozan, because JA had it in his piece in the B. I think DeRozan went to Doug and was like, look, just let Sabonis guard Giannis one-on-one. We're leaving these guys. We're leaving these guys open for three.
Thought DeMar might have said, "Hey, get the undrafted rookie out of the game." We'll get to that later.
that might have been the case because he was like, let Sabonis guard him one-on-one. We're giving up all these threes.
Worked.
Like, let them. We'll handle everything else, but we can't help. AJ Green is hitting everything. Miles Turner's hitting everything, and they point to that moment as when things kind of changed a little bit.
Last 3 times they've made 30 plus free throws. This from Will Z. January 22nd, 2025. Let's see who that was against.
Off the top of my head, that might be Miami.
January 20.
Miami at home.
Was it Miami at home, or was it the? Nope, it wasn't. Was it Miami at home? I'm never going to be able to find it.
That was a double
I found January 20. What day is it? Oh, the 22nd. That's the Nugget. That's the Warriors.
Oh.
That's the Warriors. They were, oh my goodness.
Ass Warriors.
They were 30 of 32 in that one.
Ooh, I like
30
that.
of 32. Then
like
we got they made let's see, March 27, 2023, March 11th, 2023. So they've done it a couple of times. Last time they made 35 plus was January 15, 2017. Can't tell you what game that was.
No, let me see if I can find it. What day was it?
The 35 plus was January 15th, 2017.
January 15th versus the Oklahoma City Thunder, 122, 118 loss. You want to take a guess who was you want to take a guess who was the 2 leading scorers in this game?
Oh man. So for the Kings,
oh my gosh, just in general.
Well, Russ, I assume.
Russ had 36 on the night. Domantas Sabonis played 28 minutes, had 7 points for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Kings were led by DeMarcus Cousins, 31 points.
Okay. Who shot all of the free throws for the Kings? Was it DeMarcus?
DeMarcus was 14 of 17.
Okay.
Rudy Gay was 8 of 9.
I take it DeMarcus was the highest.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
17 free throws. That's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, Giannis took Giannis took 14.
Yeah. 35 of 40 on that.
What did you say his number was? 14 of 17?
Yeah.
Man, Boogie. That's
a good free throw.
That's a good job at the foul line right there.
These boys was hitting free throw. Like I said, Rudy Gay was 8 of 9. Darren Collison 5 of 6. Ty Lawson 4 of 4. Anthony Tolliver did not go to the line.
Oh man, who knew?
Domas was 1 of 2 in this game from the line.
Okay. Right on Domas and Russ playing together again.
Yeah, man.
How about that? There's a lot more to dissect when it comes to this basketball game. We saw another starting lineup change. Watching what are we at? 6 games so far this season. They're 2-4. Has been interesting. We knew it would be. I don't know that we knew it would be this interesting. Because Doug, game after game, is like, let's try this. Let's try this. But I'm not sure he's going to try what he tried on Saturday afternoon again. We'll talk about that. We'll break this game down. 49ers get a win yesterday as well, but as is always the case with the San Francisco 49ers, they get a win, but they suffer a greater loss in the process. We'll talk about that and look around the NFL. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. Did we learn anything in the NFL yesterday? Oh, stick around. We're just getting started.
Yeah, we absolutely did.
Steeler and KC. Oh, we had a classic. We had a classic over the weekend. We'll touch on it a little bit because we'll really break it down tomorrow at 3:20 when the professor joins us.
Who's us?
But you sick?
I'm just leaving at 3:00.
That's kind of hurtful. It's an epic sports night.
Nobody want to be a part of that.
We'll talk about it. Well, for some of us, it was epic. Steeler and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Jesse, what's going on, big dog?
up, guys? I was on the phone. Mitch is gonna want to talk to you. He's gonna want to talk USC too. He was telling me right now about some left tackle that misses block. Mitch, nobody watched USC, bro.
Especially that day. That was all during the Dodgers game.
Today was the first day I was like, okay, this YouTube TV ESPN thing's a problem. I made it work on Saturday, but I just went to football.
They're going to have to figure this out one way or another, or we'll figure it out for them.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we send them to like Dallas or something like that. See if Jerry Jones is old enough to give us a 3rd-round pick or something for him.
I say under. I don't think they're making 2 trades. I think they will make a trade, but not 2. Oh no, Russ. Russ. Hey, shout out Russ. I'm not even going to be a jerk because Russ is a very positive person.
I will be, Russ. Nobody cares about gold gloves right now.
Guys winning another World Series, and we talking about gold gloves, man. We talking about gold gloves, man.
Shout out Cedon Rafaela and Willie Abreu, though.
Well, Kyle, no, don't do that. Don't do that. One of my vivid memories is how good of a fielder Greg Maddux was.
Chris, it's kind of been the thing. I think he's going to come back, though.
Greg Maddux might be the most underrated, great player of all time.
Like just for baseball?
Maybe across sports. Greg Maddux was unbelievable. Greg Maddux one of the 25 best pitchers in the history of the game. I'd have to think about that and look at a list, but nobody ever talked about Greg Maddux.
He's a part of that Braves team he was talking about earlier, right? Him, Smoltz,
Glavine, Steve Avery.
I don't think Tim Duncan fits this conversation.
I don't think so. I said, is Greg Maddux the most underrated, great player of all time?
Everybody knows Timmy's great.
Yeah, like Tim is like he's not like Mike or anything. But I think people like top 15 usually, top 20.
Yeah, I think some people will argue he should be ranked higher, but I don't think anyone ever doesn't acknowledge like he is great. Okay. We mentioned it with the insiders a little bit earlier. A fantastic end to a really terrific World Series this weekend. The Dodgers win an extra so many like heart-stopping, heart-racing plays over the course of 7 through what it ended in the 11th. Mm-hmm. Just a terrific, like take all of the silliness out of it. Just a terrific series between 2 really, really good baseball teams.
It was one of, if not the greatest World Series I've ever seen in my life. That was such high level play, such memorable games and memorable moments. It was one of the great championship series we've ever seen across sports. I'm including the NBA Finals and all that. It's one of the great championship series we've ever seen. All the way down to the final inning, the final at bat, all that stuff, man. It was great. That was fantastic.
I don't think there was anything left on the table too. Like Vlad Jr. had a hell of a series. Otani did what Otani does. Yamamoto was a monster. Like there was just really nothing. Like even Kershaw got a little moment. There was nothing left here.
And good for him. Like,
I was terrified he was going to come in.
Yeah.
So I texted Kyle Matz. I was like, "Hey, I hope they don't bring him in because he's going to give up a bomb or something."
Yeah, I think we all were a little worried. Like, nah, don't do that. I mean, he could have gotten thrown out in his last game. He could have gotten red carded in his last game.
yeah,
But
Gosh, yeah, we'll talk about that when we get off that. Man.
Shout
Come
out
on,
Roro.
man. Come on.
That's tough. That's tough. But a terrific end again from the seventh inning on. The Dodgers win their third World Series in the last like 5 years, and it doesn't appear
2.5.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Summer ball doesn't count.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But they'll be listed as the World Series champions, and I don't like you said this. I don't know. Maybe when the series started, I don't think it's slowing down. Like it's not coming to an end anytime soon. It doesn't feel like it, at least.
No, they've got a machine going on in LA right now. Between the money, between the prospects.
Yeah, that they don't have that between the money that they don't have to pay.
Yeah. The only thing that could stop the machine is Rob Manfred. And if they lock these players up.
Lord knows he ain't gonna do it.
I don't think it needs to be stopped though. I don't think the
You don't
Dodgers.
think baseball needs a cap?
No, I think it's a floor. Like the Dodgers went to Game 7,
Mhm.
like to the final out. Like it's not like they're just blowing teams out the water or anything like that. I mean, I think it's good for baseball, to be honest, to have teams like this. Like baseball's just too tough of a sport to where it's like, oh yeah, like you can just buy your way. That's why the Dodgers only have 2 or 3 in the last 5. When reality, it's like 3 in the last 20. They've been doing this. Like
Yeah,
they
they've had
been doing this for a while.
They've had the best roster for a lot longer than the last 5 years.
It went to Game 7, but the difference was they could go get Yamamoto for whatever they wanted to. Like that was always the ace in the hole. Like we'll just throw Yamamoto out there, who's unbelievable. He might be the best pitcher in the game right now. And they can go get him for whatever they want to.
Well, yeah, I guess it's an outlier though, because you got Shohei to for all his money or whatever. I'm assuming that's how it went down.
A quick search has led me to the first versus seventh payroll. 350 million versus 255 million. So like Toronto wasn't exactly the Athletics of West Sacramento.
Right.
Like they that's the 7th highest payroll in the game.
Isn't the difference like crazy though? Isn't it like $100 million?
It's 95. It's 350 to 255.
If there's no issue with the competitive balance, which I don't think there is, then I think you just leave it as is.
But the other thing is, remember Shohei's only making like $6 out of that 350 million.
Right.
And the Dodgers aren't the only team that could do that either.
But with no cap, I always use the example, if the Pirates wanted to go do it, they can't keep up. It's like
that's the thing though. They've never wanted to do it. I think a floor makes them have to do it.
Absolutely, I don't disagree. You need. I think
if you put a cap, like that's not gonna. Oh yeah, now the Pirates and A's and the Rays and the White Sox and all these teams that have just been cheap forever are gonna start spending. Like, I think that's wishful thinking.
You need both. You need both for sure. But we'll use it in the NBA. If there was no cap, Steve Ballmer would get any and everything he wanted because nobody can match up with that. And the people that are behind the Dodgers,
Pablo said he already does.
Well, he found ways. He aspired to get
the job done. Yes, he did.
But the group that owns the Dodgers, they just bought the Lakers for $10 billion.
Mm-hmm.
You can't compete.
Well, yeah, basketball is different. If you're throwing out money, you got the greatest 5 players or whatever on your team, and you're starting 5. Like, yeah, that's gonna hurt it. But like in baseball, like I said, it's just a completely different sport where the Dodgers can buy whoever, but it still might come down to Game 7 of the World Series, or they might choke or whatever. Like their bats weren't great this series; it was their pitching that kind of brought them. I think it's just 2 different sports. Like basketball, yeah, that's tougher, but baseball, I just think a cap. Like I don't think it hurts the competitive balance at all. Floor is what they need. Well, if you want to get the Pirates to spend stuff.
The cap, you can't get Yamamoto with a cap.
You're not gonna get him though. Like that Yamamoto, like that's for teams like the Yankees and the Red Sox. Like that's just sports. There's just small market teams that even in the NBA, you're not gonna be able to get a top guy because that's just not the way it works for your organization. No matter how much money you get, that's just sports. I feel.
But you can't get him. Even outside of like you can't get if you're the Dodgers and you're up the cap is 250 and your payroll is 245 before the negotiations with Yamamoto starts, and hell, the Red Sox have enough space to go. You can't go get them. Like, you can't. You have to figure out, hey, we might have to move on from Hernandez. We might have to move on from Rojas or something like that to be able to get him. We might have to move on from Will Smith to go get him. With the cap, you can't just go get people without giving anything up.
I guess, but like, what if I told Will's got in the chat right here? The Phillies offered more to Yamamoto. He just chose the Dodgers.
That's fine. But if you have endless money, you don't even have to think about it. You don't even have to give nothing up to get Yamamoto.
So let me ask you this. I don't even know that it's not a question. Sorry. It's just in the last, 1995, that's 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So in the last 30 years, counting this weekend, the team with the highest payroll has won the World Series. Anyone want to guess? Last 30 years.
Say less than 10 times.
It is now, because of the Dodgers, 7.
Mm-hmm.
The 2009 Yankees, the 1999 Yankees, the 1996 Yankees, the 2000 Yankees, the 2018 Red Sox, the 2020 Dodgers, and now the 2025 Dodgers. I don't know where the 2024 team factors into this, but the 2025 Dodgers.
I mean,
that's 7 of the last 30.
I don't think it's hurting baseball like to the point where you need to change it. Like, we could say, yeah, give the Pirates an opportunity, but we know like the Pirates are never going to be that team. The only way you make them that team, in my opinion, is by moving the floor up.
So do you believe in all sports there should be no salary cap?
No, baseball is too difficult to sport. That's just my thing. Baseball is too difficult to just buy the best team. It doesn't work that way. Basketball, you got 5 guys. You throw LeBron and Dream Team on the starting 5.
We've seen Dan Snyder try to do it and it failed. We saw
baseball's too tough.
There's a cap though.
Philly tried to do it and it failed.
But there's a cap.
There is.
Like you can go spin, but if you're spending all those guys on the what do they always call them? The wide receiver, the quarterback, the skill player. Excuse me. You spend, and then you say, well, we'll just move on from our D tackle because we can't afford them all. Like that's the gamble that you make. Like you can't have them all. In baseball, you can.
Let's talk to our man, Will, man. I think he's been anxious to talk to you in particular.
The hell's Will doing calling us?
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe Will feels extra excited today. I'm not sure. Let's find out. Elk Grove Kia Talk line here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Will?
Hey.
Don't be coming on here to Fat Albert sounding all chipper. What do you want? No.
Toronto went to the 6th, came back with a 9th championship. Now got more than the Giants. Oh, fantastic.
Is that all you wanted? You got anything else you want to say? You got anything else you want to add here, Will?
Oh, go Kings. Kings got a good win against the Bucks. That was nice. Okay. Republic were a little disappointing. Arsenal won. It was just a great weekend all around. Oh, the Niners won too. Great weekend all around.
Will, you sound happy, man. I'm happy for your happiness,
fantastic.
Will.
I'm laying on my back, still recovering here. Wish I could have went to the parade. Luckily, I was able to go last year to the parade, but this year wasn't able to for health reasons. But hey, enjoying it, laying on my back. It was fantastic. I hated every moment of the World Series other than the ending.
Hey, Will. Okay. Hey, Will. Hey, kiss my ass.
We appreciate you, Will. Thank you, my man. Let's get Mitch in here real quick.
Great. 710 ESPN 20 LA. Let's go. Yeah, give us all your moments of this great weekend. Let's go. Where are we at?
Hi, Mitch.
How you doing? How you doing, Christie? Hello, D-Lo. Well, you gotta be quick. You gotta consider my little glory here, okay? Maybe next year I'm gonna buy a plane ticket. I'm gonna make the parade next year. How's that? All right? I'll invite you.
That'd be.
Don't invite me anywhere.
What's that?
Don't invite me nowhere.
All right, Damon. You want to be like that? All right, Casey. I'll just talk to you now. This was a little luck played, in fact, in both games. Well, first I didn't see Game 6 because some knucklehead. I found this guy was Spanish, Latino. He took out my tree. They were doing trees. He took out.
All right, man. You don't got it today. I'm sorry.
how Mitch accidentally says something racist every 6 to 7 months.
Jeez.
You know what? Everybody needs a timeout. Lazy, hang on 1 second. Don't go nowhere, Lazy. We'll come back. Man.
Oh, man.
Stilo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Goodness gracious, man. Oh, Mitch.
He didn't get anything right today.
Oh, Mitch. God bless you. Oh, Michael, you know that's on the way. You know that call is coming. What's up, Coach JT?
My boy Coach JT was out watching Jeezy. I'm mad about that. Damn.
Was that the Bay Area?
Vegas.
What was that?
I'm mad about that. Look, I'm about to tell a story, but I don't mean it like that. Like, it's going to come off a certain way, but I don't mean it a certain way. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, I just got a text message, right? You know, on the iPhone, it'll be like maybe so-and-so, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I got a text message and it said, maybe Gavin. I was like, fuck you texting me for? It was Gavin Newsom.
Well, still, what is he texting you for?
Oh, that's funny.
He wanted to
That
know
time
if
of
he
year.
can count on my yes vote tomorrow.
Prop 50, I'm sure. They got Obama out here on Prop 50. Oh, man. Mitch, you didn't do anything wrong, buddy. You're all good, man. You didn't do anything wrong at all. We love you.
Now, what did I do wrong?
Well,
You lost your damn mind. Now, I think he thinks it's okay because apparently he's Latino as well.
That's what Mitch says.
that boy is mine tour Saturday.
Also, I don't think Mitch knows who he's been talking to all these years.
I don't think he does.
Kyle, this is the best part of the call because how long has he thought this for? Yeah, how long has he thought this?
Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit. Sky River Casino will be there 2 weeks from tonight for the Raiders and the Cowboys. You can come hang out with us at 32 Brew Street, have some great food, some great drinks,
Yes.
and watch some okay football.
Okay, football. It's football.
Great food,
You
great
watch
drinks.
football, yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. You want great food, great drinks, and football.
That's it. Watch some football.
And us.
Yeah.
Either one, KC.
Speaking of Scott Rivers-Casino, last night had a nice little conversation with our guy, the tribal chief.
Oh, very nice.
Jesus was at the Republic game last night, man, and just champagne and campaign with him for a couple minutes, man. Good stuff. Tough game last night.
Yeah.
Tough game from our Republic last night. And my boy Roro. That was awful.
Getting thrown out is tough.
He didn't even do nothing.
You get fired on your last day.
Man, and the circumstances under how he got thrown is ridiculous. Ridiculous, man. Great career from my guy Roro. Hate that it had to go out that way, but yeah, that was tough. That was tough all the way around last night, man. It felt like the Orange County team was literally playing the entire game just to get to PKs. Like they didn't really. I don't know how many shots on goal they had. It had to be less than 5.
Call that parking the bus.
That's what
is that what it's called?
That's how you sit back, just basically throw maybe 2 guys up front or up top, kind of really do stuff, but you're really just sitting back playing for a draw, or in this case penalties.
That's I swear I'm not Alexi Lawless out here, but I'm watching the game. I'm like, these guys aren't even trying to do anything offensive. They're literally just saying, let's do everything we can to not allow a goal to happen, and let's get to PKs. And if that was their strategy, it worked, man. They end up winning. That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, tough ending for our crew over there at the Sac Republic. I was gonna say, and next year if my math is correct, we start the countdown. As next year's gonna be the final year at Cal Expo. So yep. Yeah, that'll be it.
Tell it goodbye, as the Giants once said, to Candlestick Park.
916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Let's start with our man Leezy. Leezus, what up, baby?
Yo, D-Lo, Casey, Jesse, man. Hey, first things first, guys. I hope y'all had a happy Halloween and all that.
Yes,
hey, secondly, oh yeah, no problem, man. Hope you got them Snickers and whatnot.
They're gone now.
Oh yeah, you gotta get out the house. That's what we say, man. Sorry. So guys, I just wanted to call real quick. I'm probably jumping the gun, man. Oh, no pun intended. But what do you guys think about Ja Morant and his whole situation? Also, do you think there's any possibility the homie Jalen Wells could get involved in that as well?
Emphatically no on the Jalen Wells part.
There's pretty much no chance.
No, I think I think Ja might legit be done in Memphis. And I mean it in the sense of I think Memphis might be done with Ja.
Suspension kind of feels like it's at that point.
Right.
Like a suspension feels like you're kind of confirming what's going on.
Well, now, so the suspension, but you add that on to, and you tell me if this is an overreaction or if this is just, are they building this team around Jaren Jackson Jr.?
I can see why you would say
I know they're not building it around Ja Morant, but I'm asking, are they building it around Jaren Jackson Jr.?
I absolutely can see why you could say that. And I'll answer that with a question. If Ja's contract was up the way Jaren Jackson's was, do you think they would give him the money they gave Jaren Jackson? I don't think so.
I don't think they would.
It feels like Ja's been kind of the poster child of the player, like since the Luka trade, where it's like, hey, if you're not really bought, then you probably need to trade him. And it feels like we're reaching that point with Ja. Because I don't know if they're building around Jaren Jackson Jr., but I can feel like I can definitively tell you, like, they're not building around Ja right now.
They're definitely not. Absolutely.
It kind of feels like they're looking for not necessarily building around Jaren Jackson necessarily, like he's a piece of what they're trying to do, but it looks like they're trying to find the next Ja. Like they're getting all these draft picks. They move on from Desmond Bane. It's like, we got to find the next guy. And yeah, the suspension, I'm not even sure if it was necessarily suspension worthy. Like maybe I saw part of a clip, but I was like, I
think some of it had to do with post game in the locker room.
Yeah, I think there was. I think there's a lot more to it than just that moment on the floor.
Yeah, can understand.
Maybe the coach told, hey, Ja, you got to do this, do that, and Ja maybe cussed him out or something.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Just they're not seeing eye to eye.
It does feel like it's it's pretty much the writing's on the wall for John Memphis.
Yeah, I think you're. Yeah. I have a feeling I know what TC talking about, but let's see what TC's talking about.
Let's talk about it.
916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm vibing. Hey, look, so check it out. Hey, before we get started, hey, can I send a shout out?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, look, man, I want to send a shout out, man, to my son, 12U, man, tackle football, Bella Vista, man. We on our way to the Super Bowl. We just beat Marysville. They beat us earlier in the season, like 2 weeks ago. And we got our get back. We won the game that matters. So we won 23-19. Now we head into the Super Bowl, man, on a 9-1 record.
There we go.
They outscored their opponents, man, something like 300 points, bro, to like, what was it, like 24 points, dog. Hey, these dudes is balling. These 12
that's
dudes
great.
are balling, man.
Congrats.
Who you guys playing?
I don't know. It's a team in El Dorado Hills. I don't know if it's their junior program or what, but I know we up there in El Dorado. I'll let y'all know.
Yeah, man, that's what's up, man. Shout out to Bella Vista. Bella Vista. What's the full name? I want to get
Junior
it right.
Broncos, 12U.
Man, 12U, Bella Vista, Junior Broncos. Big ups to y'all, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, man. For sure, man. Thank you. Hey, and also that was a big win by our boys. Also, too. Give me a minute, Jesse.
Oh, you got it, boss. No problem.
Hey, listen, that's a gritty win. D-Lo, that's why I keep referencing you, because everybody keep thinking you playing when you talking about Russell. I keep going back to him. His presence and his force, bro, is needed in that starting lineup. I don't care what nobody says. We either gonna win the game with this dude, bro, starting, or we gonna be in the game to win the game. Nobody else is gonna tell me different, bro. Russ needs to be in the starting lineup. Now let's get to the trade package. I got Zach LaVine, Devin Carter, a 2031 first round pick by Minnesota, and our 2027 second round pick from Charlotte. So that's Zach LaVine, Devin Carter, a first round pick and a second round pick going to Memphis for Ja Morant and Brandon Clark.
Okay. Thank you, TC. I was with you for 2/3 of that call. I
hope I gave him enough time, by the way.
Yeah, I hope you did too. Jesse, let him Jesse, let me cook here. This won't take long. I have zero interest in Ja Morant on this basketball team.
Why?
Yes, he got. I disagree a little bit.
Okay.
I disagree a lot, actually.
It's
but
okay. It's okay.
I want to hear from you. Yeah.
Let me run from rookie year to today. 67, 63, 57, 61, 9, and 50. Games played. 6 so far this year, excuse me. He's a scorer who's declining in scoring. He's electric. Man, I'm trying to say this the right way. He's essentially De'Aaron. Like maybe he's a little better. Maybe he's a little worse. I'm not really sure. I think I'm good.
I feel like at Ja's best, and who even knows what this means because we might be past it, but at his best, he broke through that ceiling Darren couldn't get through, I feel. But again, it's like I don't know if that player's still there.
So so that's it.
We're like he
broke through that ceiling, but did he live there?
No,
he got a little condo, but that lease ran out and he didn't renew.
He had his moment, and then he got suspended, and then he got hurt, and we still haven't got back on track yet. That's kind of what it's been, I feel.
First of all, would you execute that trade that TC presented?
No, not the one TC presented.
Okay.
No.
Right.
Now.
Yeah, you lose your boy in that.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Now, there's another trade proposal that I came across this morning that I'd lose my boy in that one too, though. And that's tough. And let me know what you think about this one.
Can I ask one more thing before you do this? Because I don't know. Am I wrong for thinking De'Aaron is better than Ja Morant, but Ja Morant had a better singular season than De'Aaron ever had?
You're not wrong for it. I always said the difference between the two of them was Ja was relentless on the offensive end. Absolutely relentless. I think he's probably a little bit better of a passer as well. De'Aaron is a far, far better defender. And
Far better.
He's a better shooter. I don't know if it's drastic. No, Fox is a better shooter. It's not drastic.
Yeah.
I think I trust him more with his jump shot.
Okay.
I think they're about the same.
That's fine too. That's fine too. That's fine too.
There's things that one does better than the other.
Yeah.
But I think they're about the same.
Go ahead.
So Bleacher Report had a proposed trade. It's a 3-teamer with the Grizzlies, Kings, and Nets. And
this is a Kenny Caraway original?
No, Bleacher Report.
Oh, you said Bleacher Report.
Yeah.
Okay.
3-teamer, Grizzlies, Kings, and Nets. The Grizzlies receive Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Dennis Schroeder, 2026 unprotected from the Kings, 2027 first rounder from the Kings. That's the Spurs pick. The Kings receive Ja, Gigi Jackson, and Jalen Wilson. The Nets, Dario Saric, 2026, 2029 second round picks. They don't say specifically from who. The 2026 unprotected from the Kings is the one that it gives me a little pause. But man, I'm thinking about it. My biggest thing is with Ja, and if you're the Kings, you're going to have to take a risk somewhere. And I don't know, that doesn't mean right now has to be the risk, or this is the guy that you risk it for. But anybody that you trade for, there's going to be a reason why they're on the trade market.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be some
I believe
warts.
you used to call them warts.
Yeah, there's going to be some warts to them. Change of scenery.
Mm.
You get Ja with Doug.
Mm-hmm. Russ. DeMar,
Scott Perry.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about trading the 2026 unprotected first. I'm not saying that this guy is amazing or anything like that, but soften the blow a little bit by getting a guy like Gigi Jackson, who I think is really good, really, really good young player. I haven't decided. I've got the Grizzlies on hold right now for that trade. I got them on hold.
I think that trade from Bleacher Report is just a bunch of words and names that they put into a trade machine that made it, and it worked. I don't hate it. Jesse, go ahead.
Ja Morant's got a reputation to him. Fair or foul now at this point. Are the Kings an organization that can kind of bring that in? And
no,
we don't know that. We don't know
That's
that.
kind of one
we
of
don't
my biggest
know
questions
that.
too.
We haven't seen these two. We haven't seen Doug and Scott. We haven't seen them.
Okay, but
that wasn't Jesse's question. Jesse's question was with the Kings organization, an organization that could do that. History says no.
Right, but it's under a different. Well, outside of Vivek, obviously, it's under different leadership.
Well, I guess bringing Ja Morant house, but it's like how tied are the Kings to Doug Christie right now?
Well, that's a question too. That absolutely is a question.
Apparently, they owe him $10.50 for the next 2 years.
That's a question too. But
Ja owed, by the way, 42. Ja owed 42.1 and 44.8 over the next 2 seasons. He's absolutely getting traded.
I think so too.
I just don't think it's to here.
I think as somebody said, I saw it on Twitter. I wish I would have kept it. The initial thought is there isn't
the amount of things that you see on Twitter that would be so helpful for this radio show.
Well, as of late, I've done a good job of bookmarking when I see.
That might have been Mark's time, but I'll find it right now.
Was he the one that said?
Don't quote me on it, but I saw the same tweet.
Yeah, whereas like the market might not be that robust for Ja Morant, if existent at all.
That makes sense.
It would be a Kings-like team that would take a chance.
Brian Windhorst, excuse me.
Brian Windhorst.
Wow. Was he in the gym when he said it?
It was on the Hoop Collective, their little podcast. With
I don't know if he does that in front of his high school
Hickory
gym backdrop. Yeah. Tell me. Okay, let me ask you a direct question.
Mm-hmm.
No caveats. Just Do you want Ja Morant on this basketball team?
Yes.
Okay.
I take
Jesse.
Yes,
Yeah,
I was about to say I take him.
I don't love the unprotected
indecisive.
first round pick because I don't know where the season is going yet. But I've always been a Ja Morant believer.
If the market ain't there, you probably don't have to do that.
That's what I'm saying. If it's not a robust market or whatever, then yeah.
What does he bring to this basketball team?
He brings star power. He brings offensive ability.
I'm still holding on to Ja when he first broke out. I'm still holding on to the hope that player's still there. And like Casey said, at this point, unless it's the draft, you're gonna have to be a little creative trying to get one of those type of players in here.
He is when he's, and this is the caveat, right? Like you never know, but when he's right, there isn't 10 bigger stars in the league.
Okay.
And he wins.
I know what you mean.
And
Like
that's,
it's
that's on your
it's
team.
Fine. Yeah,
that's on your team. Talking about impact on the court. Talk about impact at the ticket sales. Impact around the league, notoriety. When he's on, he is one of the true stars in this league.
In that proposal, Ja with Zach and DeMar and Domas.
And here's the other thing that has me thinking about it as well. No disrespect to my mans. Y'all know how I feel about Malik.
This is gonna be tough.
You know how I feel about Malik and Keon, and I like Dennis. You know how I feel.
I'm sorry, I love you, Ric Flair, shot my.
It's gonna sound away, and I don't mean it to sound away. Yeah. What are you giving up? And I'll say this: put any of those other guys in there as well. What are you giving up? You're not giving up much of. You're not giving up the franchise to go get a potential franchise.
That's not. Like, I'm with you.
I only said not to say that you didn't say, but like, I'm just saying that's the argument to like what do you have to lose?
Yeah, like you have in Ja, you have Malik times 10 with all due respect to our brother Dennis, who I like. Russ just steps in for him and is the starting point guard. And who was the third one?
Keon.
I'm not going to say anything bad about Keon, but I think there's a certain reality that needs to start setting in with Kings fans when it comes to Keon Ellis. And it might not be, he might not be as impactful as you think he is. He played what, 12 minutes the other night, 13 minutes?
I think so. In the game on
I
Saturday,
ask you like the box score isn't somewhere here on my screen.
The game on
Keon Ellis, I'm sorry, he played 16 minutes. Apologies. He played 16 minutes the other night. I don't see anybody tweeting out plus minus numbers today. Does anyone want to do that? Do you need my help? If anyone out there who tweets plus minus numbers, not like Chris Biederman did. Chris Biederman tweeted plus minus numbers without any commentary. But for those who love to tweet plus minus numbers as some way to accentuate your point, please, I am happy to help. Let me help you. Do you want to fill everybody in?
The highest plus minus by far on Saturday afternoon for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Was one Russell Westbrook at plus 14.
But wait a minute. But wait, no, come on, Kenny, stop. But what was Keon then?
Keon was a -2. Russ was a plus 14. There was nobody else over plus. Oh, there's an 8. Sorry. Plus 8. It was 8, 5, and 4. Those were the only pluses. And Russ had 14.
Anyways, with the group of players that you're right. I get it. You're not losing anything. What I'm trying to figure out is what are you gaining? So you talk about the notoriety. You talk about star power. How does that help you on the floor? Because you have Ja, who Ja's it's just part of the De'Aaron conversation. He's a 7-8 assist guy. Like that's what he does. But you also have DeMar and Zach, and we're trying to figure out how to get all of these guys to already learn to play together with one ball. Then you got Domantas Sabonis as well.
I think you're bringing in Ja though here, like thinking of him being here past those guys as well.
He doing what?
Like Ja Morant's here beyond those guys. Like he's a
part of your next
like
step.
Ja Morant, Keegan Murray, Nate Clifford, Domantas Sabonis maybe.
Neek returned on Saturday, by the way.
He did look a little rusty.
I think
He
the only hang
definitely
up
did.
for me with Ja and the Kings is just a matter of if you believe he can get back to what he was, and if the Kings are an organization that can kind of handle him right now. I don't think you're trading anything crazy for Ja Morant at this point. And at that point, those are the only two questions for me.
And the other aspect to what Jesse just said, when you talk about trading anything crazy for Ja Morant, there's nothing crazy to trade. Like even if you traded DeMontis Sabonis, is that a crazy trade with where this franchise is and what the outlook on this roster is for Ja Morant?
A little bit. I mean, I don't know. Like, are you still? It's Kyle's thing earlier about retooling and rebuilding. Are you retooling or are you rebuilding? Because I feel like if you get Ja in, particularly with Domas and Keegan in like you guys were laying out a second ago, that feels like you might be able to. It's what we've been talking about. Like, how can you retool this thing, knowing you're going to be moving on from Zach and DeMar and some of these guys in the very, very foreseeable future. Domas does feel like it's mainly because of his position on the floor. Yeah, you don't have anyone to replace that. You're starting the process of breaking this apart.
Right.
And I'm talking about because of his position on the floor, like all of your talent it's still in one spot.
Mm-hmm. But when I say that, I say once again, no disrespect, but Domas by himself is not taking you anywhere. He's not a franchise player in that respect. So
I understand.
It would almost be like when he was here, if you traded De'Aaron for Ja Morant, like De'Aaron at the very least was looked at like, no, that's your franchise. Like you're gambling your franchise for Ja Morant because De'Aaron could be, he's shown the ability to score, do all this other stuff, carry a team, make it to the playoffs and all this other stuff. And you're trading that for a risk on Ja Morant. With Sabonis, once again, it's not shape, but you're trading a guy who on a really good team is probably the third best player.
Mm-hmm.
You're trading that for a chance at Ja Morant. I'm not saying it like it's a no-brainer or nothing like that.
I still don't like it. I'd still rather do
understandable
the trade you proposed earlier.
I would definitely rather do that.
Yeah.
I'd once again, don't get it twisted. I'd rather have him here with Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. But it's more so when I say that, it's more so the state of the franchise. Like you don't have that person we got to hold on to this guy. That'd be crazy to get rid of. You don't have that guy.
For sure.
Even with how Zach LaVine is playing.
Yeah.
I don't look at him that way. So.
And the idea is you might be acquiring one.
Right.
Because we've seen it. We're just not currently seeing it.
Does he feel like a Scott Perry guy?
That's the other part that no, to answer your
the
question.
Names that we've heard.
No.
Who is the Scott Perry guy?
It's a great question.
Besides Russell Westbrook. Who is a high level Scott Perry guy? Yeah, right.
I don't know. It feels like a Drew Holiday would be a Scott Perry guy. That type of pass first. I mean, obviously Dennis Schroeder.
So does he not like stars?
I don't think he likes.
Are stars not cut in the mold of what Scott Perry likes as a player?
I don't think Scott Perry likes.
I guess he likes Wemby, but I don't know outside of that.
I don't think he likes small, offense-only point guards.
Well,
and he's not alone with that.
There's some history to prove that.
The only one that I could think of that he went and got one like that was Emmanuel Quickly. And Emmanuel Quickly can shoot, but that's kind of like Trey Young. But
rumors are he's not a big fan of Trey, and he's not a big fan of Jalen Brunson. Just for fun, do with it what you will. Ja, 17.8 points per game, 19.1. His third season, he explodes for 27.4, 26, 25, 23, currently at 20. That's where Ja Morant is right now. We'll come back. If you want to weigh on this, please do. We'd love to hear from you. Elk Grove Kia Talk line 916-909-1320. What did Doug Christie do on Saturday that I'm pretty confident he'll never do again? And tonight would actually be a hell of a test for that. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Who did he go to? Because I don't think it was Cardwell by himself. Max, and Russ. I really can't watch the football game tonight.
Yeah, they said this is a big test tonight.
This is a solid reference, Zabo. Plus minus is the Meltzer ratings of stats. That's a good reference. Saw Punk won the title, right? Is that right? Nope. Anyone?
I don't.
I think Punk won the title.
You know why I know that? Because I saw the picture of him, Jade.
Yeah. And Ricky.
Ricky and somebody else was in it. It was 4 people. Somebody else from with AEW ties. I can't remember.
Huh.
But it was 4 people in that picture. Did Cody really get hurt? Did you see that clip? Look like his knee. I don't know. Oh, it was Cody. So maybe he didn't get hurt.
Oh, Cody was in the picture. Oh boy, Jesse, does this sound familiar? Headline: Triple H hypes new landscape in WWE starting on Raw tonight.
Yeah, I did. I'm not gonna lie. I saw that tweet. I was like, yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. Yes, it does sound familiar.
These dudes from the Northeast, man, love to.
You guys getting your ideas from Arizona too?
They love to.
Friend of the Insiders, by the way.
And a history-making announcement for December 13th.
All right, man.
I'm pretty sure I know what that is.
Cena's last match is going to be on the ESPN app, right?
No, I think it's on Peacock.
Oh, on Peacock?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're going to tell you could tune in to see your boy who occupies the White House there.
Wait, where's that my boy?
I didn't mean you.
Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, when did that happen? What the hell just happened?
No.
I saw something interesting.
Oh, I saw something interesting too. Not interesting, but it's got to do with robots at Halloween.
Not interesting at all. Terrifying is more like it. I believe I saw this correctly. The UFC cut a fighter who had a suspicious loss.
No, you saw that correctly. There's a lot of things that have been flagged, I guess.
Yeah. And if there's one sport where like these guys, they could use that extra.
Take a dot, yeah. It's those poor guys in the UFC.
They better watch out.
Hell, they probably should go to Dana to see if Dana can get his boy to put their SNAP benefits back. They probably need him. What? Was there a story that Woj got kicked out of St. Bonaventure's season opener for arguing?
It's been disproven.
No.
It's been disproven. But yeah, I saw that this morning.
That's amazing. That's amazing. The fact that was even a rumor that started. Who is this guy? Some guy tweeted after a heated verbal altercation with the officiating crew, St. Bonaventure GM Adrian Wojnarowski was just ejected from the venue. Woj was berating the officials from the stands and was forcibly removed by security. A stunning scene here at the field of 68. Is this an actual reporter? Oh, I don't think it is. Oh, well, maybe it is. I don't know.
By the way, that story lends to the bigger story that college basketball kicks off today. It's already started kicking off. It had a game at 5 a.m. this morning. I missed it. I'm going to go back and watch it. I don't know who the hell was playing, but I missed it. I'm going to go check it out. And also, the new era on Sac State starts tonight at Hornet Pavilion. Women's team gets started. They play Stinson, maybe? I don't know. But they start tonight at Hornet Pavilion.
I don't know. I'm still laughing at this tweet. and meanwhile, people are just posting pictures like, bro, Woj is literally sitting in the front row like this. He's literally just sitting here. The internet is an awful place, man. Everyone's like, yeah, no, this didn't happen. Yes, it did. No, he's right here.
I'm literally looking at him.
Bro, I'm sitting next to Woj. What are you talking about?
Woj has kind of become like this mythical figure now where it's just like he's like a legend. Like now we see like Shams breaking news and I'll see people tweet like, oh yeah, it's not the same when Woj was here. Like it was better. Woj was doing this and that. I was like, all right.
I wish we had Woj when the Luka tweet broke. What would that have looked like?
No, he would have been. Well, I mean, a little bit of revisionist history. He would have been scrambling.
Yeah, no. What I mean is, what
I
I meant was, what would he have done when that tweet went out? Like, would he have piggybacked it? Would he have like,
leak sources?
Yeah. Would he have had like a immediate explanation from someone in Dallas or for someone in LA?
That's the thing.
Would have been curious.
Like going back to the Woj, like is becoming a legend now. Like people think Woj might be NBA Centel right now. Like that's been a theory that's been floated around.
That's terrific.
Man. Shout out Woj, just enjoying his retirement.
You guys want to see a robot video real quick?
Yeah, can I just say one more thing? Just because I'm on Awful Announcing's website. It is so adorable that Rex Ryan still thinks he's an NFL coaching candidate.
Oh, you can't afford him.
He says the Cincinnati Bengals can't afford him.
All right.
Yeah, what did they get? Buddy Ryan, Bill Belichick, they can't afford me.
Yeah, that's fine, sweetie. You're never going to see the sideline
Rex,
of an NFL team again.
Rex, I try to, be like, hey, man, you're pretty good on TV, but settle down, bro. Settle down. Nobody wants you on the sidelines.
Literally
nobody wants you on the sideline.
Well, he's not even great at TV either. It's like trying to watch Rex Ryan play Charles Barkley on NFL Countdown.
Yeah, he does.
He takes it over the top too much.
Yes,
I
sometimes he goes too far,
stopped
but he does
watching that show because of him.
That's the best
I
show,
feel
too.
like if he wanted to, he would be great.
That's the
but
best show.
He's a character. I just don't watch pregame shows anymore.
I don't either.
I just
but
wait
when
for
I do
Scott
watch
to
a
welcome
pregame
me
show,
to the red zone. Go ahead, Jesse. What do we got here?
Some happy Halloween here.
Oh,
yeah.
I did see this.
Okay.
Crap.
Oh God.
Oh, yeah, look at it. I'm skipping this house. Like
Yo.
No, yeah.
This is some Exorcist stuff. So what is that?
It's a robot, I guess. But it's a robot that can do that.
Stupid.
And for the radio people, yeah, it's a robot that kind of just was standing up, got down on all fours, and is crawling towards you like it's the Grudge.
It's man.
They think this is great. Let's have robots that can do this.
It's over. AI, robots. We didn't have a good run, but our run is over.
Bro.
Yo, that is
waiting for the aliens
crazy.
to come get you, boy.
Is that a robot or just a decoration gone wild?
I feel like it's a robot with a costume.
Could be a person depending on.
Oh, it's a robot who went trick or treating.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're done.
I see. Do you guys put up Halloween decorations?
No.
We need to step our game up. Seeing the neighborhood jumping like that, I was like, all right, we got to turn out for Christmas. We can't be that house.
You're gonna get a 50-foot Jack Skellington like Ham?
No. Though I'm confident everyone in the house would love that. They love that. Is the strangest movie.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
I've watched it a couple
I
times.
absolutely do not understand it.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've seen it before.
It's a Halloween movie, right? It's not a Christmas movie.
It's both.
Okay.
It's both, and the cult following for that is massive.
Yeah,
and it's those Halloween right into Christmas lovers. I do have a confession to make. I think you'll hate it, Jesse. I don't think you'll mind.
You already put your tree up?
No, we were actually shopping for a tree today. Christmas music got played.
It's a little early, but like the thought did cross my mind as well. It's a little early.
Now, to be fair, it started on the way home from Sac State a week ago.
All right.
Now, it's started. It started on the way home from Sac State as kind of a ha-ha, but we put on Boys to Men. So that Christmas that's good.
No, don't try to patronize me.
Let us know.
No, sir. It was 80 degrees over the weekend.
Which isn't even the best song on the album.
I gotta go back to that album.
I don't have to. It's fire.
What is it?
You're Not Alone.
On what album?
On the Christmas Interpretations.
You Are Not Alone like that? You Are Not Alone?
Well, no, not like the Michael Jackson.
That's
You
what
Are
I'm
Not. No. There's a song called. I think that's what it's called. You're Not Alone.
I mean, I'm not that familiar with the album, so you could be 100% right. But Let It Snow is.
No, Let It Snow is terrific. Well, I mean, You're Not Alone is kind of just a love song with a couple of lyrics in it that make it a Christmas song.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
You're Not Alone.
I'm gonna check it out. It's gonna be tough to beat Let It Snow. It's gonna be tough.
This whole album is terrific.
It is going to be.
I forget
difficult.
this was Boyz II Men's second album. This came out before 2 came out. 2 years after Cooley High came out.
And they left Earth with 2. They absolutely left Earth.
We talk about this. We used to talk about it a lot on KSFM, but like the New Edition Jodeci comp, we just ignore Boyz II Men.
Yeah.
I mean, because they are essentially like they're bigger than both of them. They're pop stars. Like the Cooley High was phenomenal, but 2 took them to a stratosphere that New Edition and Jodeci have never
bigger
been
than
to.
them. In what way? Like their peak? Are they Ja Morant? Like their ceiling is higher than De'Aaron Fox?
Boyz II Men is Nikola Jokic.
The reason why I ask is because New Edition and Jodeci live today. Boyz II Men do not. That's what I'm saying. Like the height of Boyz II Men, yeah, they were going. The New Edition and Jodeci never reached those heights, but Boyz II Men has not been thought about by a generation of people for 2 decades.
I don't think that's true. Okay. I don't think they'd be doing a tour with New Edition if they hadn't been thought
But they're
of.
doing a tour with New Edition.
But they don't have to. Like they've done residencies, they've done tours of their own. Like they're high-end performers. New Edition, with all due respect, most of them had to, like, Johnny didn't, and I don't think Ralph Tresvant did. I think the rest of the guys had to prepare for this tour. Those other 2 guys are Keith Sweat. Like Keith Sweat's 24/7. Like he's a performer day in and day out.
For sure.
Those other guys aren't. Boyz II Men is that. Boyz II Men show is fire.
Boyz II Men is fire. I don't want to make it like I'm not, but they are not, fairly or unfairly, they are not in the forefront of R&B lovers' minds the way New Edition and Jodeci is today.
I don't think that their R&B transcends to the hip hop R&B. Their R&B lives in R&B and pop, and I think that's the distinctive difference. Jodeci and New Edition can merge into hip hop. Boyz II Men cannot, despite their affiliation with Michael Bivins. Like they can't. Like they are R&B, pop, and like adult contemporary. Like that's what they are. So it's different. It's probably a different audience. But
I love me some Boyz II
when
Men.
we hit that,
I love me.
I was actually thinking about it this morning. I realized, like, Bended Knee, I'll Make Love to You, Water Runs Dry, which I didn't even like, and End of the Road. Those records spent a combined probably 60 to 70 weeks at number 1.
And you're forgetting one that probably.
I'm not forgetting it. I just didn't include
40
it.
weeks to the
I think it adds another 16, and I assume you're talking about One Sweet Day. Yeah, like that like now you're talking like 5 records that take you to 70 to 80 weeks at number 1. Crazy.
No, they respect that. Like I said, their heights are almost unmatched, probably unmatched when it comes to R&B groups. Like nobody's done what they've done at their height.
I don't agree with your
and don't distract me. We're talking about Christmas music right now. That's the problem right now.
When is the right time, Casey? I feel like
Thanksgiving, that Friday. No, don't do it.
You only gonna give me a month?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Because Thanksgiving needs like its own time. Like we locked in on that. Once Thanksgiving is done, Friday morning, when you're out there hustling and bustling, or you're on the computer and you're doing the Black Friday thing, that's when you start playing the music, not any time before.
You're not really locked into Thanksgiving till the week of. Nobody's like, oh, like let's put the Thanksgiving decorations out right now.
That's not true. I'm locked into Thanksgiving right now because I can't wait for it to pass.
Stop.
Thanksgiving is a nuisance.
No, Thanksgiving is fire. Thanksgiving
it's a nuisance.
If you make it your own thing, it's cool because
See,
we don't need
that's
turkey.
it.
Yeah, we don't need
That's
turkey
it.
anymore. We don't
That's
need turkey
it.
or any of that nonsense anymore.
Jesse speaking the truth right
Yeah.
there. Make Thanksgiving your own.
You find somebody who makes a good turkey. No disrespect to anybody anymore.
Turkey's fine, but like the best
settle down.
turkey is
Sweetie.
so
No,
good.
your boy can go. You settle down.
I'm not saying you
Your
can't.
boy
I'm not saying
can
anybody
go.
can. I'm just
Oh,
saying
but I
you
just
make the
don't
turkey
wanna
right.
do it.
You make the turkey right. It's on and popping.
You ever crave turkey though? Like it's turkey, it's fine. Yeah, it's turkey's
Thanksgiving.
great. Yeah, exactly. It's just the one day. It's turkey. So it's
Like you have been psychologically manipulated to crave
exactly.
turkey
Thank you.
on of the last Thursday of November.
Thanksgiving is popping.
And then there's how many
November
days?
27th. Yeah. Oh, I really want some turkey right now.
Hey, Thanksgiving is popping. I love Thanksgiving.
Can't wait for
I
it to
love
be over.
Thanksgiving. It is a great time. You get the built-in day off afterwards.
No, that's a
built
good look.
in.
That's a good look.
Nobody's really tapped in the day before either.
Yeah, it's true.
It falls in the same day every year, the same day of the week every year. Good times. Good time. Great time.
Tell us how Thanksgiving came about.
Well, we don't talk about that. We don't get into the minutia of it all.
Okay.
We turned it into our own.
We just celebrated.
We turned it into our own.
We've tried to manipulate the name to Friendsgiving and Thanksful Day and like all of this other nonsense.
Now that I am anti-Friendsgiving. Like, settle down. Just have them over for guy with Friendsgiving.
Wait, hold on. What's wrong with that?
Doing too much, bro. There's no need for a Friendsgiving. There's no need for it.
Wow.
Yeah, just invite them over to Thanksgiving.
We're not even.
Kenny hates friends.
I'm not, but my friends can come over on Thanksgiving or the day after. Friendsgiving? What are we doing? The hell are we doing? Just have your friends over and have a good time with them. We ain't got to call it Friendsgiving.
What part of that are you so upset by?
The stupid ass name of it all. Friendsgiving.
What do you want to
No,
call
I just had the homies over. We good.
Well, no, the point of Friendsgiving though is like you have your own Thanksgiving with your friends, or like people bring stuff. So maybe someone makes a turkey. I don't know, but like it's different than hanging out with your friends.
No, it's not. It's literally not.
You bring a turkey to go hang out with your pals?
No, I don't need to either. I just want to see the homies. We just chilling. We don't need to put a name on it. Or I don't need you to bring the turkey.
But Friendsgiving is like its own thing now. Like it's Thanksgiving with your friends. It's not just hanging out with the homies.
You want to get together and you want to cook? Cool. Just bring it over. It's good.
You had a bad Friendsgiving, didn't you?
I ain't never had a Friendsgiving, and I'm not gonna start.
Have you ever been invited to one?
No. No.
We're getting to
it's like
we're figuring this out.
No, I don't want no damn Friendsgiving. I'll stay home. You want to hang out or not? Okay, cool. We hanging out.
I'm gonna have a Friendsgiving just because.
Well, send pictures.
Oh, you assuming you was invited? After the way you just disrespected it, I'm inviting Jesse. Jesse in the chatty house. Everybody come over. Where's KC? Oh, you know how he feels. You know how he feels about these types. You know how he thinks. You know how he feels about fun and friends and food.
No, look.
Yeah, we asked him about it. He just went on a rant.
Somebody hit us up about some potentially in the near future. Is there a name to it, or is it just pull up?
It's a birthday party.
No, it's just not even that. It's just pull. He didn't even say that. It was just
celebrate his
No, he just
birthday.
said just pull up, man. Just pull up.
But there's a difference though. Like this is his own thing. Like you don't, like I said, you don't bring pumpkin pie to hang out with the homies. You might on Friendsgiving.
Would you be offended if he called it like the Karosh happy hour? Like, hey, come over for the the Karosh kick it fest.
No, that would be fine. It'd be better than Friendsgiving.
Well, Friendsgiving is a dumbass name, but I just think you're tired.
Maybe that's the issue. It's just a stupid ass name.
No, you have deep rooted feelings.
Yeah, there's something
in the
there.
process.
No,
There's
it's
something there.
it's the name. It's the name. I'm calling no Friendsgiving, man. Just tell me to come through, man. I'll come through.
Okay.
It's good. You want me to bring some food? Cool, I'll bring some food. It's good. Just don't put no stupid ass name on it.
All right. Well, apologies to the creator of Friendsgiving. Jeez.
That's stupid.
Look, what you guys gonna say when they start making cards and you gotta bring a card? Like
I don't get cards.
That's next.
No, I don't get cards.
No, that's next. That's what they're gonna do.
You don't even have Thanksgiving cards. Well, you need a Friendsgiving card.
I'm telling you, they're gonna make it.
I'm not getting you a Christmas card. I don't do that. Christmas
They
card,
don't make a
because
card, man.
I know what happens when I give Jesse a Christmas card. He reads it. Oh, thanks, man, and then he throws it in the garbage.
No, I don't do that.
Look,
Okay? I hand it to Crystal first.
Okay,
and
fair
then
enough.
I throw it in the garbage.
That's a great point.
I have a tough time with throwing cards away. Like I got a gang of cards.
I've had to force myself to throw them away.
I'm like, man, I don't spend money on this, man.
If you leave like a hand, like a
And
nice
now they're
note
like
or whatever,
$6. And cards
Far
are
too
like
well.
$6.
That's where I drew the line. I know where to get my cards at.
the best gift you could give someone
Dollar Tree.
is your presence and being there for them.
There you go.
I don't need to get you a gift because I'm here for you.
Agreed. That's why you don't have to bring your food either.
Well, don't make a mistake and invite Kenny Caraway to your Friendsgiving, and Doug Christie won't make a mistake in starting Dylan Cardwell again.
Oh, damn.
At least I don't think he will.
Was that a reach?
In
your opinion?
Yes. However, I get it. You're going into a game against Milwaukee. You're facing complications right there.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. It's why I said, Denver could be an interesting watch tonight.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. I had the score in here somewhere. It wasn't 21-5, but it was like 16-3 or something. Again, that's not Dylan's fault, but like it's part of the story. They did not respect him even remotely on the offensive end, which created a whole host of problems for Sacramento. He played 5 minutes, and then we never saw him again, except when he was cheering, which he did. He stayed completely engaged in the game. You could see him several camera angles. You could see him during timeouts. He just didn't step on the floor and play basketball again.
Well, he did one more time, and it seemed like he was a little caught off guard. But no, this is what you're here to do.
Wait, did he check back in?
Yeah, the last free throw. They had
He did.
And he's like,
that's
huh?
right.
I think
did.
Who was it?
Was it Russ?
Somebody was like, hey, get in there.
It was on the bench.
Yeah.
Because when he came in, it couldn't have been Russ that he was, because they were like moving guys around on that last free throw. I did.
And he didn't know
even
where to
register
line
that
up.
was
Like,
him.
Yeah, It only stood out because I saw it might have been Keon.
He was there to be tall.
It might have been Keon who was on the bench too, but somebody, not because he wasn't paying attention, but just trying to get the message down.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, Dylan, hey. And he was like, huh? Oh. And he runs
Me?
to the score.
Me?
That's the only reason why it stood out to me that he went back in the game. But yeah, he went back in.
Did you see? That reminds me. Is Jake LaRavia at the Golden One Center? JJ, hey, head in there, and he goes and he runs to the scorer's table, and he takes he's like, for who? And he's looking at JJ, and JJ's looking around like, who are we sending him in for? And I don't know what assistant said it, but like for an uncomfortably long time, Jake LaRavia is looking at him like, who am I going in for? And then whoever finally goes in.
It also reminds me, I've discovered potentially a pattern that we can all look at and follow for every game. at least once, usually twice a game. And sorry for the radio audience, this is a little visual. Bobby Jackson will get up off the bench and walk over like this to Doug, and he'll say something, and then he'll just walk on back. He does it at least 2 times a game. Just look tonight. He'll do it. He'll walk over there. And it's like far from the bench.
Is it a
too.
6 o'clock start tonight?
Yeah, 6 o'clock. Okay. It's like far from the bench too. He's like almost at half. He's out of the coach's box. And that far, and Bobby just not in any rush, just to walk down there, hands in his pocket, and be like, look, this is the guy. Got it? Cool. And then he'll walk back.
That's
Check
funny.
it out. Now, Dylan Cardwell. You may run that back tonight because one of the reasons why it was such a bad matchup against Milwaukee is because their abundance of three-point shooters around Giannis. I don't think you'll have that same issue with Denver, so to speak. You'll have Cam Johnson out there. You have Christian Brown. Aaron Gordon, we've seen him hit 10 threes, so he can shoot the three, but it's not the same. And the way they run their offense, it's not the same.
But do you go Drew Eubanks instead, who played well on Saturday?
You might go Drew. He did play well too.
And like, why would Doug start the same lineup 2 times? Like, that has not been something he's done. Now, OKC in Chicago, he started the same 5 guys, but in one game, Russ was a guard, DeMar was a forward. In the other game, DeMar was the guard and Russ was the forward.
Right.
I get trying to match up with size and all that, but is starting Eubanks, Cardwell, whoever at the 5 and Sabonis at the 4, like your game?
I feel like they should just start Russell Westbrook.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, just continue to do that, whether it's the 4 or the 2. Like, I don't care. Just start Russell
Like, it
Westbrook.
might not be the best matchup wise or whatever, but you do want to stick to, I guess, whatever iteration of Kings basketball you're trying to play right now, rather than throwing Sabonis in a spot where it doesn't really work. And Cardwell, we just got 8 up.
Yeah. No, it's a great point. It's a great point. I guess I'm with you, Dave. I just start with Westbrook. That's where you'll end up going anyway.
We just said, it was Max and Russ. They came in for I think Dennis and Dylan subbed at the same time. Max got a little bit of little bit of run.
A little bit. He wasn't there. He wasn't
a little bit.
Yeah. He wasn't there. That was the call to make too. It's like, all right,
yeah.
Let him get back into it, see what he's looking like, and he gonna need a little time.
So ultimately, against that group, you had to go with the lineup that was getting it done for you. The thing is, though, Drew Eubanks played well for you.
He did.
And this team locked in on rebounding. I think it was 38-37. It's the first time they've out-rebounded a team all year, be it by 1, be the low numbers, whatever. It was 38-37.
Did they get OKC? I think they did.
Did they?
Yeah, I think they got OKC. They didn't win.
Give me a second. Let me look.
But I think they got them.
OKC. Let's see. Sacramento. 46 rebounds. I stand corrected. You are right. 46 to 44.
It was much higher, I think, going into the fourth quarter, and the Thunder turned up in the fourth quarter on the boards. But I only remember that because that was a little deflating, where it's like, oh man, they even got the rebound battle tonight, and they still took the loss. But I think in that fourth quarter, it got a little OKC start flexing on them a little bit.
Well, they definitely did that in the fourth quarter.
In every way.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't fun. Wasn't fun to watch.
But to your point, though, they were able to do that.
It wasn't too bad. 13-9 in that fourth quarter, but still.
They were able to do that on Saturday and get the necessary rebounds when they needed to, the necessary offensive rebounds when they needed to, and came away with the victory, man. So it was just a tough win on Saturday. Tough win, mentally, physically, emotionally. And I love seeing that from them.
Let's come back because James is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. And we haven't talked 49ers football once yet. We haven't talked football at all. So there's much more to talk about with the Kings. Anxious to get James's thoughts on Russ, Drew Eubanks yesterday, that win against Milwaukee, in the game tonight against Denver, and how that might look a little bit different than what we saw, at least at the start of the Milwaukee game. So all of that is ahead. Again, James Ham at the top of the hour. We'll come back. 49ers, Raiders, NFL next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Look who it is.
13th
live
round,
from
hey!
San Antonio. Rach, what up, though? You know what? That's a good idea. I might start taking pictures of these cards. Maybe that'll help. Just take a picture of the card.
That's a good one. What's up, Rach?
You know, Jesse, there is, 13th round is going to be pretty sporadic because there ain't nothing going on.
Yeah.
Well, Javante got in trouble again, and that fight might be off.
I thought that fight was already off to begin with.
It was on and popping, but he got in trouble, and who knows if that's gonna happen. But boxing already kind of slows down around this time of year because it's more of a February, March to September type. They don't have a real schedule, but it's kind of like that.
This is the worst spot it's been in a while, I feel.
Yeah, it's in a bad spot. We do have a fight coming up, I think, on Saturday, though. I think Virgil Ortiz is fighting Erickson Lubin on Saturday. That's a good fight. That's a good fight. A lot of people are going to be watching that fight. I will for sure, because the thought is if Virgil can win that one, potentially it sets up Boots and Virgil for both fighters' next fight. So, and Erickson Lubin, he was one of the top prospects in the game at one point, so he might still have it in. I think he's a little too punch drunk at this point. I think Virgil will be too much for Lubin, but I'll be watching that for sure. And then I think 2 weeks later, it's the 22nd. So like 2 weeks later, David Benavidez is fighting, and he's fighting Yard.
Boxing's in a weird spot. UFC is about to catch up Rico, and WWE is dealing with their issues. Combat sports is in the dumps.
All bad.
Yeah, it's time for my guy to retire.
Yeah. I saw that Eddie Reynoso, Canelo split. I thought that would never happen. Where you gonna go?
It's time to retire. He doesn't got it anymore. He hasn't had it for a while.
The killer is, I think he's obligated to keep going. Yeah, you better be fighting.
Now just doing a residency now. Rest, it'll definitely be fun to attend. That's why we gave away tickets to it.
Absolutely. Also, November 21st, I think November 21st is Combat U Causeway Classic, Sac State versus UC Davis.
I saw a picture of that once, where they had it pretty filled out the gym or whatever for what they had going on.
I think I saw the UFC.
Yeah, it was
MMA
stuff.
UFC,
MMA
stuff they did in the nest, and it was a nice little setup. It was a dope little setup. I think the Combat U Causeway Classic is all boxing, but it might be a mixture of both. I think it's all boxing though.
Catching some fights at Sac State doesn't sound too bad.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not. I'll go out some fight. I want to know when they do this stuff at the DoubleTree too. I'll go check that out.
I've never been to a fight.
I've been to 3 or 4 fights. It's good energy, especially like a big fight. Like it's good energy, good vibes. You know, one rule I feel they should get rid of. In women's college basketball, and women's basketball in general. Get them a 10-second backcourt.
Oh, yeah. All right, Kings basketball tonight. They'll take on the Denver Nuggets in Denver, close out their first road trip of the season. 4 games here, able to get their first win against the Milwaukee Bucks on Saturday. We'll see if they can close this out before they come back. Got the Warriors in town on Wednesday. I'm missing Friday. God.
Thunder.
Yeah, Thunder. I'll be at that game. Let's go to that one.
Thunder and
NBA Cup.
Yeah. Timberwolves on Sunday.
Yeah, NBA Cup started on Friday.
Thunder, Timberwolves, Nuggets when they come home. And Hawks, too, actually.
Man. That Nuggets Hawks is back to back.
Let me ask you a quick question because I know we want to touch on football a little bit. Kings win tonight. Does it do anything for you? Like, does it perk your antennas up a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, everything, everything is a small sample size so far, right? So like our reactions a week ago were a small sample size. If they're able to get a win tonight, our reaction is still a small sample size. Like none of that has changed. So I'm fine with anyone's reaction to either of those. It perks my antennas up. That was a perfect way of putting it. They can get a win tonight in Denver. That it'll have me feeling a certain way.
What do we do if Zach LaVine keeps going for 30?
Man,
what do they win today? He goes for 30.
That's the thing right there. Because I can answer your first question. If Zach LaVine keeps going for 30 and they're losing games, people are just going to bitch and complain about him. He's a score first player. It doesn't amount to winning. They're going to put the Scott Perry clip all over social media and run with that. He scores 30 and they win. Oh, there's a lot of people that need to sit down and shut the hell up, including some people who don't even cover this basketball team. So, yeah, it's that winning and losing is a drastically different caveat.
The funny thing about the Zach LaVine conversation for me is, do people when they say that about Zach LaVine and they categorize him as somebody that with empty stats and just a score only type player and not a winner? How many times has Zach LaVine been on a team that was supposed to win big?
Yeah, I don't have an answer. Like we've talked about that before, and I just have never looked at those Chicago teams and thought, man, they really underachieved.
Yeah, they were being held.
The Minnesota teams, I barely I remember Zach LaVine on the Timberwolves more than I remember the Timberwolves.
Mm-hmm. It's like exactly they were going to be a good team, but Zach LaVine with his empty stats was holding the team back.
Well, I look at it like now too. Like, do we call this empty stats? And I look at Zach LaVine like, what more, I guess, would you want him to do so far this season? Where, like, I guess to justify his production.
Run that back again.
Is it like they're 2-5 right now? Is this empty stats too? Like, I feel like he's been playing well, but like with the losses, like, okay, then how would he need to justify his production then for it not to be empty? Because I kind of look at it. Other guys got to step up here.
2-4. Don't put a Denver loss on us that we don't have yet.
2-4. Excuse me. I thought I saw 2-5.
Well, it's gonna be a tough one tonight. But yeah, man, like Zach LaVine scoring 30 isn't why they've lost 4 games. They've got a bunch of other issues from a team that nobody thinks is gonna be good anyway. So like what I don't know what people want Zach LaVine to do with a team that's not supposed to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, should he not score? And
do you want him to go 25 and 8 assists or something? Because that's not his game either. Like, that's not something that's going to happen.
And is he even going to get 8 assists? Because other people can't even make shots. Like, he can pass all he wants to. If the guys aren't hitting shots, you're not getting the assists.
It's just funny when you have a player who is skilled at something, like scoring, and you're like, no, don't do that. That's dumb. But meanwhile, these same people want Mason Plumlee to come block shots for them. Come protect the rim. Like, all right, like I can't. I don't watch enough ball because I don't get it. I can't make those two things compute. Sorry.
Zach LaVine is a really good basketball player. He's a really good basketball player. I'm not saying he's a franchise number one and all this because I don't think that of him. I don't think he has the makeup to be like your best player and be number one on a really good team. But he's a hell of a ball player, and what he can do is absolutely worth $40+ million a year. 100%. And that's where it's like people always, we had this conversation with Eddie one time. People like really shortchange these people that can score 25, 26 points per game. Like, yeah, that's just anybody can do that given the opportunity. Even somebody like we always talk about Cam Johnson or Cam Thomas, right? Cam Thomas is really, really good.
Yeah.
He is really good. It's not his fault. Brooklyn stinks. And Cam may not be able to score 40 in a game if he had other good players with him. That doesn't mean what he's able to do isn't top tier. Like, he is a top tier scorer. He has been that on every level that he's ever played. Like, one of the better scorers on that level in the country. The NBA is no different. So I disagree. It is to score, like, yeah, somebody can get 20. I don't want to say 20 is not hard, but 20 is 20 points. To average 25, 26, 27, that means you hitting like 30 a few times. Like, that's not, I thought Marcus Thornton was really good. Marcus Thornton wasn't just getting 30s left and right.
Right.
TCG's got it right here too. Like, Zach LaVine's at 50, 40, 90 right now. It's not like
That's
he's just throwing shots up in the air. He's taking 26 shots and 12, and it's like, all right, he's got 30. Like, he's playing well.
That's one of the things that's been killing me the most is like, why are some of you ignoring like those numbers?
I think a lot of it has to do with just Zach LaVine people didn't want Zach LaVine here last year. They didn't want him to be part of that De'Aaron Fox deal. So I think it's just, you have your thoughts about Zach.
Well,
which is, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I also think it's the way people talk about Zach LaVine. It's the way people in the media talk about Zach LaVine. And they run with the erroneous story that you're talking about that I do not believe, just like you.
The draft pick story.
They just run with it. They're like, yeah, it's no value. No.
Crazy.
Once again, I'm not, even if people do believe that, much like Malik Monk, much like Scott Perry not wanting Trae Young, I disagree with you, Scott Perry. I disagree with you, the rest of NBA executives and media people, when you talk about Zach LaVine. That's fine if that's how you see him. I disagree with you. Yeah. I think you're missing the mark on that. He's a good ball player.
We'll talk more Kings basketball coming up in just about 30 minutes when James Hams joins us. James Hams singular.
Who?
It's only
Hams?
one. Yeah, just
Who
one.
does that?
But prior to that conversation with Hammer, 49ers got a win yesterday. They did. They got a win and a loss at the same time because that's the story of this 49er season. Walked down the New York Giants for their 6th win, 34-24. Announced Mikael Williams tore his ACL shortly after the game. Kyle didn't officially announce it, but he said it at the podium. He said it's what they feared. You don't say that's what we fear unless you did the sideline test and the doctor gave you the not good, coach. Obviously, it was confirmed earlier today. So the 49ers lose another player to MetLife Stadium and another player in this just brutal injury ravaged 2025 season.
We talked about it a little bit before the Texans game. And for somebody like myself, it's really frustrating because the Niners are 6-3. They're playing good football. They had a really good win against an opponent that they should have handled. They handled business there. And it's almost like, man, like, what is there to really get excited about? Like, all these people that you feel could help you elevate and go to another level continue to get hurt or are already hurt, and they're gone for the season. So, like, yeah, you get Brock Purdy back. You still are down like 3 starters on defense. And 3 of them aren't coming back.
Yeah.
So it's like, man, it's tough to get super amped up for what should be a really, really fun season right now for the 49ers because of the way they play, the record, where they could potentially be at in this NFC. Because you look in the future and it's like, yeah, we're 6-3 right now, but will it be enough? Will the winning and what you set up for, will it be enough moving forward? Because you're playing with a second string on both sides of the ball.
With all that said, I mean, you have this brutal division where, you know, we're watching Sam Darnold destroy the Commanders last night. I mean, I think he had 4 touchdown passes in the first half. Like they're like Seattle's for real.
Mm-hmm.
The Rams, like that's a good football team. So you have this really tough division, but through Bosa and Warner and Purdy and Pearsall, you never got Ayuk back. You've still gotten to a 6-3 record. Like you know, looking at all these 6-2, the whole division's had a bye, except for you. Yours is weeks away. You know who's looking forward to Thanksgiving? The 49ers, because their bye might be sometime right after that. And it's like, I know from our perspective, it's like, God, how much more can they sustain? You go back to that game last week where it's like, yeah, that looked like the second unit playing football for the first time this year. Kel was one of those players who was, you know, obviously picking things up with the loss of Fred Warner and so on. But the guy, you tell me if I'm wrong, please. The guy who I think is really holding all of this together is your defensive coordinator. It feels like Robert Saleh is the reason that this whole thing is, or a big reason as to why this thing is still functioning at a pretty strong level.
Yeah.
And if that team has the belief in him, like this is dumb and I'll take the heat for this. I'm starting to worry a little bit more about the offensive end. And we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. It just feels like the clock is going to strike midnight on Mac Jones at some point. Not to where he becomes a bad quarterback or a pumpkin, like nothing like that, but just to where like, how much longer can Mac win games for you? Like you need your starting quarterback, and you need your starting quarterback back. And I think Kyle said yesterday he doesn't think Brock Purdy's going to be healthy. Not that he's not playing this year. I think he said he doesn't believe Brock Purdy's going to be 100% this year. And it's like, okay, that's tough to hear. But what percentage is he going to be when he steps on the football field next? And you go back to the Joe Burrow injury. Joe Burrow gets hurt, and it's like, oh, Joe Burrow's out 3 to 4 months. Brock Purdy gets hurt with what's listed as the same injury. It's like, oh, no, he's back in a couple weeks. But then he's back out. It's like, oh, man. All right. Yeah. I don't know what this looks like. But I just a very, very, very long-winded way of saying you've got some really good teams in both conferences, but no one to me is jumping off of the screen. And if the 49ers win at this pace, no one's going to be more battle tested when you get to the playoffs than they are.
Right.
That might mean nothing. But I don't feel like I need to fold the 10 up and go home when it comes to the 49ers.
No, not at all. Not at all. And one of the things that you're hoping for is, man, it's been enough as it is. But if you can stop the season-ending injuries right now,
that'd be great.
And start getting people back, right? Like Bryce Huff will be back.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's coming back?
It's not a lot.
Okay.
Bryce Huff will be back.
Yeah.
D. Winters will be back. Hopefully, on the trade deadline, you're going to add somebody, to that defense
also
at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Now you go to the offense and you get Brock back. You get Ricky Pearsall back. You are getting into the realm of Brandon Ayuk being available. And like I said, I don't think he's going to be anywhere near what he was.
Wide receiver number 1.
But he'll be able to play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And you add those guys to Juwan, to Kendrick Bourne, George Kittle staying in there. And now you can say, all right, we've added to this roster. Like, it just seems like for the entire season, things have just been taken away. You're 6-3, and now you're finally getting the point where you can add to this roster and see if you can make a run. You mentioned Robert Salo's done a fantastic job. Kyle Shanahan, they've both done a fantastic job. These guys have just been coaching at a high level to make sure that regardless of what's going on, these guys, the guys who are available, are ready to play. They're ready to go. The scheme is there, and they're giving them the best opportunity to win games. So, yeah, let's see what happens. You got a Rams team coming up on Sunday, coming into Levi's. It's going to be ready. They're going to be ready. They're going to be looking for their get back. But I think the Niners will have something for them too. I think the Niners will be ready to play too. You were asked a question on Sports Sunday by our guy Brandon Benitez about Christian McCaffrey. And should Christian McCaffrey enter the conversation for MVP?
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey, who set the NFL record yesterday with his 16th game with a rushing touchdown and a catching touchdown.
I mean, this guy's been where was it at? Because I've thrown it around quite a few times, but it really is real. And now we're getting into, like, we're in week 10, and it's still real.
Yeah.
Matt Mayoko talked about it last night. He said Christian McCaffrey has 569 yards rushing, 626 yards receiving through 9 games. He's on pace for 1,125 rushing yards and 1,182 rushing yards. He talks about, like we've talked about, Roger Craig, Marshall Faulk, and McCaffrey, the only members of the 1,000 club. Nobody has done it twice.
Okay.
I mean, if Niners 6-3 right now, 11-5 in these 1,000, he won't win it.
Can I throw a retort your way? Because my answer was, if the 49ers keep winning at this clip, like, yeah, he'll enter the conversation. It's hard for running backs to be in the conversation, but when you realize this isn't Lamar Jackson's award this year, it doesn't appear to be Josh Allen's award this year, it doesn't appear to be Patrick Mahomes' award this year. Like, you are legitimately having conversations about the likes of Daniel Jones. They lost yesterday. Him being in the conversation.
I don't think you're having conversations about Daniel Jones. I think that's kind of where it comes in for CMC. You're having conversations about Jonathan Taylor at this point.
And Jonathan Taylor, that's fine. Sam Darnold, another one. But in the case of Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, that's normally a cursory mention. It's like, no, it's
not
nice.
A real.
Yeah, it's like and maybe the counterpoint is, this is the year, because it's not Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson putting up these ungodly numbers. Maybe this is the year that Jonathan Taylor setting the touchdown record becomes big enough to win the, and we'll go Colts, 49ers, losing 4 or 5 games or something like that. And you brought up their record. What if that's like the record? Would you say 12-5? What if
12-5, 11-6?
What if what if there's the best record in the league is that, and there's 4 or 5 teams with that record? You know what I mean? Because just like there's no runaway MVP candidate, there's no dominant football team either. Right. There's teams that are interesting. There are teams that are head scratching. The one in Green Bay. There's ones that I think are ascending, like Carolina, but there's also there's just fine football teams. Like Buffalo beat Kansas City yesterday. I wasn't particularly moved either way by what I saw, but Buffalo won that battle, so they get the nod for that. I could see Buffalo losing a couple of more times this year. So maybe this is the year that a running back like Christian McCaffrey or Jonathan Taylor can bust through the door, and those guys be the front runners in this conversation. Darnold's a great story. I think Seattle, like, that's a 1 seed situation. Like, if Seattle winds up finishing with 2 or 3 losses and they're the 1 seed in the conference, like, then you might really be talking about Sam Darnold as the most valuable player. But if you lump him in with a 12-5 record, Seahawks with a 12-5 record, you have him at 20 plus, near 30 touchdowns, close to single digit interceptions. That's where Baker's at. That's where Daniel Jones is at. That's where all of those guys are at. It's a muddy field.
Yeah. And the thousand dialogue, it doesn't hit the same or resonate the same way, I don't believe, as a 2,000-yard rushing season. Like, people aren't like, oh, 1,000, yeah, that's a good year. They don't really understand, and even myself, like, it doesn't hit the same way. 2,000 yards rushing is crazy. Dominant season.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, well, 1,000. And then you actually think about it, it's like, damn, that is kind of crazy, 1,000. But it doesn't, the initial dialogue behind it doesn't hit the same as like 2,000 yards rushing.
I'm not trying to take away from it at all or anything like that, but I think just kind of what plays into it. Like, 1,000's great, but also, like, he is just not being force fed, but there's been really no one on this Niners offense consistently other than him.
Yeah.
I'd have to look it up. I'm pretty positive he's probably not even averaging more than 4 yards a carry on the season.
I think it's 3.8.
Yeah, so it's like, for me, it's kind of tough. And then having the year that Jonathan Taylor has, knowing how this award is, like, if you're gonna put a running back in there, I think it's got to be Taylor. I think Christian McCaffrey's having a great year, but just realistically, I don't think he hits that conversation. Because looking at all the odds too, like Josh Allen's up there, Patrick Mahomes, Drake May.
Drake May's another one.
Drake
yeah.
May's
Drake May's another one.
They just doing they just throwing, and it's nobody's fault. It's just the nature of the beat. They just throwing people's names in there.
Yeah, because they don't know what else to do.
Josh Allen has not had an MVP season by any means. It doesn't mean he's been bad or anything, but MVP, like, I'd give it to Daniel Jones and Jared Goff before I give it to Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes has not had an MVP season.
No, not at all
this year. And they just, once again, give it to Sam Darnold before you give it to one other. If you're really thinking about, like, who's been the best players this year and had the best season, Josh Allen, has he had a better season than Bo Nix? Statistically and everything else like that?
I don't know. I think Josh Allen's been the better quarterback. Honestly, if we're just going off of not just giving it to Josh Allen and Mahomes, I'd probably go Drake May at this point.
Yeah.
But his numbers are the same as everybody else's, though. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah, but he's leading that. They're 7-2 right now. He's kind of been the focal point of why that team's been great. I mean, Stephon Diggs is there, but
yeah, that's why Mike Vrabel gets the award.
Well, yeah,
Mike Vrabel gets the
another
yes, exactly. That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's tough to get a running back in there, so I think I don't think you can get 2 in there, and I think if they're gonna put one in the top 5, it'd be Jonathan Taylor at this point, leading the league in rushing yards and touchdowns.
I really hate the lazy nature of MVP voting.
It really is.
Like, it is disgusting, to be honest.
Well, it's also not universal.
What you mean?
Like, there's, like, some people will vote for the story. Some people, like, in a crowded field. Well, man, no one expected Drake May and the Patriots to do this, so I'm going to vote for him. Well, like, wait a minute. Baker Mayfield threw for 5 more touchdowns and 1 less interception.
Right.
Or Sam Darnold threw for 10 more touchdowns and 1 more interception, and his team was better.
Right.
Oh, yeah, but see, Seattle was good last year. Sam Darnold was good last year. And, they won't say this part. We saw Sam Darnold in the playoffs. Like, it fluctuates. Like, it's different. Like, there is no universal criteria for an MVP. It's whatever tugged at that reporter's heartstrings that year.
Yeah.
We don't even look at defensive players' way either.
No.
Don't even look over there.
Which makes Deion's 94 season even more crazy. Because he won the MVP that year or Defensive Player of the Year? Might have just been Defensive Player of the Year.
Who?
Deion.
I don't think Deion won an MVP. I don't think he won a defense. Oh, he did win a Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah,
that was the 49ers?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't win MVP.
Yeah, no, he was 94 Defensive Player of the Year, but no MVP. 8-time Pro Bowl, 6-time All-Pro, All-Decades team.
Who was the last? Was it I feel like. Do you know who the last player to win an defensive
Lawrence
player?
Taylor feels like
It was
the right
Lawrence
answer.
Taylor. That's it. Right. We don't know, but we
Yeah.
feel like that's the right answer. I remember they wanted JJ to get it.
That's who I thought might have got it.
Well, he didn't. But remember, JJ was catching touchdown
That's the
passes
only reason
that
why
year.
he even got in that conversation
Yeah.
too.
JJ, I think he might have thrown one, but he definitely caught one. I think he ran for one. And I remember that whatever one he didn't do, they were like, well, have him do it.
Well, that's the funny
Have
thing.
him throw the pass.
JJ
Like,
Watt having one of the greatest defensive seasons of all time. Whatever. He caught a touchdown playing
That's right.
tight end. He might win MVP.
we'll shift our attention back to Kings basketball. We'll talk with James Ham here ahead of the Kings and the Nuggets.
And don't worry, Green Bay. We talking about your asses tomorrow.
Oh, believe that. Yeah, believe that. See
Jordan
them
Love, what
KC.
the hell, man?
Oh my gosh.
Who would you call the fastest? Who would you say the fastest player in NFL history is? Crystal asked me that the other day, and I
The
didn't know.
fastest player in NFL history.
I asked that question because
Probably played for the Raiders.
I immediately went Devin Hester because he was a 99 on Madden. John Bull threw that in there, so it got me thinking about it again. But again, I don't think it's Devin Hester. Tyreek Hill feels like he was faster than him.
Oh, Tyreek Hill, yeah. I was gonna say Rocket, but that's probably not true.
So John Ross is like a fake fast. So he did that at the combine.
Bullet Bob Hayes did too. Deshaun Jackson is listed. Let me scroll all
CJ
the way
2K is
to
a
the
good
end of
one.
this list.
Quick.
Mike Vick. Oh, Willie Galt. That's a good one.
I pray for Mojo. Just do that one.
Ike Taylor, Prime, Daryl Green, Bo. Is Tyreek number one? Oh, no, they put Bob Hayes as number one. I never thought Bo was one of the fastest guys on the field.
Devin Hester's someone I'll lie to my kids about as far as how good he actually was. Like, I'll tell that legend up a little bit.
Yeah, damn shame what happened to Green Bay is right, Manny. Let me grab my juice real quick, guys. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Hang on. Grab my nasty green juice.
Yeah, Jeremiah, I think Tyreek might be the right answer.
So, Winnie, are you okay?
Nah, Chris, I'd go Darnold at that point if we're looking at the Seahawks. Jason's been good though. Hey, true, but Tyreek was on that pace a few years ago. I think the farthest he ever got as far as conversations was Offensive Player of the Year. Right now, JSN is the same odds as Bo Nix. Christian McCaffrey, too. Plus 10,000. Shout out Kevin Malone.
All right, James Ham going to join us here coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. As Casey mentioned, we've got a lot more to talk about in terms of the NFL. I just realized we'll try to fit that in tomorrow.
Oh.
Let the Kings beat Denver. Let the Kings beat Denver.
Young Zell, two verses. 2 verses.
I give you my word. If the Kings win tonight, we'll play 2 verses.
2 verses.
We could play the damn song twice if they win tomorrow, or if they win tonight. Excuse me. That Bengals Bears game was spectacular, slightly embarrassing, but absolutely. I can't believe I walked away from that game feeling bad for Joe Flacco.
Oh man, Joe Flacco, he out here getting it done, man.
Joe Flacco out here collecting Social Security, and the man leads his team to a game, what should have been a game-winning drive and a game-winning score, and no. The Bengals literally give it right back.
Damn.
That was so much fun to watch unfold.
The crazy thing is, I was like, oh man, they're gonna give it up for like a field goal. It just gave up a touchdown.
Yeah, a full-on touchdown.
That was awful. Absolutely awful.
Yes.
If you're a Cincinnati,
it was awful.
Bengals fan,
but also hysterical.
No, just chuckling away. Just and I thought about Zach Taylor. Yeah, thought about Zach Taylor. Y'all say he should be coach of the year.
Nobody said that. What are you talking about?
Went to go reheat my lunch, and what just happened?
What are you doing? He over here rewriting history. Zach Taylor must have invited him to his Friendsgiving. Now
that's what happened.
Man.
I ain't saying he should be fired, but yeah, that can't happen.
No, that'll be an interesting, like, they're so bad. Like, that is, Jaden. That is Jaden's done for the year, right? Like, that's so bad. Like, my man. Oh, that was
arm
awful.
air cast is bad.
Yeah. We obviously got the replay on because we can't watch ESPN. So we have the replay on NFL Network. They should just air Good Morning Football all damn day. Make more sense than re-airing this. Yeah, like, that is just a stunning level of badness on the defensive end. And I don't know how anyone survives. Oh, well, the quarterback got hurt again. Like, there was no reason for you to lose that game yesterday.
Well, you don't survive that because the 40-year-old just threw for 400 yards.
Joe Flacco,
exaggerating, but
Flacco is amazing.
They've been putting points up.
Joe Flacco, that was a career high. Joe Flacco's 41 years old and has won a Super Bowl, and he threw for a career high.
Joe Flacco's the real. I can throw a football over the mountain.
You know what? You know what? Put Joe Flacco in the Hall of Fame. At this point, just because of what he's done with Cincinnati and has had to deal with, just put Joe in the Hall of Fame for his troubles.
And he's like,
he had to quarterback the Bengals and the Browns in the same season.
Poor guy. Hell, he need to go to the Steelers next year. Have the whole AFC North.
Well, Steelers got to win yesterday. They beat the Colts.
Bro, I saw something last night. I think I was watching NFL Primetime, and wow.
Yeah. How nice. It must have been. I wouldn't know.
Me
I
neither.
can't watch
Yeah.
NFL Primetime.
I was excited for Monday Night Football until I wasn't.
It was on the app, so I didn't watch it on my TV. But yeah, I was watching NFL Primetime, and Chris Berman's still hanging around. But they had a stat from that game. They were like, Aaron Rodgers throws fifth straight game with 200 plus yards passing. That's the bar now, bro.
What?
That's the bar. We talking about 200 plus yards passing. What are we doing? What are we doing? That was ridiculous. That stat, that little crawl was ridiculous.
Congratulations, LeBron James hit a free throw. It's his 1700th game scoring a point.
If those are the stats you're reading for me at this point, don't even read my stats.
I think, I could be wrong. I'll look it up. I think he had 201. He
barely crossed over the finish line.
Let me see. I don't want to misrepresent what he did, but it wasn't like a strong 200.
You talking about Rodgers? It was 203. It was,
hell no.
Completes
it was
5-yard pass. The Pat Fryer move. Oh, he's got the record.
Oh man.
Oh, he's got the record.
203. Meanwhile, Daniel Jones threw for 342, but lost for one reason.
Turnovers.
They had 6 turnovers in that game. 6. I don't think Daniel Jones had thrown 3 interceptions on the season.
Man.
And he threw 3 yesterday. They lost the turnover battle 6-1, but lost the game by 7. And they should have beat Pittsburgh's ass.
Pittsburgh
on,
is not. They're not good. They're like,
Let's take a look.
They will play whoever in the first round and get steamrolled.
Cleveland 2-6, Cincinnati 3-6, Baltimore 3-5, Pittsburgh 5-3.
Right now, so they're in first place, correct?
Yeah.
Let me see. My guess is they're probably. I'm gonna look it up, but I think they're probably like the 4 seed.
Correct, because they're a division winner. They're the worst division winner.
Bro. Bills are gonna mollywop them if they played them in the first round.
Well, do we expect the Steelers to finish as first?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question.
Ravens, I think, are a game and a half back, so we'll make that up with the bye or whatever. But you got 2 games against the Steelers this season still. Gotta win your other ones though.
They got 2 games against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I believe they got 2 games against Pittsburgh still.
Ravens got the Vikings coming up this week. Browns, Jets, Bengals, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Packers, Steelers. So not only 2 against Pittsburgh, 2 against Cincinnati as well. What's Pittsburgh?
One more left with Cincinnati, huh? Oh, you're talking about the Ravens. My bad.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about the Steelers.
Yeah, the Ravens. Sorry.
Got you.
Here's the Steelers. They've got the Chargers coming up. The Bengals, Bears, Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Lions.
They might free fall.
Browns, Ravens. This looks.
Steelers might free fall.
Yeah, the Steelers road is way more difficult. Way more difficult.
I'm almost positive that Steelers Dolphins game is a Monday night one, so just flex that one out.
Damn.
You are correct. You are correct. Join us at Sky River Casino for the Dolphins and Steelers coming up December 15th.
Well, we bring you the best games.
It's only the best with D'Lo and KC at 32 Brew Street. We pick these bad football games so you'll just focus on the food and the beer. The food and the beer is that good, as are all of the cocktails over there at 32 Brew Street, where we'll be 2 weeks from today when the Raiders take on the Cowboys.
Oh.
Could have waited 2 days later for the Kings and Thunder, but it's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
They
Raiders and
actually,
Cowboys.
I guess it was opening night, but I'll find out more as time goes on. They had a nice little crowd at 32 Brew Street for King's Sons the night I was there.
Okay.
I wasn't sure anybody was like.
Was that your show?
Yeah, my show was.
Okay.
My show was going on during the game. People was there watching the show, but also,
Oh, they hated you.
They was watching the game.
Yeah.
They was
Hey,
watching
shut
the
this
game.
guy up.
They was watching the game. I just didn't know people with this particular Kings team went out to go watch them. But yeah, Kings fans were still outside.
That's good. Sky River stays jumping.
It does.
Pats and Broncos get wins. As we mentioned, I think both those teams go to 7-2. At some point, I'm going to have to start taking the Broncos more seriously.
I mean,
at some point. I'm not saying today. It's Raiders
What are they-
Broncos Thursday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love all those teams, but it feels like it's
8-2.
just this is the Bills are gonna come out the AFC. I think.
What?
It's just, do you trust would you trust the Patriots to make it out the AFC? I think that's a matchup the Bills get. The Broncos feel like they're a year early. I mean, their defense is great, but maybe they figure it out. But it's just all things considered, I think the Bills make it out the AFC.
I don't think the Bills are that good.
Like I don't
Like,
trust.
they're-
I don't
they're
trust the
okay.
Colts. I don't trust the Steelers. The Colts, as far as just making it to the Super Bowl, like they've been great all year, but I need to see it.
I think they're a solid team. I think this is
And if
so
not,
far.
if not them, then like who though?
I would pick Denver to beat the Bills. If they played in the playoffs, I'd pick Denver. I'm not sure. If I wouldn't pick the Patriots too. I'm not a big fan of this Bills team. I don't think they're that good this year.
Oh, I don't either, but I don't know who's better.
They're not, but like they've been around. They've been in the moments. They just know how to win these games, unless it's against the Chiefs or whatever. But you went into those moments against the Patriots or Broncos. I mean, the Bills are just better equipped, I think, to handle it.
I was just about to say, I know what happened yesterday, but if they played them again in the playoffs, I think the Chiefs would beat them.
What if they went into Buffalo,
I'd
though?
probably go with Kansas City too.
I'd go Buffalo if it was in Buffalo, Kansas City, I guess. And right now, Chiefs aren't even in a playoff spot.
Well, this is the truth.
Can I apologize?
Sure.
Depends.
Great.
What you're apologizing for.
I probably at some point should have mentioned the Raiders game.
What about it?
What you talking about?
Well, you can listen to the Raiders here on ESPN 1320.
Oh, well, yeah, you can.
Great game.
Yeah, I mean that.
I thought you were talking
might be
Raiders
the-
Jags.
No, I it just meant like no, we talked about the Bengals and Bears. Just talked about the Patriots and Drake May.
Well,
Kind of forgot to mention that the Raiders lost going for a 2-point conversion in overtime.
I understand why you say
because Geno's pass got blocked
Come on,
by Mason Plumlee.
that. Hey, it didn't even get tipped, bro.
No, it got blocked.
Come
It
on,
got
man.
swatted.
That's just terrible.
Bro hit him with the no. Come
That's
on,
just
Geno. Like the
terrible.
game can't end like that. It can't end like that. Oh, that's tough.
And the guy was wide open too. Yeah.
I admire, like, that was the right call. Go for the win.
Yes.
Like, your season is not just go get the dub.
Mhm.
I appreciate that. I just hate if the pass had been incomplete, like, all right, like you missed it or whatever, like, fine. To get swatted into the first row is
Through
a
Eubanks
really
block.
tough. That's a really tough look. Like, Geno damn near hit his helmet.
Oh man.
You know.
Damn,
Hey,
it's
here,
bad for the
but
Raiders, bro.
but it is. But y'all got Brock Bowers, and
Oh,
he
he's
is. Oh my God,
He's the truth.
that dude is for. He is for real.
You know what I took away from that
So
game?
hold on to that, guys.
You know what I took away from that game though is Jags ain't it.
No,
They stink.
they're not.
Trevor Lawrence stinks,
No.
first and foremost.
Mm.
There
He
it
had
is.
an interception in the red zone early on. They were at the goal line damn near. It's like, who are you throwing the ball to? There's two Raiders defenders there. They
Bro.
damn near ran into each other trying to intercept it.
Bro threw it into double coverage 3 yards away. How does that happen? How you 3 yards away from the pass and throwing the double coverage?
Yeah, I feel like he's had 3 different coaches. At this point, it's him.
It is. It is. Who had well, I know it's said we were going to talk about him tomorrow, but we're waiting for James to get here. Who had a worse pass, Trevor Lawrence or Jordan Love?
Brother, Jordan Love looked
Jordan
like
Love had 2 horrendous.
He had two.
he on the one where he threw it across his body or whatever, across the side of the field to the end zone. It's like, oh, he has someone. There's someone there. When he throws, like, there's someone there. Wait, no, there's no. There's 2 Panthers there.
Jordan Love's pass was so bad. Passes were so bad. He'd make those old Mike Golick NFL blooper videos.
That was like Dylan Gabriel pointing down the field and throwing it 25 yards. Like, no, that's not what I thought you were gonna do at all right now.
No, that's the killer though too, because he did like load up and like turn his hips like, oh, he sees something.
Yeah. I thought they were gonna win the game.
Did you?
Oh no, that's a massive interception right there.
Did
Not
you-
even close.
Did you hear the call for the Patrick Mahomes' final pass?
No.
So Patrick Mahomes, they're coming for him. So he's backpedaling, and he's backpedaling.
Yeah.
He throws it, and it was Nance and Romo, right? I think, and Nance is like, all right, Mahomes, he got the ball to the 5-yard line. It was like, well, that's not gonna help. He's well short of his goal. Like, that is not. But he was like marveling at the fact the ball got to the 5-yard line as he was backpedaling.
Did we mention Flacco's Hail Mary attempt earlier?
I think that got tipped. I
hope it did, because he was at the 45. It's like, oh, here comes Joe Flacco.
Oh.
It didn't even get to the 20.
Oh, no, I think it was well acknowledged. I don't think Joe has the arm for this.
Well, okay, yeah, it didn't get
got more than
no.
an arm than that.
No, I don't think he
tipped.
does. I don't think
No,
so.
we might have to. No, James is here. We have to look.
I need someone to pull the
He didn't even
video.
get
I
it to
don't
the
think
25.
it did.
That was tough.
No, I
It's not
thought
like they were at their own 30. They were at like the 45.
I thought it was funny that the announcers were like, "Yeah, I don't think he's gonna have the arm."
Yeah, his arm almost went with that football.
I think it got tipped, man. Joe getting respect from me, man.
Joe Flacco absolutely getting respect from me for quarterbacking that awful team. James, the old guys was out there playing yesterday.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, a good week of football for sure.
Joe Flacco throwing for 470 yards. Meanwhile, they're touting Aaron Rodgers 203. Break, man. Goodness gracious.
And once again, we got a contender for game of the year.
Oh, what, Bengals and Bears?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was surprised to see, again, Aaron Rodgers is what he is, but like that Steelers team just keeps winning. Yeah, it's just crazy.
No.
I think that's
they
just beat the Colts.
They turned the ball over 6 times.
Yeah.
I normally don't buy the Colts beat themselves, but they lost the turnover battle 6-1. They nearly lost the turnover battle by as many points as they lost the game.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's about to come to an end too.
I think so too.
Daniel Jones is about to become a pumpkin.
No, not
no.
him.
I think the
talking
Steelers
about
are about to come to an end.
I don't know.
They about to.
We'll see.
They ain't gonna make the playoffs. I'm saying that right now.
The same year Mike Evans' streak ends, so does Mike Tomlin's. Sorry, Mike.
Damn.
The Evans and Tomlin. Sorry to both of them. I like both those guys. Hammer. Let's go a day back further. Kings get a win in Milwaukee. Probably their best game of the season. Maybe not their best start. Do you think Doug Christie goes to Dylan Cardwell again tonight against Denver?
Ooh, I got to be honest. We kind of talked about this earlier. I think there's a possibility of that because you're going up against Aaron Gordon, and Aaron Gordon is just a beast, and he's a big, strong, super athlete. And I don't think the Kings can use a Russell Westbrook or DeMar DeRozan against him for long stretches. Maybe I'm wrong, but Doug, he's been picking and choosing in his lineups, and just because you start doesn't mean you're going to play more than 3 minutes. It's kind of the way it's been. Isaac Jones started a game and barely played. Nick Clifford started a game. He might have played 20 minutes, but a lot of these guys who are quote unquote starters for the night, they're just there as like a first inning thing. Like what we see in Major League Baseball. That's what it looks like to me.
I feel like we haven't seen Isaac since.
Yeah, well, might not see Isaac.
Well, ever.
Moving forward. Again, if some of these things happen the way they might happen. Well, it's no secret. What I'm alluding to is there's been interest, reported interest between the Kings and Precious Chua, and they don't have any roster spots. James laid it out beautifully on the Insiders that somebody would have to get cut or waived, and that might be Isaac Jones, is what some people have reported.
Is that the right call, Hammer?
Okay, so from what I've been told, it was pretty simple from a source within the Kings. We have 15 roster spots. All of them are taken, and that's kind of end of story. The Kings only have 2 players who are on non-guaranteed contracts. One of those is Isaac Jones. The other one is Russell Westbrook. They're clearly not going to waive Russell Westbrook. So if they do have to make a move, there is a third option, like outside of those 2. The other option is that they can trade somebody. And it's something that I think has kind of been hanging over this team for a little while here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them trade somebody if they feel like it would open up a roster spot. They like Isaac Jones, at least they have in the past. And, you kind of were hoping that he would take some substantial leap forward, but it's really difficult with what the Kings are dealing with right now. Isaac Jones is not a player that you can stick out there for 25 to 30 minutes a night to start eating some of these minutes that go to Keegan Murray. And if that's the case, then, if it's one thing if he's filling in for 12 minutes off the bench behind Keegan, it's a whole other thing if you need him to play serious minutes. And he just hasn't been able to, I think, earn the trust of the coaching staff is how I would kind of look at it and phrase it. Just because we saw it last year with Doug too. Doug did not play Isaac Jones once he took over the team. And we've seen him hesitant to use Isaac Jones early in this season. A little different, a little difficult to judge on what the Kings are going to do here. But as of right now, again, from inside the walls, we have 15 players under contract and our roster is full. And so, again, if they end up signing Precious, I wouldn't be shocked, especially I believe he was on the Knicks while Scott Perry was a GM there.
Mm. What was your biggest takeaway from Saturday's game?
I think my biggest takeaway is, like, number one, there is a little bit of dog in this team. They do have some fight. And so I think that was the first thing. Number two, like, I just don't know what to make of, like, the 15-2 deficit to start the game. Like, you can't keep digging holes for yourself and think that you're going to climb out of it. So I think there are a lot of positives from that game. Moving the ball, 30 assists is a huge positive. Winning the rebound battle is a huge positive. 4 players scoring over 20 is a huge positive. But at the same time, like, you don't need to get yourself in so much trouble all the time. And I feel like the Kings, if that's going to be one of their traits to, sort of fall behind big early and then climb back into games, that's not going to be sustainable, and they're going to lose a lot more than we think they are. So, good win, good battle, but at the same time, like, they got a lot to clean up, especially on the defensive end.
Yeah, I would kind of. It's not a trait of theirs because it's like literally 50-50 with this, but I was going to say I'd like to see them start games off better and not have to, dig themselves out of a hole. But they didn't do that against OKC. They didn't do that against Phoenix. They've only played 6 games. So the other
I don't think they did against Chicago either.
No, they were down early with Chicago.
Were they?
The second string came in that game, and then they turned it up, and then they lost that lead.
Yeah.
But let's just be aware of that, Sacramento Kings. Don't let that be a trend. Be more of the team that you were in the first half against Phoenix, that you were in the first 3 quarters against OKC, and come out ready to go. It's been something that's plagued this team for years now, not being ready to play seemingly at the start of the games.
Or coming out of halftime. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, how many times have we seen them just not come out of half early in the season where you're like, boy, you guys just fought really well for 24 minutes and then just went away. So,
yeah. No, I like I said, I like what I saw on Saturday in that respect. Do you think with the mix and match of the starting lineups, we talked about it earlier, do you think they should just get to the point where they're just starting Russell Westbrook?
I mean, it really, for me, it just depends on the matchup. Like, I can't imagine, like, a game like tonight, where are you going to put Russ? Like, who's he going to defend? And that's where it becomes a problem. Now, if you're talking about him supplanting like Dennis Schroeder as a starter, that's a different question. But for right now, like, I think there are going to be games where you can't start him. But this isn't just a big team in Denver. Like, when they go to their bench, they get equally as big. Like, it's just a gigantic team. And so I don't know how, you can try to be quicker. But the problem I have with the Kings trying to play small ball all the time is that they're not good enough shooters and they don't play defense well enough to really be a small ball team. So that's where I think you run into problems. I think Russ has been a dream for the Kings so far. Everything he's done has been spectacular. There's been a couple of games where you're like, okay, man, tone it back a bit. Even, the win over the Bucks, didn't he go 0 for 5 from 3 and 4-14 from the field? That's a little bit of like, hey, tone it back a little bit. But overall, I think he's been really good. And if Malik Monk is out, which he is again tonight, I think it kind of, you need one of those players who's, kind of a wild card and maybe putting up some shots that you wouldn't love, but hoping that some of them go in.
Plus 14, Russ. Get him up, baby. Get him up for the plus minus crowd, Russ. Come on now. I think Casey brings that question to you because we obviously talked about Dylan on Saturday, but it's 2-4. We are legitimately 6 different starting lineups into the season. Chicago and Oklahoma City, they did start the same 5 players. They just had Russ and DeMar switch spots in the 2 games. That's semantics, but they had Russ at the 4 in one of them and Russ at the 2 in the other one of them. And it's, again, not that big of a deal. It's the same 5 guys. But this is kind of what we expected, right, Hammer? When Keegan Murray went out and we knew there was a lack of depth at that position, that like Doug's not going to settle on Drew Eubanks. He's not going to settle on a singular guy. He's going to mess around with the lineup until Keegan Murray's able to step on the floor again.
Well, yeah, and I think you have to, because at this point in the season, outside of like your top 7, 8 guys, I don't know if you know what you have. I'd even say 7. So if you figure the starting lineup, and let's just say Russ is in the starting lineup, once you get past Malik Monk and Keon Ellis, I don't know what the hell you have with this team. And you have to start not just looking for players that can come in and play a position, but players that can come in and actually play with other players. And you start to see trends in like 2-man rotations, 3-man rotations, what's working, what's not, and it's such a trial and error thing that you have to go through, especially with only 4 preseason games and Russell Westbrook not playing in any of them. It is going to be like a trial and error game that the Kings are going through. I don't blame Doug. I don't think anyone has stepped up and said, hey, you have to start me every game. And like I mentioned to you guys earlier when we were on the handoff, like, look, if you don't have Malik Monk, having Russell Westbrook coming off the bench is a huge luxury. He basically can give you what Malik Monk can give you, plus a few extra rebounds typically. And so I do think that there is like an advantage to having him and being able to use him in different versatile ways, whether it's as a starter in the backcourt, as a backup point guard, as a front court starter. Like, you're able to move him around to just kind of plug whatever, leak is happening at that moment. And unfortunately for the Kings, it's their roster makeup. Their roster makeup, again, after that top 7 guys is really, really rough. And when you get Keegan back, that gives you, that 8th guy for sure. But then on top of that, once you have 8 solid players, it's really easy to dabble and figure out who's a 9th, 8th and a half, 9th and a half guy. But you need those other 8 guys really solidified and playing well together.
I want to dive a little bit more into that game on Saturday, and I talked about it earlier. I thought Dennis Schroeder played easily his best game as a Sacramento King. And I thought, combined with the Bobby Portis Sabonis scenario, I think Dennis talked about it after the game about how that kind of woke everybody up. Dennis starts, obviously, gets subbed out. From the moment he was subbed back into the game, I thought he was locked in. I thought he was great. I thought there was intention and a level of force behind what he did offensively, defensively, and even leading, talking to his teammates. There were 2 different occasions where I don't know who was right or wrong. I wasn't there, but Keon didn't do something that Dennis thought he should have done. And right there, Dennis was like, yo, what are we doing? You're supposed to be here, yada, yada, yada. That last 3-pointer before the first quarter, I think Dennis might have scored. He recognized what's going on. You could see him telling these guys, hey, get up, get up. There's 5 seconds left. Get up, get up. Like, it was just, he picked up his focus and intensity so much after he came back into the game. And I thought that was one of the major reasons why they were able to elevate and win that game on Saturday. Do you think that was the best game he had played as a King so far?
Yeah, I think probably so. I think it does also speak volumes that your point guard has to tell a bunch of 30-something-year-olds to get up and start playing defense.
Well, to be fair, it was Nate Clifford he was telling it to.
Well, yeah, but
and Nate didn't get up. And
yeah,
Prince made the shot.
Yeah, and even the play I remember with him yelling at Keon, like Keon is looking at these guys going, dude, I'm guarding two guys every single time. Like he's stuck between two perimeter players trying to dive back and forth, trying to, challenge the 3-point shot. I've watched it like multiple times where Keon runs out and it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do here? There's two of them and no one else is helping. So I kind of get it, but I do think that, we're seeing him start to fit in better. And again, the 30 assists, I think that starts with him. Him and Domas, that's really where you're going to get the bulk of your assists, but also the bulk of the flow of your offense. So I think it's good that Dennis is kind of settling in and he's also looking for his shots. I thought the game before might have been one of his worst games. And I felt like he forced everything. What was he, 2 of 9 from the field? But the 2 shots that he opened the game with were like, hey, man, I haven't shot yet. I'm shooting. I don't care what you guys are doing. And it was like, it was a little unnerving to watch. But I do think he's starting to settle in and starting to realize that, like, if they're going to win, he has to play a very specific way. And what it can't be is the player he was in Golden State last year, or that even it's got to be a mixture of the player he was with the Nets and the player he was with Detroit, because every stop he was totally different last year. But that Detroit, like final 25 games or whatever. What's that?
His role was different in each of his stops last year.
No, I totally agree. But in Detroit, I thought he was a leader on the floor. But if you look at his shooting numbers, they looked exactly like they look like in Golden State, where everyone there is like, get this dude out of here. But that's not what it was with Detroit. They wanted him back really bad because he showed a bunch of leadership. The player where he was spectacular scoring and hitting his shots was with the Nets. So very different types of roles that he's had. But I think everyone here in Sacramento would love to see like international Dennis show up. And that's kind of what we saw the other night. He kind of took over the game for moments, and that's okay. He's a good player. There is a bunch of wide open mid-range shots for him to take and for DeMar to take. And, as long as you're hitting those shots, it's okay. It's just tough. You don't want to continuously fall behind with the 3-point, sort of differential thing.
We saw a stat line from Domantas Sabonis that I think we have been waiting for since he returned to the floor the second game of the season. He's never going to take too many shot attempts. He's rarely going to force bad shots. Like he was at 13 field goal attempts. He lived at the free throw line, as did most of the members in Sacramento Kings uniforms. But he also had 6 assists. So he put up one of those stat lines that I think can get Kings fans excited. Hammer, what did anything stand out to you as being a little different with Domas on Saturday, other than a couple of passes leading to shots going in?
Yeah, I think we saw it in Chicago too. He just looks like he's starting to feel better and starting to be more aggressive and attacking the rim in a better way. I think what did he shoot? 5 of 15 against, was that OKC, where he just kept missing bunnies? Yeah. I think he just kind of got frustrated and said, you know what, I'm just not playing with enough force. And that's what I think we saw the last 2 games. When he's rolling to the basket, he's rolling and it looks painful for the opposition. He's all elbows. He's shoving people around. He's looking more and more like himself. And look, I think, we can talk about, who is the driving force behind this team, but when Domas is good, it changes everything for them, especially when he's good on the glass. So he's starting to pick it up, and, maybe it took a little bit longer than we'd hope, but again, we're what are they, 2 and 4 or 6 games into the season, and you're starting to see him start to progress in, his 5 games, where I think it looked pretty ugly the first 2. Then the third game I thought was bad against OKC, but the last 2, you're starting to see that 18, 6 and 12, or, or what did he have the other night? 24, 6 and 12 or 13. That's the Domas that everybody's kind of accustomed to, and we're still waiting for the start of the double streak and the triple doubles. His first triple double of the season. We haven't got there yet either, and I think it's more a function of just the way the Kings are moving on the court, and as they're starting to find themselves, he'll be able to set guys up and maybe make life easier on a few players.
There's something for me that still looks a little off with Domas. Not like he's hurt or something like that, but the game just doesn't look fluid and in a rhythm for him. He's probably in a little bit of a different role. And it's just something that's I'm getting used to it. It's not even like I need him to do more than what he did on Saturday stat-wise. Just watching him, it just looks a little clunky right now, and I want to see him be in more of a groove overall. I can't put my finger on what it is I'm looking for from him though, because like I said, it's not like, oh, I need you to average 25, and like it's not that. Like the numbers have been there or whatever. Just something feels a little off with his game that I'm looking for. I want to see him step up a little bit.
Kenny's just waiting for him to be wearing a different jersey, and then he'll know that everything is right in the world. That Domas is on a different team and not on the Kings wearing.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. It's not that. It's just, I don't know, just some off. Maybe it's just a different role. Maybe we're used to seeing things running through him offensively, and that's not what's going on. And seeing him getting his points and stuff a different way might be an issue. I thought his defense so far in this season has been a really big issue. Teams have been destroying him on the pick and roll, and I don't know whose call it is for him to be in drop coverage like he has been, but it's been destroying the Kings so far this year on the defensive end. But with that being said, I thought he did a really, really good job on Giannis, as good as anybody could do on Giannis on Saturday, and even had maybe the defensive stop of the night when Giannis was attacking the basket late in the game. And Sabonis did a great job of moving his feet, keeping his chest in front of him, and forcing the pass that ended up getting deflected. So as that game went along, I thought he got better and better to me than what I have been seeing from him.
Yeah, and I'm with you. There's a couple of things I'll point to. Number one, like him and Dennis Schroeder still don't know how to play together. Like Dennis wants the ball in his hands and he wants to do a pick and roll. And I think Domas is okay with that, but that's the only player right now that's playing a pick and roll. Everyone else is doing the DHO thing. And so you've got one guy who's kind of doing something different, and you have to know where you are on the court, where Dennis is on the court, how you need to set the screen for Dennis. Because a lot of time Domas is doing the same exact thing for every single player who runs through and kind of does a little circle move around him. And if one of those guys is doing something different, it stands out. So I'd say him and Russ need to get a little bit more chemistry. Again, they played together when Domas was a rookie, and Russ has talked about that being his rookie when he was a younger player. And so I think it'll start to smooth itself out and start to look better. But like, I think the entire team still looks a little clunky, especially, I mean, on the defensive end. That's not clunky. That's just like, there's some things that you can fix on a vehicle. There's other times where you just need to get a new vehicle, and the defense is in very close to that stage where it's like, I don't know that there's anything you can do outside of changing players to get the defense to play better.
Well, the Kings might just be in a position where they've got to make the most of the card they have and get to work every day. Like that could be the situation they're in as it pertains to the defensive side of the ball. But we'll come back. We'll talk more about that as the Sacramento Kings. Obviously, they get a win on Saturday against the Milwaukee Bucks, and they'll close out this 4-game road trip in Denver in just about 90 minutes. We'll talk more about this with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Did I freeze and no one noticed? Hell yeah.
Oh, no.
Suck it, Chatty House.
man. Oh, terrific.
Since I last saw you guys, I stopped by Taco Bell.
Oh.
I got a haircut.
You
I
went
went for
on
a
purpose?
3-mile walk. And I'm back.
Did you eat something from Taco Bell?
I love Taco Bell.
Oh, James.
Love is strong.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
a lot.
That's
I'm born and raised on it. So I'm a little red. I'm a little blotchy because I just got done with my walk.
I got up to, I felt like crap this morning. I just didn't have my legs and I went to run. And as I'm starting to move on the treadmill, James' hand pops into my head. And I realized, oh, James would really hate the setup of this treadmill.
What's going on with it?
James used to set up treadmills and you're not supposed to have anything right behind you. I very much do.
What? Why not?
Because if you go flying off of it, you have nowhere to go.
Hey, dude, there have been people with second-story windows and back a
Okay,
treadmill
well, I
into
don't
a second-story window and go poof. Or they'll put it like 6 inches away from a wall. They'll trip, fly, smack the wall, and then fall back on the treadmill belt and get turned. Just keep getting burned. Yeah.
Sounds fun. But that crawl crossed my mind this morning where I was like, God, I feel like crap. Looking around like James would hate this. Like James is legitimately going to tell me, you need to move this the next time he comes over.
Just a safety issue. That's all. That's
just a safety issue, pal.
If it's a bike, you're fine. You're not falling off the bike and going through the wall, you know? Yeah.
Yesterday, I didn't watch the end of the Chiefs-Bills game live. I didn't watch much of that game at all live because one of the things that we randomly do as a family, we did yesterday, is go to what are they called? The model homes.
Oh, you looking to buy another piece of property?
No, I don't think so. But we were like, hey, they got some new model homes over there off of Elk Grove, Florence. Let's go check them out. That's what we did for like 3 hours.
We used to go do that with my mom. We used to go do that with my mom too, but she made us go.
I would go to antique stores with my mom. And I would have like $3 I could spend if I found any of my dishes. And I have a whole set of like depression glass dishes that I collected when I was a kid.
Depression era glasses?
Yeah, like whole dishes. Yeah.
Oh,
I have these really, really gorgeous, like dark green, clear glass plates and bowls and cups and saucers. And anytime I would see my color, I would go grab it and then go buy it at the antique store.
Oh, that's cool.
John Paul's that is kind of actually what happens there. Like, I can do this in the house.
Mm-hmm.
There was, I was going to say something that was going to lead to a bunch of other stuff. So no, I'm not going to say it.
How much time do we have?
About 5 seconds.
Oh, all right. I was going to tell a crazy prize pick story.
Speaking of. Hey, shout out to our guy, Dusty Baker and Baker Family Wines. They had a hell of a celebration this weekend. 6 years in West Sacramento. Shout out to Coach Molly. She pulled up, had some rosé, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And they looked like they had a good time out there at the tasting room in West Sacramento. Big congratulations to Dusty Baker and to Baker Family Wines.
Big ups to my people over there.
How would you grade Doug Christie through the first 6 games of the season? He's obviously had it. We haven't really referenced this a lot. It wasn't really the most impactful. You said his name a minute ago, Casey. Nick Clifford did return to the rotation. on Saturday. Of course, we haven't seen him. I think it was since opening night where he started. And Doug has just been faced with he's had a lot. Doug Christie has had a lot of San Francisco 49er energy this year with guys playing big roles and then immediately being unavailable. How do you think he's done so far in this very early part of the season?
I think he's held his own. I don't think it's been like, oh my gosh, like he's doing incredible things out there. But I do think like he's been willing to try new things, out of necessity, but also like game 1 of the regular season, he put Dylan Cardwell out there and let him finish the last 5 minutes in a super, super close game. And I thought Cardwell played really well. I think he's empowered players in certain situations. And then I think in other situations, he gave Dario Saric an opportunity to say that, okay, yeah, what I did in the preseason wasn't a fluke. And it was a fluke. He's put, Isaac Jones out there a little bit. That might be the one grade that I would be a little more tough on, Doug. Like you probably should give Isaac Jones an opportunity in some of these situations. I don't know that that's, the end all be all, but, again, tonight you're going to go up against a guy like Aaron Gordon, and it sure would be nice to have a 6'9", big, long wingspan power forward that could go up against Aaron Gordon. I don't know that he's going to be able to, stay on the court or not, or even get on the court. But, I don't really know what else you're supposed to do. You had your center go out in like the final 10 days in the build up to the first game. And, that whole time you signed Russell Westbrook at like the very last second and just threw him out there, having no games played with the rest of the group at all. There's nothing you can do about the lack of length and athleticism on this team. And, crazy enough, I think everybody's kind of got an opportunity to go out there at least for a few minutes here and there in meaningful moments and to see if they could perform and see how they did. And, again, we're still waiting for Maxime Reynaud to score his first NBA bucket. Nate Clifford has 2 points on the season and he's only played 2 games, but still he's played quite a few minutes to only have 2 points. And so you're trying to bring some guys along, but at the same time, you're trying to gel. And I know a couple of people have mentioned and like on Twitter that, oh, you can't keep running a 36-year-old out there for 37 minutes a game. And it's like, okay, well, why don't you tell me what your decision would be, who you would put on the court instead of DeMar DeRozan, because I don't think they have anybody else that can do what DeMar does. And so for right now, DeMar's got to play 37 minutes a game, just like Christian McCaffrey has to touch the ball 33 times a game. Like that's the situation you're in as a coach. It's a situation you're in with your roster. You have 1 day between the Bucks game and tonight's game. And in that time, half of your team is sick or is injured and can't practice. So, they're all going to play tonight, but they go into tonight with, again, with Zach LaVine and Dennis Schroeder and Devin Carter, all questionable up until, 10 o'clock this morning. But on top of that, Malik Monk's away from the team. Keegan Murray's still gone. It's been kind of like a unique first 6 games of the season for sure. And I think he's holding on and doing the best he can in the situation. There have been mistakes. There are plenty of times where I'm looking at the game and say, you should probably call a timeout and stop the bleeding the old fashioned way by, stopping the game. But I'm not really sure that he has a team that is responding like the right way all the time. And they're starting to gel a little bit. They're starting to build chemistry, but it's a process.
James, hearing you kind of break that down, it's clear that Doug Christie, who's trying to win games, Scott Perry, who's trying to win games, and they're in survival mode right now because they don't really have the luxury with injuries and with just the schedule to mess around with 3 rookies, and have them out there to help them win games. Like Neek, Maxime, even Dylan in certain situations. Like it'd be cool if you play the young guys, let them grow. Like we don't have time for that. We're going up against the Bucks. We got Denver tonight. Like we have no time for that. And if you don't care about winning, then sure, just go out there and let them do whatever. But Doug and these guys, they do care about winning right now. and they're like, I'm just trying to survive. I'm missing Keegan. I'm missing Malik here and there. The roster's already a little bit flawed. Man, whatever we got to do to keep our head above water, that's what we're going to do. And that seems to be how Doug has gone about these early games, because he doesn't have the luxury to kind of see what these rookies or these young guys are giving them. They either produce and they get to play, or they don't, and you got to get out real quick.
Well, that, and like I mentioned earlier, it's much easier to put a rookie out there for 12 minutes when he's got no responsibilities, but that's not the roster they have. So, if they have everybody healthy, playing that eighth and a half, that half guy or the ninth player, that it's just so much easier when the other 8 are set and what you're kind of getting from them. It's easier to plug in a player and say, okay, go get me something. Go lock down that player, or go get me 3 rebounds in the next 5 minutes. But when you don't have that type of luxury at this point, just because you're scrambling, again, we're talking 5 different starting lineups in 6 games. Dude, that's crazy. And that's not conducive to winning. But it's also like, give me another answer. Because, like what you asked earlier, Kenny, the answer can't be to start Russell Westbrook against Aaron Gordon and think that you're going to get away with it. Because it's only a matter of time before that doesn't work at all. And you just get, you have a player go for 50, which is what happened, when the Golden State Warriors played against those guys. They didn't have the size to match up.
Hammer, isn't it about maybe you can't eliminate the risk, or you can't eliminate the maybe the matchup problem, but you have to minimize it somehow? Because I get Doug's thought process, or at least I think I get it, starting Dylan Cardwell. I feel like I understand what Doug was thinking in that. In execution, it was a disaster. It was a disaster because not a single player on the Milwaukee Bucks knew who that man was, except for the fact they knew he wasn't going to shoot. And so they were like, yeah, go ahead, do whatever you want. You're not going to do anything. And that put them at so many. So there's no right answer to all of this right now as the team is currently constructed. There's no right answer. I think what Doug and his staff have to ask themselves every night is, how can we minimize the impact of this mismatch we're absolutely going to have the first 5 minutes of the game or whatever it is?
Yeah, I totally agree. But I would point to this sort of hidden thing that happened the other night against Milwaukee. I don't think that they went away from Russ as a starter just because Giannis was there. That played a factor in it, right? But for me, the biggest issue that I think they realize is that if you don't have Malik Monk coming off the bench and giving you that pop, and you don't have another player who can do something like that outside of Russell Westbrook, let's buy the first 3 or 4 minutes with this player. So I'm not going out there with my best 5 players when I only realistically have 6 tonight. We keep talking about how they only have 7 players, right? But when Malik isn't there, you've got 6. And if you're going to go out there and throw your best punch on the opening tip, and it includes Russell Westbrook in the starting lineup, and you don't have another pitch to throw after that, then the game is over. When you go down 15-2, the game is over. So unless those starting 5 can figure out how to erase a deficit, they can't. You're not going to do anything different. So by bringing Russell Westbrook in off the bench, even if it's 3 or 4 minutes in, it gives you that spark, that something different, that different pitch that looks and feels different to your team. And that's how they got back in the game. It was a big push. Now, did Cardwell earn the minutes? No. But let's be honest here. The Bucks weren't going to defend Isaac Jones. They weren't going to defend Dario Saric. They weren't going to defend Drew Eubanks. That's not a coaching issue. That's a roster issue. And that, so I get what you're saying, but at the same time, coaches will tell you, you never want to start your 5 best guys. And if you do, it's because you got nothing else. Look at what the Knicks are doing right now. Josh Hart should be in the starting lineup, but he's not. And he's coming off the bench and he's still giving you those 10, 12 rebounds per game, but he's also giving you bench scoring. And that's why Mitchell Robinson is starting. So they have something different coming off the bench. So it's not just the same exact thing that Thibodeau threw out there, which was Miles McBride and whatever else. Now you've got Jordan Clarkson, you've got McBride, and you've got Hart coming in and giving you 3 that can really make a difference off the bench. And then your starting lineup, it starts with Mitchell Robinson, but he might play 12 minutes tonight. He might play 10. And if he's really good, he might play 24 if we need him as a defensive stopper. But it's just a matter of like trying to figure out combinations of players. And I don't envy him because, like what Doug has like to work with isn't great. I mean, there's a reason why Dario Saric played 14 games or 16 games last season as a healthy scratch for most of the season with this Denver Nuggets team. And it's because he didn't show that he was an NBA player still. And so it's tough, but that's again, Drew Eubanks bounces around from one team to the next. There are players that stick places for a good reason. And then there are other guys who are just fighting to stay in the league. And the Kings have a lot of those guys at this point.
Yeah, and nothing's really going to change in the next week or two. So they're going to have to figure out a way to work through that. And once again, that's something that Doug is tasked with. And I think one of the bigger bright spots about this roster and what they've been able to do is they feel like they're together. They feel like, it could be wrong. You never really know what's going on, but it feels like they're together. They're locked in. They all are still locked in on winning, trying to win and doing what they can for that. And I think that's something that appeals to Scott Perry and Doug Christie, that they got a bunch of guys that are out there still fighting for each other, still fighting to win. They're going to have stinkers every now and then, like they had against Chicago, where they just look anemic on the defensive end in that second half. But for the most part this year, that they've been out there competing every night, and that's a good start. I think that's a good start for what Christie and Scott Perry is trying to build.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, look, I think everybody, you should have had an eyes wide open view coming into this season, like, especially when Keegan got hurt. I think that injury changes everything. And like this team, just like, if you think of what he'll look like on this team, it should really give you some hope for what's going on, especially how close they're keeping it in games. If you don't have a primary defensive player that can slow down somebody, then it's just tough. That's why things like the Austin Reeves situation happen. Like if you had Keegan Murray, you would have shifted Keegan Murray onto him, and maybe he doesn't go for 50, maybe he goes for 38, and the game is totally different. But you don't have him, and you don't have anyone like him, and you don't have somebody else that can, even fake like they look like him on the court at all.
What do you? Two things there. One, it feels like Keegan Murray's been injured for 6 months.
It does.
It feels like he is just like that. It feels like that break or whatever it was happened in the off season. The other thing is, you talked about how competitive this team has been, Hammer, and the outlook on the Kings has always been glass half full, glass half empty type thing. What do you make of the fact that all 6 games, for the most part, have been pretty competitive games that they fought in, games that you could make an argument they've had a chance to win?
Yeah, I mean, it shows you that the talent level is there. It's not the problem. Talent isn't the problem. Fit is a problem. And they're trying to work through how to fit together. And there's not going to be a perfect solution to that because they don't naturally fit together. But, if you get a group of players together, and even if they don't fit well and you give them enough time, they can at least, start to elevate and start playing better. And I think that's what we're starting to see. The team's they're figuring out where, or maybe more specifically, Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder are figuring out how to get DeMar DeRozan to a spot, how to feed him an entry pass at that spot, and then how to get the hell out of the way. Because, I mean, the first 2 games of the season, you see Dennis Schroeder just kind of standing there, and DeMar DeRozan looking at him like, hey, bro, you need to go to the other side of the court and leave me alone over here so I can ISO properly against this dude. And there's just not that recognition because they haven't played together. Now we're starting to see, okay, a little bit of flow, a little bit better, sort of ball movement, player movement. And, eventually you're hoping that again, when Keegan gets back, you'll start seeing back cuts. You'll start seeing a little bit better spacing on the floor. If you can get Neek Clifford out there and you can get Neek starting to hit some threes, again, all of a sudden you might see a little bit better spacing there if teams feel like they've got to defend him. But it's just going to take time. And I know people don't want to hear that. And the problem is the Kings schedule says you don't have time to say it's going to take time. You don't. The schedule is here and it's a brutal one. And you're going to take a bunch of lumps here early in the season while you're trying to learn and grow as a team. And every team in the league has to go through it, but not every team in the league has a schedule that has like the world champs and the second best team in the Western Conference 3 times each in the first 14 games. It's not typical that we see something like this where a team just gets buried by the schedule itself and the quality of teams they're playing against in that schedule.
We got one tonight against Denver.
Russ back in Denver.
Yeah, man, they better give him a little standing ovation. A little standing. I don't know if he needs a video. I don't know if he needs a video, but a little standing ovation.
Retire his number.
Well, okay. All right.
Put 4 in the Raptors. Put 4 up there in the Raptors. Come on.
I asked Damian this question earlier. I asked you, Ham, do the Kings win tonight? Do your antennas perk up a little bit about what's going on here with the Kings, or is it just another win if they can get the win tonight in Denver?
No, it would show me that this team has some cojones. Like this is a tough schedule. Look at the 4 games on this road trip. I mean, OKC and then Chicago. Somehow Chicago's really good, and no one knew that was going to be the case. But also Chicago's on the second night of a back-to-back. So you got to travel from OKC to Chicago, and midway through the season, a back-to-back is what it is. But in the first week of the season, I think that was their 5th game in like 8 nights. And you're still trying to gel, and you're still missing players and all this stuff. Like if you somehow come back 2-2 on this road trip, like bravo, it would make me feel a whole lot different about the first couple of games of the season where you didn't come through against the Suns. You let Austin Reeves, completely blow you out of the water with the Lakers. It would at least make me feel like there is some positive momentum going one way. But we'll see. I don't expect them to win just because this is the Nuggets. It's a tough matchup. It's specifically like against this Kings roster. It's a really, really tough matchup. Just because of the 2 centers, like, what are the Kings going to do off the bench when it's Jonas Valanciunas boxing the entire Kings roster out? And the answer is nothing. They're going to lose the rebound battle tonight by a ton, most likely. Unless, again, Russell Westbrook decides to go full Russ and dominate in his return to Denver.
Triple-double, baby. Triple-double, James. James, admit here in the final moments of this show on Monday, November 3rd, you're starting to come around on old Zach LaVine. Oh, man.
I was messing with you. I was doing a freeze. Yeah, no, Zach LaVine, like just a beautiful offensive basketball player. But there's always, I hate doing this. There's always a but. Man, he had 31 points in like the mid-3rd quarter, and he finished with 31. And you're like, man, like, where did you go? Like, there's just too many times.
He was sludge.
Yeah, he is.
De'Aaron Fox in the 4th quarter.
I'll say this again. He reminds me so much of Rudy Gay. Like, watching Rudy Gay play on a nightly basis was a treat. Like, when Rudy Gay would go to the basket and do his George Gervin finger roll, it was just like, oh my gosh, why don't you do this all the time? And there are moments where Zach, you're like, dude, 31 points is great. But a lot of players in the league who had 31 points in the mid-3rd would have gone for 50. And it just feels like he just lets off the gas a little bit, or he disappears. He becomes like a wallflower for a little bit. And I don't know if it's that he feels like he's taking too many shots and he doesn't want to be that guy, or if it's teams take him out. But whatever it is, to me, he's got to fix that, because I would like to see him have one of these monster games. And I mean, but what is he, 5 games out of the 6 where he scored 30 or more? He's been absolutely spectacular.
The thing with Zach, though, like when you mention stuff like that is, like, yeah, if he did that, he'd be a top 10 player in the game. He's not that. But he's top 25, 30 player in the game. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong. And I don't think anybody that defends Zach LaVine says he is a top 10 player in the league. We just don't think he's number 80 like people have him before. Like that's ridiculous. And affecting winning and all this other stuff. Nah, man, this dude is nice. He can hoop. He is like really, really good. And would you want him to close out a game and be Mr. Fourth Quarter? Sure, but he's not. And I don't want to say that's okay, but you got somebody else to do that. You got DeMar DeRozan, or you got Schroeder, or Ruskin. Like, you got other people to fill that role if he's not hitting shots in the clutch in the fourth quarter. He was in some clutch shots in the fourth against the Lakers. It just didn't result in a win.
Yeah. I mean, like, look, for everything that he's done so far, I don't think, like, if there's a list of things that are wrong with the Kings, Zach LaVine disappearing for 8-minute sections of the game is really low on that list. It is. But, I still, like, you can want more from a player. And, I think that he, again, is just he's so smooth. When he decides to go to the basket and either dunk on somebody or that little up and under that he does, that is so gorgeous. Just everything that he does on the court, you're just, except for play defense, you're in awe of what he's doing. And that's cool. It's something I've said, like, people don't understand what it was like to cover DeMarcus Cousins for 82 games a year. It was beautiful. Like, that dude did things on the court that no one in the game has ever done. And the same thing with Rudy Gay. Like, there are things that he could do on a court that, like, at his time in the league, maybe 4 other guys could do in the league. And he just didn't do it enough. He always left you wanting more. But yeah, I definitely appreciate. I thought you were going to ask me about Russ, just so you know. That's what I thought you were going to do. You've changed your mind on Russ. Russ has been fun. He's been fun.
No, I think you like Russell Westbrook. Like, you knew from jump what he brings. Like, there's going to be more good moments, more bad moments. Like, that's Russ.
My question was always going to be at what expense? Who loses? And it's worked out a little bit that it's Keon.
We all win.
We all win.
Everybody wins.
Hopefully the Sacramento Kings win.
We're gonna be talking tomorrow if that happens.
Yeah, we sure would. For those that can watch Monday Night Football, enjoy it. For those that can't,
because you can listen to it on ESPN 1320.
You heard the man. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
Nice job.
Yes.
Hey, you did it, James.
Yes.
That's the first time I've ever seen it. That's great.
Yes.
That is
figured it out.
Great.
Hell yeah.
What'd you say? That's a Mac exclusive? Oh, I was at home a couple weeks ago. I should have done it.
Yeah, I know they do it on the FaceTime a lot.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. All right, Chatty House. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Vamos Cowboys, I guess.
Whoa.
No, it's on.
Hey, he's back.
Damien's back.
Relax.
Yo, he showed his true colors just now.
Yeah.
You gonna ignore it's right there on the screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna ignore
How about them Cowboys? You want to drop that?
I might.
Hang on. I have a request. David asked me to flip off the camera. See what happens. Nothing happens, David. Nothing happens.
All right. Hold on. Let me just make sure. What's this button? Hold on.
That's
no,
why I don't press buttons.
No, don't need that. No, I'm not. This one.
I love Jerry Jones.
There it is. All right. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
What the hell?